Not my first time playing, but it's my first time playing in 1.22, which we're like on what 1.22.3. We are running pretty close to no mods. I technically have Napster still loaded. Um, it is one of those things that like Napster saves you clicks. There's a whole like crafting thing where you like do your flint and all that sort of stuff. And I like to show it without Napster at the beginning, but it is the thing that once you've made your like 50th tool, you just kind of don't want to do it anymore. For those who are not familiar with Vintage Story has kind of the joke that they literally have a command in the game that's not Minecraft to put a label that says this is not Minecraft. It is not Minecraft with a texture pack or anything like that. It is its own thing. It did start way, 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 way back in its infancy as sort of as a mod for Minecraft. And then they got like where they're running into stuff that they were running into limitations because of how Minecraft does things versus how they want to do things. They spun off their own game. But like this is a far more survival crafting in-depth style of game than Minecraft, where Minecraft is more like internet Legos with a taste of survival and all that stuff. Can't you chip away individual voxels from the blocks? Yes. So this one, it isn't you just like, to give you an idea, to get a pickaxe in Minecraft, you go up to a tree and you punch it. You take a stick, put some wood on it. Congratulations, you got a wood pickaxe. You've done it. I think you have to make a crafting bench, but then you do it and you've done it. Like it's just you can do that in literally under a minute from the start of the game. You just got to get to your first tree, punch it. It's as fast as you can slap things down. In this game, getting your first pickaxe is usually somewhere to like 4 or so hours into the game, depending on your luck on finding ore and all that. Because just to make a pickaxe, you need to get clay. You need to make your mold for the pickaxe head. You need to go and get a bunch of wood. You need to chop all that wood into logs or into firewood. You need to put into a pit and cover it up and light it on fire. So that way you can go ahead and make charcoal. You need to then go over and make a pit kiln that you can go ahead and put your clay in, bury it in, straw and sticks and firewood, and then cover it up and let it smolder until you fire your fired your mold. Then you need to also go and make yourself a crucible to do the same, and you have to go and do all that. Then you've got to find the ore, bring the ore back, put the ore in your crucible, get it up to temperature, pour it into the mold, and then have the time for the mold to cool down so that you can then take the head of the pickaxe out, and only then can you put it on the stick to get your pickaxe. And so, like, that's hours in there. And on top of that, where Minecraft, you just grab something, your character goes jump, 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 and you're like good on food for a while. Even on its hardest difficulties, food is not really that big a deal. Especially if you go to like some villager area and just raid them for their food. In this game, food rots. It's like some of the food rots very quickly. In fact, like your berries have a very short lifespan. Not everything you find that is edible is safe to be edible. The amount of hunger, like you don't grab a fistful of berries and you shove it in your mouth and you're like, hey, cool, man, 90% full. Like it gives you a tiny little tick. Like genuinely surviving actually does take effort. Now, granted, once you get past the mid game, survival gets to be much easier as you start getting a farm and yada yada. But the point is, you can't just like beeline to do your pickaxe because you also need to not starve to death while you're doing that. They also do have enemies in the game called the Drifters. They functionally act in the same way that Minecraft mods add. It's actually one of the things I would say is a weaker part of Vintage Stories. The combat is kind of crap. And for me, the biggest problem with the combat is you have like the same enemy, the same mod. You've got the easy version that barely hurts you, and you've got the version that will absolutely one tap your butt unless you are fully decked out in plate armor. And the only difference on them is like a texture, and one flickers a little bit. And while most of the time it's like how deep are you in the world, that's going to determine it. And then there's some mechanics that cause the enemies to spawn in fairly BS ways where you can like literally seal yourself in like a little hole in the wall. But because you're in a storm, it can actually put the enemy on the same tile as you and kind of garbage like that. My understanding is that's what the next big update's about, is to unscuff that stuff. With all that said, let's go ahead. We're going to be getting a brand new run. So let's go in here. So hopefully we can get some music going. I haven't fully decided exactly I haven't exactly decided what style of run we're going to do because you've got your defaults here. Standard, pretty straightforward. It's your standard experience. There are rifts, there are temporal storms that bring out enemies and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of the expected play. It's a little bit balanced around everything. You've got exploration here. Basically, they go through and they turn off the temporal storms and stabilities, which makes the drifters far less likely to spawn. I don't think they spawn at all. They turn off the winter where like your crops start growing and all that. So this is kind of your chill. I just want to kind of build and all that. Creative just lets you build without any rules. You have wilderness survival. This one they go and they make like the trees take longer to grow. You need more to eat more to survive. It's got an emphasis on combat and all that kind of stuff, which I can't imagine anyone enjoying that, but whatever. Because like I said, combat is kind of the weak point in the game right now. And then you've got Homo sapiens, which is honestly very similar to wilderness survival, except they get rid of the drifters entirely. And it is basically you living with, like you freeze to death easier and all that. So we're definitely going to be doing a custom mode. Because that's kind of what I'd recommend is the first time you play, probably just hit standard and go. Play for a little while, see what you feel like, get your basic stuff there, then decide that. But like one of the things that this does really well, kind of like Project Zomboid, is you can just jump into your settings and be like, what do I want to do with this? So you have survival and creative. We're going to do survival. You can make it so you can only die so many times or it's permadeath. And so it's interesting they give you kind of a medium here where you can die infinite times, or you can be like, you know what? It is permadeath, but you get five shots. And then when you run out, we're gonna do it that way. You can have your starting climate. I've always chose temperate. It is one of those things that. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, so the approximate general climate conditions based on the latitude which the player will start out in. Gotcha. Okay. So if I'm reading this correctly, because I haven't messed with this, I can choose these ones, and when you look at the planet, there is like polar ice caps, and then kind of go gradually warmer till you get to like kind of the tropics, and then you go the other way back down to the polar ice caps. So the implication here would be that where I've usually just started temperate because that's the default, if I leaned warmer, I can potentially push towards the tropics, and I would assume there's the world, and I would just teleport closer to the equator or whatever. I might do that just to see other biomes, because this game does have very, very significantly different biomes. So far as like that. How big is the world compared to Minecraft since it's on a planet with logical climates? So I can actually show you that here in just a minute. It is world generation. It is 1 million blocks by 1 million blocks by default, which is a ridiculous size. So I don't believe they ever have a full unlimited. You can go up to 8 million. But we're talking, that is an absurdly large world. Let's see, it feels like a different game starting a different biome for sure, different plants. Yeah, let's go ahead and let's start with warm. Because this game does have the idea that during winter stuff doesn't grow, and it's based on like temperature and all that. But it's also a thing if your plants get too hot, they don't grow. So it's a whole thing of like putting down like a greenhouse to like get the plants like to keep growing a little bit longer into the fall. You can't quite usually get them to grow all the way through winter without shenanigans. But at the same time, if you've got your greenhouse that starts getting really hot, you have the worst effect. You like to see the hot biomes? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Let's go warm. You have the random respawn radius. This is if I take a death. You can have it like 0 blocks where you always appear in the exact same spot, all the way up to 10,000 blocks, which means you ain't finding your way home. I'm going to leave it at 50 blocks. That's just what the default is. If you do the Homo sapiens start, I want to say that thing's like 5,000, 10,000 blocks or whatever. And yeah, it is a thing if you aren't using the map and you take a death on that, you are unlikely to find where you were for a good while. Like, you're going to basically be rebuilding until you get lucky enough to find whatever paths you've made or whatever. There's a grace timer you can set where you're like, hey, I don't want to see monsters at the beginning. We're going to leave that just the way it is. Monsters happen right away. The death punishment is one of those ones that I go back and forth that I've told people I enjoy games in hardcore, I enjoy games in softcore, games in medium core, the drop everything kind of thing. It's always been mixed with me. This game can be particularly kind of crap about it, going back to the enemies spawning and sometimes like being way more powerful than you'd anticipate one-tapping you, because then you've got that enemy that one-taps you like hovering over your corpse, and they do not despawn for a very long time. I am leaning towards, I think in this time we're going to keep our inventory, because everything you have wears out relatively quickly anyways, so... Yeah, no, it's definitely with this game, the drop everything is particularly punishing. The combat rework drop ready? Nope. No, it has not. 1.22 drop. Let's see, you don't mind if you keep your gear on the toolbar? Also, game needs better travel system. This is just rough that way. Yeah, no, absolutely. You've got the teleporters, but you gotta find them. And that's like super late stuff. Alright, so survival mode, we are going to enable seasons, that's fine. The true winters is fine. The block gravity having the sand and gravel cave-in is fine. I've done the cave-in things. That could be fun for you to do on your own time. But like, for streaming that, like you kind of go and you make like your little mine corridor and you keep putting your braces and you put your little brace and you put your little brace. For getting anything done, like it is very slow going. And I don't think people will enjoy watching me do that, going like every 3 or 5 tiles, putting a little arch to hold the ceiling up before I go on to the next area. Like, that could be a whole thing. And the other one that happens with caves is you'll just be walking and the whole earth will just collapse in underneath you. I had that happen a lot experimenting when I was playing with that, where you just run around and suddenly the ground caves in, you're buried alive, and then you die. Allow falling blocks, that's fine. Allow fire spread, that's fine. Fire from lightning, I generally avoid, because things are very flammable in this game. So yeah, if you get lightning strike and it hits a peat field, you just lost that whole peat field and the surrounding area. Allow underground farming, nope. Prevent liquid transportation for buckets. That can be an interesting thing, because then the idea being you can't just like go up, scoop up a bucket, and then make like a little trough. So you'd have to go find like where there's water up kind of like on a ledge or up on a mountain or whatever, and then make yourself kind of like aqueducts coming off of that. That could be fun. I don't know if I want to do that, because part of the problem you run into with that is then when it comes time to make your forge and everything, you again kind of have to get it to where the water source is, and do that, which can be a fun challenge. But that could be us running around the map a lot looking for a viable place to start building. I'm on the fence with that one. Default player health, all the defaults are fine. I'm going to actually make the body temperature. So this is more in line with Homo sapiens. Basically, we will freeze to death easier. But we're going into warmer tiles, that probably won't be a thing. Aggression's fine. Combat strength of animals is fine. I actually do like making the trees grow slower. That way I have to like source more areas. I know a lot of people turn off, change the durability. I'm going to leave that alone. Mining speed is fine. Prospecting range is fine. Let's see. I'd vote to let it stay enabled and just have the soft roll. Try not to use it unless it's super inconvenient. Yeah, we can do that. We can leave it enabled. But the idea is we're not going to try and like just bucket it in for farming. But like for something like the smith or the kitchen, the idea is you'd be able to take like a giant bucket and drop that in there in real life and be able to pull from that water for a while or whatever. Or make a well or whatever. But yeah, we can have a soft roll that I've got to find a source and do all that kind of stuff. But like the few things like the blacksmithing and kitchen, we'd make exceptions. So the coordinate overlay, this is like, you turn these off if you really want to have like exploration discovery stuff where you have to like put your markers on the map. I'm not going to do that. There are so many important things you need in this game. That just being able to be like, hey man, I found this over here, I found that over there. I'm not going to remember that, and I'm not drawing a map on a piece of paper to do that, because you will have to do that realistically. There is lore content. My one big gripe with the game is if lore content is turned on, drifters are turned on. If drifters are turned off, lore content is turned off. You can't have one without the other. And I do find the drifters so far as combat to be pretty underwhelming. The range of their danger is all over the place. Their AI is not very exciting. Um their spawn rules are absolute BS. Like they could spawn in the same tile of you and one tap you at certain points, like when you're in a storm. And so like I do wish it was lore content was one rule and drifters were a second rule because like I want to be able to get the teleporters and the cool stuff and check out ruins. And I don't mind drifters being in those ruins. But like the overworld drifters, I am going to have them on, but they do kind of suck. You can choose to have it where it looks like an old-timey map where it will show you like the textures. You can kind of cheese a little bit with the real textures showing because sometimes you can like run into seeing like, oh, that's orange, I got boxed over there. But at the same time, yeah. And their sound from them is annoying. Yeah, after a while they get pretty obnoxious. But I'm gonna go ahead and turn it to that. It's just kind of nice to be able to see like what you built and have it look nice. The clutter is utterly irrelevant to me. That's more if you're worried about that. So this is where you have like your enemies, the drifters, not the animals. So you have the idea of temporal instability. That like there will be places on the map that you'll go and you have a gear in the middle. It'll spin to the right or the left. And like one way it's like okay, you're stabilizing, you're good. Like the scary things that go bump in the night won't be coming out. And in the other way, basically your sanity slowly or your stability slowly declines, and then more and more dangerous enemies will spawn around you. You've got temporal storms. That means every so often a storm will happen and enemies start spawning everywhere very aggressively for a little while. That's how long it lasts. You can adjust it. I'm gonna leave those on. The rifts, I hate the rifts. The rifts can go die in a fire. Um, because the problem with the rifts is they're like an area that creates a area of like low in like low stability. It like temporarily that enemies will spawn aggressively from, and just because they spawn relative to the player, that means they're always spawning around where you live. And it just means there's this constant thing of like portals appearing around your home. And they can like appear on your roof and sometimes inside parts of your building, depending on how you constructed it. And so like that's those mechanics. Like I like the idea of them, but like there needs to be stuff where like it gives like a certain amount, like, hey, it can't appear inside your home, or there's a heavy weighing against it doing that. So if it does, it's a very rare phenomena. One of the things that this game does a little bit different is Minecraft, you put down a bed, you sleep in it, congratulations, you respawn at the bed. This game, you have a temporal gear, which is an item you primarily get from fighting the enemies, and it will let you respawn at that location that you use it, up to a certain number of times. I'm going to leave that on. Sleeping during the temporal storm is how you cheese the storm, so they turn that off. So World Gen. We've done this a whole bunch of times. Most of these settings I think are perfectly good. The one I do choose to change is this one here. Last time we went real low to something like 30%, so we had a water world, and that was fun. I don't want to go quite that far, but we do want oceans. I'm thinking somewhere in the 80-70% land coverage should give us some decent body areas. Let's make it 70. You have the land scale, like how much distance like determines how much ocean between place of land. So basically when it says, hey, there's an ocean here, it's a big ocean. This is basically how craggy your surface is. If you want to have like lava pools and all that, like how much a landform scale, it's like how much a type of texture will be. Like if there's a granite area, this is how big the granite area will be versus like the next bauxite area, whatever. That's all fine. The world width, 1 million is a big world. You will not run out of world with 1 million. You can reach the edge of the world in this game. It isn't infinite going. They just made it massively large. You can just straight up walk off the side. You have the polar equator distance. So that's how far like north and south you have to go to change biomes. 100,000 blocks is actually a really big area. It takes quite a while to traverse 100,000 blocks. It is worth considering turning it down, which I am on the fence of turning it down a little bit, just so you can reach other biomes without being this giant journey. Story structures, don't care about global temperature. You can make it so like it rains more and all that, forest and shrubbery, how often you find copper. This is just the frequency of all your stuff there. Because it depends. If I get lucky and I find a teleporter, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is 50,000 should make it easier to reach the next like up and down temperature area, but not make it super short. And I've not turned that down before. In multiplayer, I don't care. This is a big one that when you're playing multiplayer, class exclusive recipes can be kind of an interesting way to give people different reasons to specialize. I think this is a dumb mechanic personally. And I'll show you what that is in a moment. So we're gonna go ahead and apply that, and we're gonna create our world and all that stuff. But basically, there's, I think it's like 4 or 5 classes, and I'll be like, okay, well, this class can make the fancy bow, and that class can make the fancy armor, and this class can make whatever. And honestly, the reality is most of the gear I've seen from those classes isn't particularly that much stronger than the other class. It is stronger, but one of the things the game does poorly is it does a poor job of like letting you know when you're starting in the path of crafting something that that item is a class restricted one. So you'll make all the way up to the last step and then realize the final item for it is class specific and you're not allowed to make it. And that just feels bad. I did that once in the past run where I was making a bow and then realized I couldn't even make the bow. So I put all this time into making all the earlier parts and it's like, well, I guess this just goes in the garbage because I can't use it. Alright. We'll go ahead and get in here. And I'll get things started. Now, I haven't played since 1.22, and I know they made a lot of major changes. Like, a lot of major changes. And one of the big ones that's going to get me is one of the things we had in the past. Yeah, one of the things we had in the past is, how long has that game been around? You never heard of it? It's been around for a good while now. It's definitely one of those games that it took the stance of like, oh, we're just not going to be on Steam. And so, as a result of just not being on Steam, it does kind of really limit its market. It's one of those things that I understand the devs have got their stance and they're absolutely allowed to make whatever stamps they want. But for me, I'm like, man, like you really should just put it on Steam. Okay. So yeah, this is the class thing. So you see like you got Commoner, was known as a hardcore Minecraft. But Steam has a lot of restriction when it comes to early access. Didn't they say they would consider it when it's close to release? I have no idea what the devs around this. The restrictions around early access is not that bad. They are doing a thing now with Steam where if you go into early access, you basically have to have a rough roadmap and have some ETA on when you are going to leave early access. But leaving early access doesn't mean you don't need to keep developing. But basically, you just need to have like, hey, what are you actually aiming for? How long do you think it's going to take? And having some stuff around. That's a fairly recent change to early access, way before this came out in early access. Just because like it's a thing that we're having abuses on Steam where games like Project Zomboid should not be early access. I love the game, but holy crap, that game's not early access. They're doing sweeping major changes, having unstable versions and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, the reality of it is that game, like Build 41 with multiplayer, was a complete product. But, like, it still being in early access just feels weird. But yeah, so you see, like, the classes, like, you have Commoner has nothing going on. And, like, this one, it's like, okay, they get a special crafting recipe for repairing outfits and all that. Their armor durability is slightly higher. But, like, they get less loot and hit points. You have, like, the, you know, ones where they do, like, extra melee damage. And pretty much all of these, though, for the most part, I find pretty crap. That the categories... Like, the categories down here, like, the negatives, I'm like, man, I don't care about the benefit versus the negatives. It should be a category called Still in Evolution. Well, I think it would be fair to, like, have a label added to Steam. And thank you, Chunky and Funky, for the raid. I really do appreciate it. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you drop that raid over here. If we can go ahead and get a Chunky Funky shout out, I would appreciate it. Let's see. With a few exceptions, you tend to check with early access 5 years later and maybe come back when the release is 1.0. Yeah, no, I hear you. Playing Species Unknown. I don't actually know that one. But yeah, go check out Chunky Funky. Plays a lot of indie games, a lot of that kind of good stuff. So you like that kind of stuff, you can find over there. Yeah, no, it's definitely like these days, just because of like content creator space, when a new early access game drops, most of the time, I'll play like one stream of it, and then I won't touch it again for a very long time. And it's just because of like early access burnout, which I did to myself in Valheim, where I played through and I binged the crap out of it when it first dropped, to a point I burnt out in the game entirely. And now they're adding more content, and I cannot get myself to enjoy it again. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And that's not crapping on Valheim. I played too much of it, but it is a real problem. Now there are games like this that feel like it's kind of its own complete thing that, you know, it's more sandbox. These I can enjoy early access a bit more. But it's very few games I play early access that much. But yeah. So I would love for them to just put this on Steam and whatever. Alright, so we're just gonna do Commoner. It's fine. And all that honking noises and all that, that was our character's voice. So when we get hurt, you hear that's us getting hurt. So with this, the immediate thing that probably stands out to you, like, oh hey, this looks like Minecraft. It does have very Minecraft-esque tendencies. Now, one thing I know is with 1.22, they did change it so we can't just, like, walk over and yoink a berry bush out of the ground. I think there's, like, some other process we have to do to it. Like, I don't know if I need a shovel and to dig it up. I don't know what the new rules are. Because I haven't bothered reading the patch notes, because why would I do that? Looks like I've got a new trader. This is a new type of trading outpost I haven't seen before. It's a new trader? Okay, it is a new trader, but where's the actual trader? Because I can't take their stuff. I've seen you around before you wake up. Goodbye. Not looking to interact with you. I don't have any money, so we can't do business. Not really. Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, those are neat, because it used to be almost all the traders had the exact same. Oh, we got redwood. Like, it used to be we always had the exact same, like, cart that almost all traders were in. But right now I'm just trying to get sticks. You probably noticed I'm picking up a bunch of these rocks. I won't need that many, but I want to stop to do this because there is, I don't care about the tools so much, but over there is the reeds. The reeds I can go and I can make a backpack. So, one difference between this and, say, Minecraft. Oh yeah, Napster's still on. Is you have to go through and, like, actually chisel this thing out. I do have a mod that, streamlines that. I was trying to remember how I turned that off without, like, unloading the mod entirely. Because I'm down for doing it, you know, manually to start with. But there's definitely a point, like, mid-game where you're like, you know what, I'm so tired. Like, the crafting this game is really cool. But very quickly you're like, you know what? You need a Napster GUI? So I remember how to do that. You're saying it was... let's see. So for right now, we'll disable that. Disable that. Disable that. Disable this. Disable this. And this is a mod. I'm just basically effectively turning off the mod. Let me guess. I need to actually hit that and type save on every single one of those. Napster GUI. Okay. So all that means now is when we go do other stuff, it actually will give me that. So early game, anytime I see reeds, I really want to grab the reeds. I'm also going to grab the seeds, or the root cluster or whatever for the reeds. In a desperate pinch, I can cook those to eat them. But ideally what I actually want to do with those is later on I will want to have a reed farm, because the reeds are incredibly useful. You make a lot of stuff with the reeds. But most importantly, they're your easiest to make early game bags. Because right now my inventory is just the bottom of the screen there. Okay, so if I remember correctly, so what I would do here, that's not the right thing. Oh, I think I need more than that. I think it was 2. Alright, so it looks like we got a big body of water over here. U-shape? Yeah, I can check in a minute. Yeah, I think I need... Oh, nope, there you go. Alright, so you see that gave me 3 more inventory slots. So stuff I'm not going to care about right now. Put that up there. A piece of a ruin. Sometimes those are worth checking. Right now I don't have much inventory space to take advantage of anything. Got a couple of extra berries there. Okay, so I think that's ocean biome there. Means it's saltwater. We got a forest this way. Yeah, so as you can see, we are revealing the map as we walk around. Oh, did I end up... Even with only 70%, I ended up on an island? Okay. Only 70% landmass. And we went on to full-on, like, oceans, which I'm okay with. I like the oceans. It's just last time, I think we went, what was it, like I did 30% landmass because I really wanted oceans? And it was a whole thing that is very much a water world where we have, like, you'd have these big areas of just water and nothing else, and then you'd have, like, a landmass to go get stuff. But I do feel like with some of the changes they made with the game, we'll probably want to lean into, we'll probably want to lean into getting off this island earlier rather than later. The reason I'm thinking that there's not going to be much place to grow here. Yeah, we're getting some berries. The big problem with the berries is they rot really quickly. Yeah, I'm having a little bit more difficulty recognizing the Alright, well that's death cap mushrooms. We don't want those. That's Flyer Garrick. Alright, I need to check one thing real fast. Okay, so they do still mark the poison mushrooms. Alright, well, I don't want the poisonous mushroom. You can go down to the hole. Yeah, so for the start, we're just looking for, you know, whatever resource we can find. Now, generally speaking, there's more death cap. Generally speaking, the things we're looking for right now is we want to score whatever berries we can. And then the other tests I wanted to do, because I know they changed the rules around this. This might destroy this. Okay, so that destroyed it. Okay, well, even though it's said to turn it off and save, it still seems to be taking effect, but whatever. Alright, let's see what happens if I try and shovel out a bush. Okay, still destroys it. I have to figure out what the rules are now for moving berry bushes, because I know you can, but I know they made it more of a process, because it used to be you just walked up and you could punch it, and you just brought the berry bush with you. And then you were good to go. So I see there's trees in the distance out that way. That does look like just another set of small islands. But it's not looking like I'm going to find any more lakes or anything on here for more reeds. So we're definitely going to need to leave this area. Yeah, and that was the thing. We just ripped it out of the ground. Well, we got clay. That's an important one. Okay. So this is the first thing we see that's important. So let me go ahead and put you down. We go red clay. You don't want to mark that, because we'll want that later. Yeah, we do have a couple of islands inland. Let's go check these islands real fast. See if I can't score some more reeds. Or not islands, lakes. So that's kind of the big thing, is I'm trying to get some early reeds to get the backpacks. Helps if I use the right tool. Actually, I don't care about that. Type of berry I don't recognize. Okay. Got lots of tool around this one. So this island's a bust. That island up there, or that, I keep calling them islands. That lake up there is the one I believe we did grab our stuff from. Oh, hello. In this case... Drop all that. Grabbing those carrot seeds. Alright, so we do have more reeds right here. But tech-wise, in this game, you get up to making steel, and you can do, like, windmills and all that kind of stuff. So there is, like, mechanical. They don't do anything like redstones, where you can do, like, the whole, like, you know, you pull the lever, it runs a whole series of triggers, and, you know, build your own computer in the game in that manner, and yada yada. There's probably... I'm sorry, apparently that reed belongs to the trader. But you can get, like, some pretty neat things, and, like, they do have with the, like, mechanics around the windmills and all that, you do have the idea of, a clutch and transmission and all that. Yeah. Alright. There's 3 more inventory slots. Get up here. Get up here. And honestly, that's fine. Okay. Got a couple more lakes in the area. I just want to kind of run between these lakes. This is the one we already checked out earlier. Alright. Oh, pig mad. It's okay, didn't see any reeds there anyways. Chill. Okay. Take a moment, because this is another resource we care about. Which is, boom. Red clay. Because we'll end up needing a lot of red clay in the long run. Well, clay in general, just red clay happens to be one of the clays. Night in this game can get pretty dark. We do also have the concern of you can freeze to death. We did change the temperatures so far as what the world temperatures are, as in that our character can endure, to be similar to the Homo sapiens mode, so we do actually freeze to death a little bit easier than normal. Actually, looks like a pretty big red clay area. You know, it's looking like a pretty big red clay area. It goes all the way from over here, all the way to the other side over there, and even up onto that ledge. That's got a pretty significant amount of clay to pull from. It's also interesting seeing that they made the berry bushes more involved, so instead of just flowering, ripening, whatever, that they'll be like, oh, well, this one's got that thin skin to it and all that, so it's going to give you less nutrition, and... Oh, it's a rabbit. Get that guy up. Okay. So I feel like we've explored this island for what it's worth for what I'm looking for, because we're looking for reeds, and we're looking for that. There's probably a lot of really good resources on here. Like, more than likely there's a beehive or two on here. I'm in no position to do anything with those yet, so that's fine. But, I don't think on this run I want to do an island run. We did that the last time. So, we saw this area over here to the west. I think that's where we're going to go to. And a big reason why we're doing that is you eat a lot in this game. And you actually do want to have a bit of a balanced diet. Like, you can survive on just eating berries, or just eating mushrooms, or just eating, you know, you get the idea. But, it's good to kind of split it up some. Because we can get, like, a little bit of meat, a little bit of fruit, a little bit of veggies. Actually, I could show you. I don't even need to tell you. If we look in here, you have your different diet type. So as we get, like, our nutrition from fruit up and all the other ones, It'll increase our maximum hit points and all that kind of stuff. So you do want to have some level of a balance there. So I'm not probably going to be able to do much with these islands. They got kind of this weird spiral pattern going on that's pretty cool. But I suspect I'm pretty limited what I can get at on them without doing that. Because, like, again, unlike Minecraft, I can't just walk up to a stone wall and start punching it and get anywhere. Literally, I can punch it forever and never break the stone block. The stone block is harder than my fist. So I will need a pickaxe to go through stone. And they also have the idea of, like, harder stones that you have to get a better pickaxe for and stuff like that. So it's just a mechanic in the game. The other thing that's going to happen is I'm going to get caught out, like, swimming in the ocean at night or whatever. But this island's a dud for us. We're not going to be able to work with this terrain with our tool set. But a big thing of what I want to do is I want to find, likely, a continent. And the reason for that is, with food being kind of a scarcity, say I stayed back on that island, I'd grab my handful of seeds for, like, produce and all that like I grabbed. I'd grab the handful of mushrooms on there and maybe hunt some animals. And animals respawn each season to a certain degree, but there was very genuinely a risk that I would not have enough stuff to grow to survive the first winter. And with the changes to the berries, I don't think I can rely on them nearly as much as people used to. Because it used to be a thing, you'd go around the area, rally up all the berry bushes, and make these rows of berries, like for this giant, like, orchard in front of your place. And then, for just strictly survival, not for thriving, you could live off just all the berries. Makes me think of Key Islands. They're just a chain of all these little islands next to each other. Okay, see there's a bigger island in front of me. Alright. In hindsight, what I should have done... Oh, it looks like that might be a bigger island over there. We might be heading that way. We'll head to this one because it's closer. But it looks like we might have a pretty decent-sized forested island over there. Now, a pro-con thing is you don't actually really want to live in the forest. Just like in real life, broadly speaking, the dirt in forest tends to be kind of crap. You know, all the trees are gobbling up all the nutrients and all that. So using it for, like, actual, like, farming tends to be pretty meh. But to give an idea, I just ate through over half of the berries we've collected so far to just get my hunger back under control. Kind of a wild area. Hey, Annis, how's it going? Need the kung fu skills so you can punch solid rocks? Not a matter of technique, it's a matter of physics. Rock harder than bone. Rock win. I can see nothing. Okay, I'm on land. Alright. Okay, so it's just another big island up there. We'll probably head to that big island up here. Unfortunately, it is nighttime, and we can't see crap. But yeah. So it's interesting to me, because we still have this at, like, 70% land mass. We just happen to spawn in an ocean. Now, the downside is... can't see crap. Yeah, pretty much. We can make torches and all that. I didn't stop to get grass. And trying to look around with my camera and use the little text on the top to be like, can I see it? But I think I'm on a forest area. And that does unfortunately mean a lot of the ground doesn't have grass. Let's just... start swimming. Yeah, we can't see anyways. We might as well just not see in the ocean. Now, for all I know, they've added dangerous things to the ocean, but you know what? I don't know one way or the other. And there is an ocean here. The good news is the dark part of... I'm pretty sure we had an island there that was made out of sand or gravel. And that when I got close to it, where it updated its physics, it just collapsed into the ocean. You Reaper Roar from Subnautica? Oh, could you imagine they added something like that? I mean, honestly, I think the bigger concern would be like one of the like whistles of a killer whale or whatever. You'd be like, oh no. Like, I know what that sound is. And, you know, they're not exactly the most picky of eaters. I'm gonna go to this eastern edge of this island. About the only way I know that the island's there without using the minimap is you'll notice, if you look at the stars, I can see the stars on the right hand up the middle, and that kind of cuts off in the left corner. That's actually one of the ways you would navigate without mini-maps and all that, is you go, okay, well, I've got something that's giving me a view behind it. You know, it's pitch black with little pinpoints of light. Where aren't the pinpoints of light? Okay. We got a thing for lighting fires. Pretty sure I need 2 grass for that. Okay. There we go. But also I'm remembering controls. There we go. And may we have light. Is actually to make it visible during night, built-in commands, macro brightness, but that's better for wandering around in the dark. Yeah, and that's the thing, that's like one of the dangers of the threats. Okay, so let's do a quick little addition onto the maps. I'm gonna go, okay, just to mark, trees. Because oak trees, I remember being relevant for some stuff. This is just so, like, later on it can be, like... later on if I'm looking, because you use oak trees for a couple different things specifically. Yeah, we actually did just start our map with 70% land cover as opposed to 97.5% or whatever the default is. So it would promote us having some, like, oceans or whatever. Huh! And even with that little bit, we are getting straight on, like, ocean with little spottings of islands here and there. It's not looking promising for us finding more seeds on it. That's a big find. Bees! I don't know where they are, but there are bees here somewhere. Bees can be a real pain in the butt to find. They're incredibly useful. Go to the beach today? Nice. Hope you had a good time. Oh, they add strawberries to the game. That's cool. Or maybe they're here before and I just wasn't in this climate before. But either way, it's cool regardless of why it's there. Like, yeah, we're actually finding a lot of them. Hole into the abyss? What are you I'm seeing? Oh, that's just the top of a log at a weird angle. Never mind. So we do have more redwood up here. Okay. So again, I don't think this island's large enough to sustain us. Like, later on, when you start getting to the point of being able to do greenhouses and all that kind of stuff, it's way easier to make this work. Okay. Before I pull up the map and just look, though, let's see if we can't find the next islands using, you know, conventional means. What I'm going to do is get to the side here without putting out our torch. You want to be close to ground level. And thank you, Zoffer, for the tier 1 sub. That's 27 months you've been subbed to the channel. Sorry, 28 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. Means a heck of a lot. So, unfortunately, I think we got clouds, because this area, you see there's a big gap of no stars, so something is obscuring our vision. The downside is I'm seeing a little bit over here. There might be an island over there where you can see, like, there's big gaps in the stars there and there. You know, this is the island we're on over there. But yeah, so there's probably a cloud over here. But, so my guess before we start swimming is that I'm facing relatively towards an island. I may or may not be right. Let's go find out. But that's a trick they used to use way back in the day, too, is like, you know, when you're looking at your horizon trying to look for islands and all that, you would just look at your star line or whatever, and you'd look for the gaps in it. But it requires it to be a big enough island. Little teeny tiny close to the ground islands wouldn't stand out. But it's also, as you can see, it could be clouds. A near to the ground cloud would also give you the false positive that you're looking at something. It wasn't a foolproof thing. I don't know what this has to do with Microsoft. Microsoft's uninvolved with this game. I get the joke, but this isn't Minecraft. No, play along. Yeah, but why play along when I could do stuff like explain the joke? Or stuff like that. Everyone knows the joke becomes infinitely more funny when you explain the whole thing. Am I seeing something there, or am I just... Like, it seems like there's a big cone missing from the star lines there. Now, one of the catches is, this being video game, things can just load in weird. Yeah, I think that could be clouds over there. And it might be getting fooled, because there's... I think this whole thing might be clouds, so I might have gotten okey-doked by the clouds. Now, usually in this game, past, like, your first day or two, you're probably not running around in the dark with no light. And if you're wondering, like, why are you not breaking out your torch to, like, light your way with all that, unfortunately, I am swimming in the ocean, and your torches do go out. So it's okay. You just keep your lit torch, you just shove it in your pocket, and you're good. But if I accidentally pull out my torch right now, it will put out my torch, and then I won't have it at all. Like, I can put it down and relight it again when we find land, but it won't be giving me light until then. What is this with us? We're supposed to have 70% land coverage. Now, the good news is, it also doesn't stay dark super long. I want to say it's 5 a.m. that you start getting, like, proper light up again. For all the realism of the game, it's a bit off to the torch. I think that's just a practicality thing. You do, 70% of the land is covered in water. I mean, technically there's land under everything. Unless there's just like an abyss, but then we have to get into the discussion of like, okay, if I had like a hole through the entire core of the planet coming out the other side, like how you'd go and calculate that so far as land coverage of the world, and also how long before the world collapses in on itself and horrible things happen. Yep, it does, Juice is also correct that the length of day does change as the season. 9% land coverage is the inverse of Earth, so imagine getting on land on the east coast of the US and then walking northwest until you get the giant ocean. This is true. Well, whatever we got going on in front of it, it is gradually taking up more and more of my screen that I'm seeing less and less. We either have lots and lots of cloud cover in front of me, or we are approaching something. Because I'm facing forward. Oh, I think it's just the rain coverage. That the rain is blocking my view to the stars now. So now we swim in utter darkness. It's okay, I'm gonna eat some of my... I just put out my torch. We're eating some comfort blueberries. And I accidentally switched to my torch while I was doing that, which put it out instantly. Well, I mean, the good news is we have about 2-ish minutes until we get daylight regardless. Yeah, I mean, I've done it without the mini-map. The big problem with no mini-map and no actual map is the game, it can be fun from an exploration standpoint. Like, for stream, it's fun to, like, explore and find the resource and all that. But it is a thing when you're playing on your own, it's okay to take forever to get anything done. But it kind of sucks for viewing when this person's, like, slowly, meticulously working around their area and making roads between things and all that. That way, if they get lost, they can just, you know, look for where they put, like, this little tower up here with a road that leads back to home and that kind of stuff. So you could just burn really absurd amount of time just basically building infrastructure purely for when you get lost. Yeah, so the sun should start, yeah, we're starting to see the very, very inklings of brightness on the clouds there. Yeah, so we have like full-on cloud coverage in all directions. Oh, tree. And we didn't even use the map or the mini-map to actually locate it, because it's not visible on the mini-map yet. And this was definitely not what I saw with blocking the trees. I think it was just the cloud coverage was low enough that I wasn't seeing it. Or just video game things. That said, this doesn't look like that big of an island. When you actually turn the game into Transport Fever or City Skylines by building realistic transit infrastructure. Oh, you know what? That actually might be a decent-sized island. Not a huge one. I mean, it's definitely not tiny. That's more viable to potentially living on. And I need to remember to relight my torch and put it back in my pocket before it gets dark again. So that way we have the light. But this is looking a bit more encouraging for living on. I don't know if we're talking an actual continent yet or just straight up a big island. But either's fine. I just need there to be enough area, because right now I only found 7 seeds. Which is not remotely enough to survive on. And thank you, Firebird, for the 7 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Is the map all islands? No, we're actually supposed to be 70% land. We just happen to spawn in an ocean. But this might be a continent we're looking at. Unfortunately, I believe that gear spinning on the left down below is saying that we're slowly going down in stability. This game does have, it's kind of their equivalent of like a sanity, but it's like the temporal stability of the world. Spinning left means gradually things will become more and more unstable until creatures start spawning just all around us. Generally speaking, I run very little mods. I technically have the mod for Napster. I was trying to turn it off so that was like loaded but like disabled, but it didn't seem to take. Because that's just, you know, early game, I want to kind of show it the way it's supposed to work. And then when we get to like mid game, it's like, alright man, I've made like 50 knives. I'm just gonna do that. Okay, looks like we got a bunch of sand over there. So we are looking for any types of plants that I can get seeds from. We're looking for reeds, we're looking for berries. Alright, that's sandstone locally. Because there's certain types of stones that get you really, really excited. Like, for example, if you find bauxite, bauxite's a good one to find. Limestone is really, really good to find. We're also checking the fragments on the ground because sometimes you'll find, like, bits of copper in it. If you find bits of copper in it, 1, you get the copper. But also, 2, that means you now know where you can find in the future. Alright, so we found some seeds for rye. But you love finding sandstone because it often means tons of galena is nearby, and you can make lamps with that fairly easily. Oh, right, the galena was lead, if I remember correctly? I'm just happy we've already located bees. I haven't found, like, anything else. But we know there's bees on the map. We got a pool of water up here. Unfortunately, no reeds by any of this water. And all the soil here is pretty garbage. Yeah, so spelt is good for 90 days in my pocket. But if we look at the berries, they're all about 2 days. I wonder if they gave tool more uses, because remember tool as well as ones you grab and you're like, oh man, that's only good for like 1 or 2 things. They did not? Yeah, tool was mostly for making thatch roofs. I remember doing that one run, and I came to realize just how ridiculously much tool it took, and I was like, I'm never doing this again. I think my favorite roots are slate. Got cypress trees. Wait, Mediterranean cypress? That might be just a different breed, because that looks nothing like the cypress I remember. We have cypress in Florida, but it's a very different tree than that. But it could just be like Mediterranean cypress is like wildly different than what we have here. Cypress trees tend to be like the longest lived trees we have here. Some of those jokers get to be thousands of years old. Which is weird. Think about it's like this tree has been here longer than like, you know, we were still on the other side of the ocean hitting each other with swords and shields, and this tree was there. Yeah, no, if I was gonna make thatch, I'd probably use the grass instead. What are you? You're just sand. You're not interesting. Oh, we got a ruin here. Got a big hole in the ground. Okay, so you gave me brown coal. So I want to mark this. Bony sand. Okay, so we got a really big lake here. Yeah, so we're looking at what's pretty much a continent. Hey, were you full of reeds? Thank you. Alright, so we've got all our backpack space. We got a decent, like, little ruin here. That's kind of cool. So I think what we want to do now is figure out where we're living. So there's a giant lake here. And we got a big sand area up there. It looks like some forest over here. Clay by that ruin? Did I overlook clay? See the forest. Oh, there we go. Red clay. Good eye. So we did talk about, we technically do have where I can move water sources, but we're kind of honorary only moving water sources for stuff like the blacksmith, but for farming we're not going to. Usually what I do for my farms is I'll have a tendency to go up to the water's edge and actually build out into like the lake and river to make my area before I can move the water. I'm going to avoid doing that. Let's try and find one of these lakes that's a little higher up in the hills. And we can use that for a water source where we'll like do a flat layer, the water goes down through the middle, and then, you know, we go to the next tile, we do a flat layer so that we can just kind of ramp the water down. So like have kind of an aqueduct as it would. Still got sandstone. Make Roman aqueducts. Animals are enabled and drifters are enabled. We basically started with the normal, we basically started with the normal, like, save start and kind of just adapted the world gen a little bit. The only thing we did turn off is we did turn off the rifts. So we do have, like, the temporal storms and that, but the rifts are turned off. Our grass is a little different colors than I'm used to seeing. We also spawned ourselves in not the hot climate, but the warm climate, because generally I always start temperate. I just want to do something different. We got another little ruin over here. Now later on with some of these ruins, it could definitely be worth digging down into them. You can find bony soil, which is very useful. You can find, like you saw, those cracked clay pots. You can usually find those quite often. And they can contain some pretty good stuff. That's usually something to worry about. Get out of here, raccoons. These are my berries. And hey, Fistful, thank you for the 170 stream streak. I do appreciate it. We're not really doing anything ourselves for 4th of July. It's actually been storming here all day, which kind of selfishly I'm happy that we're not spending all evening listening to fireworks blasting off all night, but I totally know that's, you know, it's a big bummer for a lot of people, and I, you know, one of those things that's kind of like, yeah, that's a bummer. But at the same time, like, for me, I'm not a big fan of fireworks anymore, so it would be a lie to say I'm unhappy about it. But I can empathize for those who are looking forward to fireworks and can't. Yeah, for our 4th of July, we actually just ordered pizza. We kind of did stuff yesterday. We went to, it's marketed as an indoor theme park, which I won't give too many details because it's kind of a unique enough thing that don't dox yourself, that kind of nonsense. But it was very much not a theme park. It was kind of like, the way to describe it is it was like a mall, because it used to be one. But instead of having a bunch of retail shops all around it, you know, trying to sell you clothes or whatever, jewelry, all that nonsense, instead where you'd have all your stores, they were all like entertainment things. There was like axe throwing, darts, you had like go-karts and a whole bunch of stuff. There was a movie theater, yada yada. So it's kind of neat. It was like if a mall, instead of being around shopping, was around like entertainment. They had like arcades and all that. Which is like, okay, you know, it definitely felt like a great place if you got kids that are old enough. There's some bow ties. Let's go the other way. I'm actually surprised. There must be an underground area over there. So those enemies, they will make like a little scream, and then they'll shoot a harpoon at you, and they hurt like hell. Ooh, wait. Slate. I like slate. Slate is great for making roofs. I saw just a little slate. I'm not seeing the surface. Andesite you find almost everywhere. Right now I'm just trying to get past these woods. What do I see? So we got a drifter up ahead. Drifter's like kind of the equivalent of a zombie. Yeah, but they throw rocks at you sometimes if you get away from them too much. Part of the reason I don't want to be in the woods is the frequency you'll find like wolves and bears and all that in the woods. Sometimes they throw rocks at each other. I hadn't seen that one before, but that's kind of cool. But yeah, so what we're looking for is some hills, any kind of elevation, hills, plateau, don't really care about that. It can't be stone because I can't mine it yet. That's got a lake or river or body of water of some capacity that is not an ocean, up a little ways in elevation. And then the plan is going to be to use that to make areas that we can, oh, I broke my knife. That we can mine. Or not mine, we can farm. Yeah, let's check this thing with Napster again. So, Napster, GUI. I chose... Determines how the feature can be accessed by players on the server. I guess because it's not on a server. Let's see napping. Voxels per click, instant complete. Well, yeah, so it looks like I can't really turn it off without disabling the mod. Maybe when I go on a break at some point, I'll quickly like pop out, disable the mod, reload the save. Because I'll probably use that mod as the run goes on later on, when, you know, we've been making our 3000th knife or whatever. But early game, I do kind of want to show up, be like, oh, hey, here's how the clay works. I mean, the clay you can actually do without it, even with Napster loaded, because you can just manually do it. But the napping, where you're like chipping away bits of the stone, you can't really work around. I believe also the blacksmithing, you can also do it. Like without, like even with a mod loader, you can just not choose the autocomplete tool. Pretty sure these are, Chantels are, safe to eat. Oh, okay. Eat the strawberries. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, I'm up to the point of a second stack of reeds, so I'm going to actually drop those 3 for inventory space reasons. I will take the tops of these off until I get a stack. Because until I'm based up somewhere, if I keep just gremlin gobbling up all of this stuff, I just don't have inventory space. And all I'll end up doing is chucking a bunch of stuff on the ground anyways. In this game, a lot of stuff does rot, does disappear over time. What type of trees? Bald cypress. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's a full stack. Alright, so you're going to go ahead and we will not eat the mushrooms unless it's like an inventory space concern. We got our ruin up ahead. Hello? Copper flax? Or phalanx, whatever. So that's a weapon. Nope, there's bony soil down here. Let's mark that. Yeah, it's not like a huge find, but it's definitely not something I'm going to complain about. It'll definitely help for at least a little while. Like I said, we're mostly looking for... I need to get out of the forest. That's one thing. Because if you look at the forest soil, it's low fertility. So growing stuff in it's kind of crap. I want to get past the forest. And this is one of the things you can like burn a bit of time early game doing. It is a dangerous thing to go too far with. Because you really do want to get set up to start growing stuff pretty early. Okay, so that's not forest on the other side there. You got yourself a big like spire of a mountain over there. That's cool. Lots of reeds over here. Decent sized body of water. Now, where I said you don't want to be in a forest, you do want to be near a forest, though. And a big part of that is you are going to be cutting down a lot of trees. Yes, this is a big old lake, right? Yes, these two lakes connect. We've got our giant ocean down there. So we got some elevation here, so if we can find a lake up here at one of these higher areas, that should be perfect. So we can start setting up around there, and then just kind of do shelves for our farm. What is that plant? I don't recognize you. A mugwort. It's a type of flower. Okay. Oh, sounds like there's finally a gap in the rain. I'm starting to hear a couple fireworks going off. That's fine. I don't have inventory space for it right now. Oop, we got clay. This is getting even more encouraging. Where are you at? Okay, that's a couple tiles up. Only like 1 or 2. We're definitely gonna need more than that. Go check out some of these other lakes we see up here. Because this is really hilly. The pro and con here is once we get set up, this will be really nice. The con is I'm gonna run into problems getting set up. Ooh, flax. Put you in my offhand. That'll make us hungry fast. That's not what I wanted to grab. I'll make us hungry faster, but I think that's fine for right now. Okay, that's a deer. We have 2 knives? Yeah, we found one and it broke the clay pot. It was one of the things I debated chucking. Alright, well that's low elevation. That's a find. Gold! See, because that native gold quartz has gold in it, it does mean there's going to be an area to find gold down below it. Right now, I don't got where to put that gold. I'm not going to be able to use it for a long time. So it's good to know it's there, even if I can't use it right now. It's a pretty wild spire with like the giant trees up on the tippy top of it. Here's all this water laying in low-laying areas. Almost like it flows downhill or something. Which the world gen, it won't just sit there and put it at the, it won't just put it like lower elevations. Yeah, so stuff like that, if you have the ground collapse on it, it'll still appear like that. But you'll walk, and I think it's when you get close enough, it'll run the calculation on the physics, you just see the whole thing just go thump. Like it break down into stuff. It can be really nasty when you're walking around and the physics kicks in, and then everything just collapses down suddenly underneath you. Give me all that rye. Because everyone knows it's the rye or the Kaiser. It's the rye or the Kaiser. It's the thrill of one bite. Would you like an appetizer? Is that bauxite I see? I believe that is bauxite I see. Okay, so it's gonna mark it. I don't know what area this is covering. Probably don't use... We'll use that. Because we keep doing the ones I'm doing the copper with. So we can eat almond mushrooms as well. Let's see here. The sticks, well actually... Well, it's good to get the flax. It's not that urgent right now. Killa popped in here earlier, but, like, you know, with everything going on, might be out, might be lurking, like, obviously, we'll let him lurk, all that kind of good stuff. It's going into another forest. I don't really want to go into our forest. Oh yeah, we could definitely see there's Boxit down there. Let's keep going northwest. Which I'm assuming by going north and west, I'm actually going towards colder. There's boars over there. Let's not get ourselves gored if we don't need to. Alright, the boars would sound lovely. Those are wolves. That's what we're hoping to find, is just bunches of seeds. If I die, I will spawn on that island. It would be unpleasant to die right now. Okay, this is workable. That's at least a good 4 or 5 tiles high. This is workable. This is doable. It's a little bunched in with all these ledges and all that. We got... Like, the soil sucks, but we can fix that. Alright. After watching, you decided to do a Rimworld Grasslands run. Got a random arsonist who joined on their own. And looked around the island and said, oh good, and then burnt down half it. Oh yeah. No, it's definitely one of those things with the grasslands. Like, you've got to approach with a very high level of caution about, like, okay, what can I do to mitigate the risk of fire getting everywhere? Right now I'm just kind of wearing out my shovel. Just open up this space. Oh, crap. Yeah, no, that's a good call. So, for those who missed what that was about, the game has a concept of temporal stability. And basically that's, you know, as it goes down, eventually enemies will start spawning. So while this is a really good spot, what will inevitably happen is if I stay here, slowly we will lose our stability to the point that enemies spawn, like right here where we're at. It is one of the mechanics that can be kind of a bummer, is you can find a good spot, and then you stand there and you see your gear turning and going, well, never mind. I don't get to live here. I've been very fortunate in my runs past that hasn't been a problem. This is the first time I've run into where the spot I was looking at ended up being a problem, but it is what it is. And the way we can tell that is that gear in the middle, if it's spinning left, left bad. Right good, left bad, not moving is, you know, also good. You just don't want it going left. Left mean it is actively going down. Yeah, most spots won't do that. Like, you see I'm getting a little farther away and the gear is slowing down more and more. And now it's turning right. Right is good. So the problem with this lake is it's too low. Because we are trying to make it where I don't move the water sources. Like, I technically can, but we're playing as if I can't. That's fine. How long do we have in you? 2 days, 2 days. 18 days, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, as you go deeper and deeper, your sanity, sorry, your stability will pretty much always degrade. But we're talking like underground, above ground. There's just some spots that are no good. Start low elevation. The plan for that spot is because we're doing the whole thing where I'm not going to move water sources, which we do have it where I'm allowed to mechanically in the game. I'm just like honorary not doing it. So I'm gonna move it just for like the kitchen and the blacksmith, just to have like a container there for that. But as far as farming goes, we won't move it. Honestly, at this point, scarf these berries, we'll take the mushrooms. They last longer. But I need to find a water source that isn't at like a very low elevation, because then I'm going to do almost like a steps, where you'll have like one ledge, it'll go, you know, 4 or 5 tiles or whatever distance it can before I need to drop it down in elevation to keep the water flowing downhill, and just kind of, you know, do a ledge, go 4 or 5 tiles worth of crops, drop 4 or 5 tiles worth of crops, drop, you know, until we hit whatever like normal level is. Oh, it's just going up? Ah, no, it's a ridge that goes up and then back down. I got excited. But yeah, so we're just looking for like a little lake or a pond. It doesn't need to be high elevation. It just needs to be like 4 or 5 tiles above the lowest elevation, for like where water level is. I mean, this one's high, but it's gonna be like one I'm gonna need a pickaxe and a lot of work to do anything with. Like that other one you saw would have been good if it wasn't for the bad stability. Okay, this is workable maybe. No, it's not. Never mind. I thought this dropped down over here. Up, more red clay. And this isn't a waste of time running around doing this, by the way. We're finding clay, which I'm going to need lots of. We're finding lots and lots of seeds, which I'm going to have to dedicate actual time to just looking for seeds. So I'm just kind of, you know, I'm trying to accomplish one thing, but actually accomplishing others. There's the boars again. Yeah, there's probably gonna be low-level lakes over here. That lake in the middle of those ridges might be high or low. Probably low. The lake past that, though, that might be higher. And you can get lakes like straight up on the top of mountains, so it's not like they don't exist or something. Yeah, so you got bauxite rock here. That's actually a very good thing. Later on, there's stuff we want that only shows up with Bauxite, and you use Bauxite for stuff. Okay, so that's definitely a low one. All right. To be fair, most of my runs I've been able to find Bauxite in relatively not terrible amounts of time. Oh. So the problem I have is I threw out my stuff for lighting the torch because of inventory space earlier. And I accidentally stepped in the water and put out my torch. So now I got the problem that I can't see. And what I need to do... Oh, that's grass. Okay, this is workable. We're doing it. I think I'm physically standing in water right now. I cannot see at all what is happening. Okay, I believe... Where did it go? My torch is here somewhere. Somewhere on the ground, I have placed my torch. I have the thing for lighting it. That's rock. Oh, wait, wait. There you are. Aha! Now this time let's do that without accidentally immediately putting out my torch in water. Get out of these woods before I get mauled by wolves or a bear. Because I really do need to be getting something going. Yeah, the waterfall would work for me as well. The problem is that's in a woods biome. And the woods biome, all the dirt has terrible fertility. Did it mark the bauxite? Or I could just look at the giant field of bauxite ahead of me. Oh wait, are you a high elevation lake? You're just on the other side of the hill. You're just on the other side of the hill, never mind. I literally started right next to a trader. I just didn't have anything we could do with it. Okay, so we're now in a low stability area. We got bony sand here, so let's mark that. And the reason we care about bony sand is you can get gears and candles out of them. You know what? It ain't forest. That is a waterfall. That is workable. Oh, thank you. I keep not checking that. Yeah, so we still have the sanity going down here. For stability. Can eat the field mushrooms. Those should last like 12 or 18 days. The sanity, the stability being all the areas we find waters, we're just... Yeah, like, I'm getting good luck on the... I found Boxit right away, which is not super rare at all. So it's nice to have, but it's also not like, oh man, like, this run is go or anything like that. So it's like, oh, Boxit, that's cool. I don't want to stand near this very long because enemies will spawn down there. But I do want my seeds. There are so many raccoons. I got the seeds. Well, it'd be good to get the actual, other bits. The seeds are the important part for me right now. I'm gonna keep going this way. It's getting turned around because it's dark. 3. But as you can see, with our food going up, we've actually gained a good amount of max hit points. In each food group, you can keep your satiation up on. The more your max hit points go up and all that, which helps a lot. So that's where it starts to matter about trying to get as many food groups covered as possible. And so, like, fruit historically has been extremely easy. Oh, well, that's a big hit. You gotta go back out the way it came. Can't see at all what I'm doing because all these trees in the way. Trying to be careful not walk into a lake and put this thing back out. Later on you can get a lantern and you can actually carry the lantern underwater and it won't go out. Okay. Yeah, so we got a giant field of boxes just north of us, which will be great for mid to late game. They'll give us lots of good stuff. Plus, I really do like the aesthetic of Boxit. The very first time I played on stream, we did like an entire place where I used Boxit for my basement and everything because I just like the bright orange bricks. Alright, so back to a forest biome where the, thing stuff. Yeah, haven't quite. So I've noticed now that like the frequency we could find berries that are good, usable, whatever, is far, far lower, which I think is good. And I've noticed if I just try and go and yoink up a berry, I just destroy the berry bush. I haven't figured out how you transplant them yet. Because the knife nor the shovel worked. And I'm sure there's a way, I just haven't sorted out. I could seriously hurt falling, but it might be just jumping down here. Okay, a little minor injury, and then we're about out of that. Slippery. You can't pull them up anymore? Yeah, no, you can't just walk up and yoink them. I know there's a process of moving them, but, right, no backseating? Yeah, no, I played, this isn't my first time. For, like, the berry thing, what was it, J? Blanket on the button that brings up your whole how to do everything button. Oh, I forgot Q throw stuff. H, that's right. Yeah, so we go... Yeah, because it's probably just going to be in here now. What they'll have going in here. Oh yeah, they do actually have a whole, like, if you're new to the game, you're like, man, how do you learn it? You just click start tutorial. It'll walk you through stuff. I actually feel like they do a really good job in this game for most of it. Let's see. I'm just thinking they got a new area for it. Because they probably do. Yeah, quenching and tempering is new. That wasn't a thing the last time I played. You don't see it mentioned there. It's fine, we won't fuss with it too much. But yeah, my suspicion it'll be something you have to like grow it up to a certain point, or you have to like break the box underneath it, or something. I mean, it's probably that. Found by looking for a specific berry bush? Okay, we can do that. A strawberry. Wild strawberry plants. Carrot propagation. Wild fruiting bushes cannot be moved. If you break them, you'll just get plant debris. However, you can propagate them by attaining a cutting via control right-click with the knife and planting the cutting on regular soil, not farmland. The fertility soil will then be planted on the effect. Okay. Okay, so you take cuttings. That's fair. That doesn't work with strawberries in real life, but it does work with blackberries and a bunch of these other ones, so sure, why not? Walked over beets? They're not like right back here. Red clay. So you can take multiple cuttings from a plant? Yeah, we can check. Gotcha, and then I just plant another one. Hey, the Ents, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I believe I saw you're playing some Tales of Seikyu again? Oh no, Baldur's Gate, that's right. Baldur's Gate. So I hope you had fun with that. And also, check out, Basette was playing some, I actually don't remember, his Little Rocket Lab. I know I've been playing a lot lately, but does also play like Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of stuff as well, turn-based RPGs. Both great places to check out some games and all that good stuff. Yeah, so definitely B-Will's things to be interesting about taking a cutting and then start planting them there. I think the idea behind that is it means you'd grab the cutting and you don't get like the payout for it for a while. Because that was always one of the things you could do genuinely to get through your first year, is just get a ton of berry bushes and then just make like this endless rows of them. And you get pretty far in the winter until it started to be an issue. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. So we got a bunch of forest here and a bunch of forest there. We got some more flatlands down there. And we've got some of this up here that might be higher elevation, but these are these big stripy hills. They're not really going to be able to build it until we have a pickaxe. And the good thing is we're getting a lot of seeds. Like a lot of seeds. So when I do eventually get situated, I'll at least have seeds to plant. You know, Tales of Seikuu, from what I played, has been a lot of fun. It's just not something that did particularly well for me on stream, so it's like, well, once it's like, okay, I'll... You know, this is a me for my own time game. Yeah, no, exactly. It probably works exactly like the fruit trees, where you kind of get your cuttings and all that. And so it takes you a little while to get your orchard made. But, like, once you get established, you're in pretty good shape. I think those are poisonous. Regardless, I don't have the inventory space for them, so I guess it doesn't matter. That's chickens. They can just keep doing their chicken thing. So mostly right now, just trying to cut across the other side of this forest. I'm also trying to keep an eye on the stones on the ground. Just in the off chance you see, you know, lead or iron or copper or whatever at the surface. Because I've had quite a few runs where I run around like this. And pretty early on find a couple areas with like copper on the surface. You only need enough copper to get like one pickaxe and a prospector's pick and such up. And then once you've got that going, you can kind of get the things snowballing. I've been keeping your eyes peeled for pine sap. Yeah, we haven't been in a pine forest here that I've noticed too much. It's been mostly maple and oak. Which is good, because a lot of times you might have to travel to find oak. But it's bad. We also have had lots of redwood. Yeah, there was one of the runs that I found the iron node, like, super early. Like, way before I could actually do anything with it. So it was like, I had this iron node where I knew exactly where it was, but I had to, like, wait to get my tools up to be able to use it. It was a very atypical run. Alright, we got Pete here. Sure, we'll do this. Alright, so we do got pine here. And birch. Is it still 0%? Yes. Don't think about pine as appearing like you grow a pine tree and you get pine. It's just a box that spawns in that happens to appear to spawn in on pine trees. So like even if pine trees were to self-propagate in the game, once you cut away a resin spot, it's gone forever. Luckily, there's tons, like, the world is ridiculously large, so if you do actually, like, cut them away, it's not that bad. It just means you need to look in another area for it. Alright, that's more than just a little bit of flax I'm leaving on the ground. Let's take that. Yeah, it's the thing. If I wasn't doing the thing where we're trying to make it where I don't move water sources, we would already be setting up shop and putting all that stuff in the ground. But because I'm doing it where, like, we have mechanically, I'm able to move the water sources, but kind of like honorary for farming, we're going to have to, like, leave that, you know, where it is. Because, you know, it'd be like in real life, you'd find a spring you could build your stuff by, that's fine. Or, you know, you, like, break off from the side of the river. But, like, the idea of just making yourself an artificial, you know, lake by bucket is kind of not realistic. So we're just kind of gaming around with that. And he found 2 spots that looked good, but then had low stability, which kind of sucked. So I keep kind of hoping along these ridges here, we'll see another spot like I had before where there's a waterfall. Because a waterfall would be very doable. Because the other way is the way I've done almost all my runs previously, which is I would literally find a lake and I would build my farm out into the lake. So they're just surrounded by water on all sides. And I'm just trying to not do the exact same thing I've done previously, to do something different. Okay, so we don't have super much longer till my berries go bad. Yeah, I've done from the lakeshore as well. Man, there's beets. We can also eat red wine mushrooms. Well, these berries are about to go bad. We're just going to shovel them all into our mouth. Okay. So grab the red wine berries. The beet itself I'm just going to leave on the ground because I don't have the inventory space. But we did grab the seeds so I can grow more later. Well, on the good side, we've got a lot of mushrooms to help us out short term. I've got tons and tons of seeds. I definitely need to get the seeds in the ground somewhere. Wait. Shale. Ah, I got all excited. I thought it was going to be slate. Mostly the only thing that slate's good for is it makes for really good looking roofs. Like, it's just fine. It's just like another stone otherwise. But I really like the slate roofs. They're very low effort. They look good. You don't have to go through a whole big process to make them. Okay. Now we got our trading spot. I don't anticipate it'll have anything they want, but we'll go walk in and say hi. Local goods trader. Got anything to trade? I can buy flaxseed, cabbage seed, and parsnip seeds. And I can sell linen bags, scythes, and hoes. Okay. Well, I got plenty of puffball mushrooms. I'm ready to trade a map? I really should. Boom. Yeah, hose. Gardening equipment. Not to be mistaken for hose, as in the tube you put into against a faucet on the outside of your house to spray water at a distance. Man. Not where you thought I was gonna go with that? That's the idea. Alright, so we got more red clay. I mean, one good news is we have found so much red clay that we can just do clay things for a very long time. It's a nice big lake. Automod is getting a workout. Okay, so we got some giant spires over here. We also have what looks like a geothermal spot over there. I saw some ruins and all that. I'm just trying to jog right now so I can hopefully find a place to get started. We're spending our whole time just walking, and that does happen. Because it's kind of one of those things, like, you don't need to spend forever, like, looking for the right spot or anything like that. But there's some benefit to being a bit picky. Oh, I see a waterfall. Alright, Gear, you're not allowed to spin left. Alright? No spinny lefty. Should I just stick to the lakes and rivers that I'm used to? But it's not Minecraft. Where's the waterfall I saw? I saw a waterfall along this spire. I believe that is a geothermal. Or not, like... Oh, yeah, that is a usable waterfall. That is a super usable waterfall. I can make an unethically large farm with that. And the gear is not moving. Not one peep. And the dirt here is already mostly medium fertility. Okay, so what we need to figure out doing first is how I'm managing my inventory right now. Because I've got a full inventory. And we could definitely go up here. Oh, that comes all the way from up there, man. We could just go... We found our home market. This is fair. Alright. What I'm thinking is we start leveling out some of this area, and this ends up being home up here, because it'll also give me a bunch of the medium dirt to use for whatever I need. But first I need to clear out enough inventory space that I could do anything. So if you can just hold on to these sticks. Alright, Ground, I need you to just do me a favor. Hold on to those sticks, okay? Don't move. As I say, and I go, you know what I need? Not what I wanted. That's what I did. Alright, so what I need to do now... Just want to start leveling out an area here. That could be home. I'm doing this partly so I have a flat area to put my house. The anomaly DLC for RimWorld is pricey. Was it like 25, 30 bucks? For the record, pretty much all of RimWorld's DLC except for royalty tends to be in that price range because they do add a ton to the game. RimWorld's one of those games that you don't get many sales for. They know the value of their game, and they charge the price. Factorio is probably the most notorious for that. Factorio, I think its entire history is in like one sale or something like that. They don't do sales. Then go to the shovel breaks, we're gonna pick up a bunch of this, go to the other side, start making our, That's what they're thinking in the current sale? RimWorld or Factorio? I'd be shocked if Factorio was on sale. Again, it's not that it's literally never been on sale. Well, actually, has it literally been never on sale? I thought maybe they did a sale for, like, when it first dropped the, Space Age. But yeah, broadly speaking, I know the Factorio devs have been, like, very outspoken that they're like, sales are dumb. Oh, that's gonna be a little concerning. Yeah, let's just plug that up real fast. We'll aim somewhere around this height for the first. Keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just going to keep stacking this up. So worry about that in a minute. Okay. I don't remember how many tiles out this goes. I want to say it's like 3 or 4. Yeah, no, Factorio is definitely a game, like, they basically never put it on sale, but, like, they also have a very fair price, so it's not that big a deal. We're going to be doing a lot of changes up here. Okay, I think this is part of this way as we can go. And obviously I'm going to want to do stuff down here. Okay. Alright, so let's throw that there for a moment. Throw the whole stack here for a moment. Grab the stick I dropped earlier. We can make the hoe real fast and plant a bunch of this stuff. Give me that back. Okay. But yeah, so what you're supposed to do with the napping is you go around, you cut that out. I need to figure out how I can disable that mod. Like I said, what we'll do is we'll probably take a break at some point. Like when I go for like the restroom break or whatever. And when that happens, I'll go and get that all sorted. So let's go and grab the mushrooms I have the least of. Because we're going to need to eat. And this is where we're going to get into the whole thing about spending a little bit of time working on our food, then a little bit of time, like, basically working on food for tomorrow, and then a little bit of time working on, like, getting food for right now. The napping is vanilla. Well, the napping is vanilla. The mod that's automatically going through the grid thing that I have, that's not vanilla. What is going on now? Did they make the animation longer? So I'm doing is just hoeing all this field. But if you look at this, at the top, it says growing speeds, and it has N, P, and K. That's for nitrogen, potassium, and phosphate, or was it phosphate? I always forget the last one. Nitrogen, potassium, and one other thing. But it's basically the fertilizer, or the different nutrients that most crops use, and like different crops have different requirements and all that. And you might look at that and go, oh my god, that's so much information. Like, this is just so much to deal with. Don't sweat it. The only thing you as a player worry about is you look at it and go, okay, the one that has an N is low. Okay, I'll just plant a crop that doesn't mark the N. And you'll see what I'm talking about here in a minute. Just let me go ahead and get this. They also have the moisture percent. Broadly speaking, yes, potassium, was it phosphate was the last one? Because nitrogen, potassium, and I think phosphate was the last one of the 3 nutrients. Because they had to deal with that crap when gardening, which usually was like, if I remember correctly, this is going on memory, so grain is salt and all that. Broadly speaking, generally with plants that you wanted to have like large, leafy, greener parts, the nitrogen tended to be the one you need a bit more of. Whereas stuff like fruiting plants and flowering plants, you ended up needing the other 2 a bit more. Like, and each plant had their kind of their own balance that was about right. But broadly speaking, you'd buy fertilizers that you'd have like your fruit fertilizer, your flowering fertilizer, if you weren't mixing your own stuff. But there were always exceptions. Okay, so we look at this. I have my turnips. My turnips say required nutrient N. And so what that would mean is when I plant these, they're going to slowly absorb the nitrogen out of the soil. And then meanwhile, I've got the carrots, and the carrots say required nutrients K. So they're going to slowly absorb the K nutrients out of the soil. Now, the nutrients will recover on its own as long as you do like crop rotations. Oh my god, I have that many seeds? Okay, hang on. I missed how many seeds I actually had. But the good news is that did clear a lot of stuff out of my inventory to actually get some more work done. But yeah, normally without the mod, where you see where I click and it's removing one box another, I can show you the next time like how it would actually be if I wasn't using the mod, just pretend. But like I said, I'll turn off the mod when we go on break, because I was hoping I could just disable it while playing, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, that's low fertility, so we don't want to plant in that. But the good news, I don't think you need to replow the soil between harvests and all that. I remember this being way faster. Okay. It needs to go down a tile earlier. Yeah, what I'm going to ultimately do from this other area is, you notice I'm making this big hollow area underneath by accident, or just the way it's turning out. I will ultimately be filling a bunch of that in. We'll probably make that like underground storage cellar, whatever. I don't have a plan specifically on how I'm tackling it. Plan for right now is to use the medium fertility dirt that we've got. Keep that on the surface level. And then we'll end up using like whatever crappier dirt we get on the lower levels. But so much of the early game is all around your food. It goes fast with metals. Yeah, that's typical. It makes sense, because it was one of those things that I broadly found there was very little reason to ever make the hoe specifically out of like metal. Sure, its durability lasted longer, and that's fine, whatever. But that just wasn't that relevant or important. So I'd just run with the stone one forever, or flint, or whatever we had. But yeah, with the slower animation speed, I can definitely see justification. But this is fine, because then we can go ahead and gradually make like our steps of farmland, and then make our steps of, you know, berries and all that. Don't worry about that side until we have more dirt in place over there. So now see, we got the next one. We'll do flax next. By putting it along a waterfall, I shouldn't really need to water it. Technically, if I water it, I'll get a little bit more speed out of it, but it shouldn't be that meaningful. Okay, so if I was doing this without the mod... Ouch. Don't start fights if you're not going to finish them. Okay. So because of that whole cave area, there's going to be enemies able to spawn down there. But yeah, so what I would do is I'd grab another piece of stone. There you go. Tap. 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 You get the idea, is I'd be going along the edges like this. It's skipping back and forth, it's throwing me. But because we're using the mod, it's automatically hitting where it should. But do that. And you don't have to worry about, like, oh, I hit the wrong spot, I goofed it, chuck it in the bin. That doesn't happen with the flint. or with the napping. It does happen, though, when you are doing blacksmithing. Blacksmithing, it doesn't work quite the same way. You kind of whack the things to kind of crunch the metal down. So you effectively move bits of the metal around while it's hot. And you can do situations where you effectively destroy metal or do it inefficiently or yada yada. That you ultimately... Oh, right. Yeah, so we need to keep that spot sealed for right now. Because otherwise we'll just get lots of enemy spawns coming from inside the cave. Another cool thing that Vintage Story does is, since you do have the concept of, like, food rotting in this game, you can make cellars and they actually work. So, like, you put food in a container in the cellar and it will last an incredibly long time, versus, like, me just carrying around in my pocket, it won't. And you can, even if you don't put it in a cellar, if you put stuff in a container, it does extend its life some. But it is one of those things to, like, try and do before your first winters, to make a proper cellar, to fire up some, clay pots and all that, to store your stuff in, to try and get as much of a lifespan out of your stuff as possible. And there's some of the goods, like the grains and all that, if you put it in a proper cellar and you have it stored correctly, it ends up being, like, 10 years or some ridiculously long time it lasts. You can also, like, take the berries, put them into a press the berries, take that pressed berries, put them into barrels to ferment them into wine, and then the wine also lasts a very, very long time, too. I don't believe it lasts nearly as long as, like, the properly stored grains, but I remember it being pretty significant. I'm also not too worried about being inefficient here, because this is kind of like when you're playing Minecraft or any of these games. There are certain materials you will just end up with more than you want. And one of those materials is low quality dirt. Stuff like low fertility dirt and forest dirt and all that, you will end up with so much of, you will just be like, what am I doing with this? So having an area to fill in down below, not that big of an issue. Where? 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 There was a bow tie just shot at me. You know the bow tie is a nickname for a bowthorn? Yep. Why did you die? You've got fertility, you've got nutrients. Oh, it said eaten by wild animals. Sure, we can go with that. Alright, so I'm out of sticks. Did a rabbit or a raccoon get up here? Not that I'm aware of. I actually hadn't realized they could do that, because they didn't used to do that. Alright, well, that'll be another thing to figure out. Critter-proof in my farms. I assume that's going to take a lot of material. Now, the other problem I have now is I am fresh out of sticks. I don't feel like running around in the dark. So we have some... Yeah, no, I'm assuming we're going to have to build a fence. I'm going to have to get down to where the trees are. So I'm just going to wait till it's daytime to do that. Pretty soon we're going to have to go foraging more, because I do have a bunch of, like, what are they, puffball mushrooms? Those aren't going to take us too far. This will probably be as far down as I go right now for building our house on. Because I can definitely see building the house, and I don't remember the exact rules for the cellar. But it does have an interesting idea of like digging it into the wall and being underground. I haven't thought of that as an idea, because I don't know what the checks are it does behind the scenes to be like, oh yeah, that's a valid cellar right there. I'm just gonna have to go down. I'm gonna have to accept that. Oh, there's an animal way down there. Inventory is very full. It checks the room size of fully closed. Oh, I was under the impression it had to be, like, underground in some capacity. Okay. What's a horse? Yeah, the size is not a big deal. I mean, it sounded like a horse and it looked like a horse. It might not be a horse, but it didn't look like a deer. It didn't whinny at me, but it kind of snorted at me. Okay. So I can probably take that off my bar for right now. Put you away, grab the birch seeds. Take a bunch of the sticks. There also wants to have a few blocks thick, if you remember. Since any block hit by the sunlight will decrease it effectively. That might be what I was thinking, because I remember it was like, oh yeah, no, I want this underground. I just couldn't remember, like, mechanically why. And one nice thing about this game versus Minecraft is, when I want a tree, I don't have to cut the whole thing at the top. Like, you know, each block. I'm gonna cut a couple of these birch trees down. Well, it's not even the aesthetic, it's more, I want the materials. Oh, hey. I don't know if it's just the one unit of it. But there's at least a unit of blue clay. Yeah, no, this whole area is blue clay, so that's cool. We got blue clay like right beneath where we're staying. All right. I have all of these. So later on, when we need more and more reeds for like the bee skeps and the beehives and all that garbage. Again, nice reliable source of reeds. Why we spent so long collecting these all while we were wandering around. If we want the reeds, I can make boxes out of the reeds. Really crappy boxes. But boxes nevertheless. Alright, that looks like a goat there. I'll definitely over time want to make ourselves a clean way to climb up and down this hill. Like make a stairwell or whatever. Okay. Let's see here. So was what that? Right now, there's the reeds. Low fertility soil. We'll toss you in here. Toss all this junk in there. Okay, and that'll make it easier for me to work for the time being. Yeah, so I'm more or less trying to establish where we will have effectively renewable food first. And then once we've got that, trying to get like food storage and all that up. Because I'm probably only going to get 1 or 2 harvests out of our field before the winter comes. We want to get as much of that as possible. And then all this flax will be good, because flax I can use to make a bigger bag. To quote Halo, objective, survive. There's a number of games who did that after Halo. Like, I remember there's one of the Call of Duty games that they, like, one of the major battles, and, you know, you would have it where you push to take a location, then the enemy reinforcements arrived, and it's just the objective changed to survive. Which is always a fun moment in games where you're like, oh yeah, you need claim to that spot, destroy the tank, knock down the helicopter, whatever the normal goal is. Just be like, don't die is your objective. You don't have any other objectives right now. Your goal, still be here in 10 minutes. What's gonna be the best way for me to fix that? It's fine. There'd be such a mess to clean up down here. In before we get to like late game, and this is just all one giant series of wine cellars. And I did see a rabbit scurry off over there a moment ago. That's probably our culprit for who's eating our crops. But yeah, so I suspect what we'll end up needing to do is putting up a wall/fence along the sides here. One thing you can do is a stopgap solution. I don't think the animals can climb very high. What I'm going to do is cut this down 2 tiles deep. To see if we can't do sort of a, no, I won't be able to because this one block... Actually, I can make that work. Give me the good block. I don't want to use the good block. Grab me the crap soil. There. Where? Guessing up there? Yeah, he's right up there. I don't think he's got an angle on me up there, but we will need to deal with that. Otherwise, I'm going to continue to get sniped from up there again and again as the run goes on. I have to move that later, too. Alright, but that's fine. Let's not get too distracted with that. Okay. Now, one thing about what I'm doing here is it does mean I won't at all be able to do a greenhouse with this, which is fine. Greenhouse is usually something you don't manage to pull off the first year unless you get things really moving. Hey. No trespassing. I would have figured they would have fit the first. Yeah, no idea. I mean, that's kind of things. You look at like Vintage Story, Minecraft, Hytale, like the whole mess of them. That generally, if one does it, then they all do it. Yeah, no, Century Cook is always the trick. When I turn the drifters off completely, it feels like there's just too much missing from the game. When I leave the drifters on, I find it very frustrating because genuinely the combat with them is pretty crap. And there's not really a happy medium that I've been able to find in between. So yeah, so I think I'd rather lean into having them, I think, versus not having them. But it does end up being a frustration when, you know, like, you're sitting in your house, everything's well lit, and then this drifter shows up anyways, and you're like, okay, cool, man. It's really nice that, like, this mechanic works well. And I understand there's, like, the stability, and then there's the storms and all that mess with the thing. I actually don't mind the storms causing them to appear in the building with you. I think there still should be a restriction, as in they can't spawn, you know, with a certain number of tiles of you. Just because mechanically with the games the way they work, there's not really a play-counterplay. You just... they appear and they either get the first hit or they appear in front of you and you get the first hit, but otherwise not really a whole lot to do. Versus I feel like if you've taken the time to, like, light up the whole space, you know, it should at least have, like, some buffer on how close they be. Yeah, it makes sense. I think Minecraft did it first, which is bizarre to me. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Oh, did I already... oh, no, it's there. Alright, so we've almost got all our seeds down. And the reason I'm prioritizing this is there is just a time they take to grow. You can't speed them up. And so very genuinely, the faster I can get the seeds in the ground, the better for me in the long run. Because once you get to the point where you're able to, like, pull up a couple of harvests and put them into a cellar, you've kind of solved food. So at highlight, you should be fine most of the time. When you have a temporal storm or a temporal rift going on, it kind of bypasses almost all of the spawn rules. It just says, you're not allowed to spawn there. Haha, I don't care. And that's kind of a thing. And that was kind of my comment. For me with the temporal storm, I would say if you're in a decent sized room, sure, let them spawn in there. But if I'm like in a room that's like 3x3 tiles where there's like no real space for me to react when something appears in front of me, shouldn't be eligible for spawn. Like basically there should be a circle around the player that within a couple of tiles nothing can spawn. Maybe if it's pitch black, you know, because at that point you're playing a dangerous game anyways. Alright, so all my seeds are planted. Nothing worse than making fun of them outside. They turn around, you see one behind you. Yeah, and the worst thing is I don't think I've actually really ever died from them spawning in the house with me. It's just kind of annoying that you're sitting there not really able to do anything about it. That's what I figured. So one more tile deeper as we're going to hit the stone. I'm starting to set a footprint of where I want my house to actually be. Put a little bit of space between my house and the wall. I think that'll make that pop up? No. Yeah, because I'll pull up this spot. Now, one thing you do early game is you can make backed dirt. And you could use that for a bunch of this. It's not a terrible idea. I'm probably not going to use it for that in this case. Because that's usually like my early game seller, is I just pack the dirt and do all that. But where I'm building right now, I'm probably not going to be able to build down and do that, not unless I go forward more. Because I'm just going to hit the stone down below. That's fine. So for right now, let's chuck you in here. And let's make like 3 or 4 axes. And then we're going to go down and we're going to start knocking down basically every tree in the local area. Because I'm going to need a tremendous amount of firewood. So where's my nearest forest for future reference? So I got a forest to the northwest, the northeast, and the southwest. The northwest appears to be the nearest one. That's finest. That's fine. What's going on with you way down there, Tile? You're just weirdly one single tile of medium fertility soil. It's just doing its thing. Yeah, we can do all sorts of cool stuff. I don't know if they've added more box types or block types, but there's a whole thing where you can make, like, you know, really kind of clean bricks and all that kind of stuff with whatever stone. There's ones where you can do like more of a cobbled thing. So again, like, you know, Minecraft, you make cobblestone, you just basically take the stone, and I think if you just like literally dig it up, it becomes cobblestone. Oh, this game, it doesn't do that. Yeah, so this is that spot that I... Oh, hey. Mark this spot. So you... Brown coal. But yeah, so you see like this, so you got sludgy gravel, and you have a hot spring bacteria mat. I actually don't know what value the hot springs have for using, but it's kind of cool. Where's the King Mama Jama waterfalls right there? We're already set up, we're not moving. But like, it goes the entire distance down the side of that hill. Oh, fennel. Okay, I don't remember seeing fennel in the game before, so that's cool. Alright, we're coming up with the first of the trees. They do appear to be pine trees, so one thing we're going to want to do is I am going to want to take the time with them to, sorry, I'm just trying to grab all these things for starting my berry farm. Ah, yes. We've arrived. Oh, that's kind of dirty. Each tree takes its own inventory spot. Or each berry cutting takes its own spot in the inventory. Alright, I have a little mixed feelings about that one. Same cutting stack. Oh, is this like... I think I see. So this is a good one. So these ones ripen... They stay ripe shorter. These ones take more nutrients to keep alive. That's the neutral one. And this one has a faster harvest speed. I see. So you can get, like, bad berries and good berries. Alright, nothing special on this pine tree. Coming down. Yeah, so I guess then the plan would be find, like, a decent fruit plant, a fruit bush or whatever, of each type. And, like, once you find a good one, to start making it a whole point to, like, propagating them. But because of how rare you can do the trimming, it's definitely one of those things that it's going to be a while before you can depend on it. Because, like I said, it used to be a kind of a thing in the game where you really could just get yourself up to the point of being effectively stable with your food and just about berries alone pretty quickly. I kind of like that, because it's definitely one of the things that the game kind of falls off a little bit when you're like, okay, basic survival needs are kind of sorted. So once you have your survival stuff there, you just kind of run around, and once you got like your best equipment, you're like, well, now what? I feel like having it where to get your various like stuff sorted out, it just takes a while to cook. That gives you a lot more opportunity to, puts time into like construction and all that. While you're waiting stuff to grow, you can, work on the area around your home and all that, building up, making roads, whatever it is you feel like doing. Alright, so inventory is basically full. So what I could do here is swap you around. And no matter how much wood we cut down, I will need more. This tree has to go with prejudice. Just because it's breaking the laws of physics and we can't have that. It's the laws of physics, not the recommendation or guidelines of physics. So what we'll end up needing to do is, 1, I need to make a place to live. 2, I am going to need to make some type of, like, area for us to bury a bunch of our firewood so that we can turn it into charcoal. Where? Where? Time out, enemy. I'm doing a thing. There you go. It's clearly over there somewhere. But killing enemies, while you can get loot from them, the vast majority of the time the loot is just literal garbage. Once in a while you get like a temporal gear or something like genuinely nice. But broadly speaking, I find it not worth it. There you are. Let's see here. Yeah, that's just a regular one. You monster, I don't know. I see a ton of big quill things sticking into my direction that it was making all this ruckus over there. You could try and plead the thing where it's like, he's just going out for a walk. It's like, nah, man, we got evidence here. He's going out for a walk of murder. Oh. Okay, and then we'll do this. Eat. Now, it is a thing that holding a item in your offhand does cause you to get hungry faster. Running also causes you to get hungry faster. It is one of those kind of games. It's not a huge ordeal. But like if you're really struggling on the food front, don't run around everywhere with stuff in your hands. It'll make things worse. Another cool thing, as I recall, is if you go down to your items here, and if I can remember how you do this, was it in here? Yeah, you can hit H on your item, and it'll show you what it's got there. So like this just, you're like, man, you planted. What else do you want from me? But we can go down here and say, okay, what do I do with the fiber? Okay, well, fiber, I can make that into twine, pulp, and candles. And I can obtain it by breaking things. Doesn't cold ramp up hunger? I actually don't know on that one. I believe it. If someone says yes, I'd be like, sure. But as far as I'm aware, I don't know one way or the other. Okay. So we can go here. Drop you in there, grab the vine, drop you in there. I don't know what rotted in there already, but okay, we had something rot in there already. We can go over here, grab the hoe. Drop the vine in there. Fennel and the mushrooms are fine. Okay, at this stage, we're probably going to be more concerned about getting a bunch of firewood. For making our charcoal later. Because I'll need that to make clay stuff, I'll need that to make our metal stuff and all that. So at least for this first batch, you are all firewood. Okay, we can take this and drop you down there, move you around, grab you, scoot you over. Alright. Oh, I'll need more of the dirt. So you're not certain if it's a mod or not, but there's a streamer, Briggs plays Pigeon Story a ton, and he was having issues where he needed to shore up sandstone while mining the other day. That makes me curious, because I know sand collapses, but sandstone should only collapse in the event that they've turned on the whole thing, where, you know, certain blocks collapse and all that. Okay. We made a little bit of change. We made it so the rate at which you get from one biome to the other is a little bit one step shorter than the default. What else did we do? We did make it so our character has the equivalent to the Homo sapiens heat tolerance, so that we will freeze to death a bit easier than you normally would. 1 second. Yeah, water coverage, or sorry, land coverage is 70% as opposed to 96.7 or whatever it is by default. We did slow down tree growth quite a bit, actually, not just a little bit. We do technically have the setting where I'm allowed to move water sources, but we're kind of doing like an honorary where I'm not moving them. I'm just gonna move when it comes time to do like blacksmithing and all that, where you can cool stuff. I'll move a block for that, and same with the cooking, just to avoid like tedium. But for the actual farming side of it, it feels kind of a nice change. I'm not OCDing about the farm. We literally set it so I'm not allowed to move the water source. So I want to make sure that water source goes as far as we can. So I'm making these ledges. If I don't do it the way I'm doing it, then I run into the problem where I can't make the farm any longer because the water doesn't go far enough. Like, if we were going to like OCDing about it, you would see me having ledges that this ledge is only fennel and that ledge is only flax, or at least they're in rows or something like that. Versus I am definitely just mix and matching as I have the tools and whatever. Oh yeah, no, it was a weirdly long swim, considering most of the map should be... Most of the map should be land by like a large majority. Which I did want to have oceans, to be clear. That was one of the things I did want to have, because if you don't increase the water, the boats are literally useless. Like the little raft one you can use when you find a lake or whatever. But for like any actual real navigation, there's just not enough space for it. Hey, don't start what you can't... Oh, I thought you were gonna die in 3 hits. Don't start what you can't finish, man. You're lucky I don't have a knife on me. Yeah, it looks like you no longer have to go up there and take your knife and, like, harvest them. Not a pot. We ran around and just grabbed a bunch. It's one of the things I always found it, like I saw a lot of people complain about how hard it was to find certain crops and all that. For whatever reason, like the flax and all that, the crops, I never really had a problem. That usually doesn't mean I have enough flax like linen to do much in the first year. But as far as like actually finding the seeds, I've always had pretty good luck finding most of the seeds. Oh, the falks. Yeah, I found that in a pot. Sorry. The falks I did find in a pot. Yes, you are correct. I just peeked over and misread. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. That's the reason why it shouldn't be the falx. It should just say sword. Completely erasing how it's actually kind of an interesting thing as opposed to just generic sword. I'll keep using this to use up this hoe to get out of my inventory. Yeah, no, definitely, like, Normally we would not be having that sword. Normally I'd be running around here with a flint spear, and in reality probably like 2 or 3 of them, as my primary weapon. But finding a copper one right away, I'm not going to complain about. Let's stop and eat again. So one thing we also want to get going is we want to get the pit kilns going and start making our clay stuff, because that's going to be needed for making metal tools. It's also going to be a big thing for making storage for like properly keeping things fresh longer. And then on top of that, like the cooking pot and all that's going to require that as well. One thing I can honestly do is when I harvest this, I can break these ones off and then like reset that water so it splits both directions. And we can put another one down that way too. Alright, so let me see real fast. Because so blackberry, wild bush. Alright, so let's see. When planted and cutting in regular soil, sorry, not farmland, the fertility of the soil they are planted in will affect the initial health of the bush when the cutting matures. You can only take 1 cutting per bush per year. The cutting will take 4 to 8 months to grow fully into a mature bush capable of fruiting. Some individual bushes can have special traits that make them better or worse in some aspects than others. These characteristics will be propagated along with the cutting. Note that cuttings are different, with different traits will not stack in the inventory. Let's see, care. Let's see, where's the things? The health of wild bushes cannot be changed. You cannot add fertilizer from them. Propagated bushes, however, can have their health improved by fertilization, or conversely worsened by neglect. Unlike crops, fertilizer is applied directly to the bush, not the soil underneath. Fruiting bushes also use any fertilizer. They are not limited to just one as crops are. Fruiting bushes do not require watering, unlike crops, nor do the nutrients of the bushes replenish yearly the way farmland does. So I will be required to fertilize the soil over time. Each time the propagated bush produces a harvest, it will use up some of the fertilizer that's been applied to it. The total fertilizer, the sum of all 3 nutrients applied to the bush. Falls below certain thresholds, the bush will decline in health. The levels of fertilization are what follows. The health will not necessarily decline every harvest, and the bush in most cases will require several years of continual harvest to no longer fertilize with bountiful barren. Okay. Okay. So what it's saying is you now have to actually fertilize the bushes and all that to keep them going for a long period. It also is going to take a very, very long time to get a meaningful amount of growth going on here. So I'm suddenly second-guessing how I'm building my house. It's fine. Where my house is now, I'm going to actually build up, and what I'm building up will be the cellar, and we'll start filling in the tiles here kind of deal. That's exactly what we can do. This'll be our cellars area, and then we'll build up to put at that elevation. But I still need to figure out where I'm going to be putting the bushes in the long run. So, if we're eventually going to be twisting this way, So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the crops will come out in this direction when I do that. Alright, so with that, I'm going to need more shovel. And we need to decide where I'm going to be removing a lot of dirt from to move dirt someplace else. We're effectively doing a dirt quarry right now. And mostly I'm thinking I can lower the height of this for the time being. It's been years since you played this last. The rich soil is super good and hard to find. Yeah, rich soil's not easy to come by. It's not super terrible. But if you're just wandering around aimlessly, like, the likelihood you're gonna find a bunch of it is pretty low. Okay. And I'll need to go back and make another shovel here in a minute. What we want to do is save the medium soil for the most part right now for our farm. Yeah, no, you can make the like the super duper really high end soil. It's not too terrible to do. It is kind of a late game thing in that there's a decent number of things kind of in the way you've got to get done first. That's fine. So you're going to go out that far. Yours was bones? Oh, I was doing really good on bones the last time I played. What was the recipe? So for the packed dirt, okay, so it's the 6. I thought there was another level up from packed dirt. Rammed dirt. There's a step up from this. There's like another pattern where you can kind of make like... Okay. That basically like just lets you change the texture. Alright. So you do the rammed dirt, so... Alright, so we're doing the size I want, which is to have 7 by 7 on the interior. That means the exterior needs to be 9 by 9. Okay, we got flowers. I'll just chuck over there for right now. Okay, grab the flint. That's not my bar. There it is. Jesus killed your chickens once? That was a setback? Yeah. Sometimes the chickens get the zap. Now, speaking of which... Okay, so the bigger bag... So this one is 1 linen sheet and 1 thread. And so we've already boosted our carry capacity by a tiny bit. Need to replace my knife. Drop that off. Okay. So your map is gone, got me through. You had year 2 chickens, had goats and pigs, and bees. Yeah, we've already located bees in this run. I'm just nowhere near in a position yet to go get the bees. But like, on one of the earlier islands, right there, we found bees. So it's a bit of a trek. At least it's not forever and ever away. We probably have plenty of bees closer than that, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Okay. So with this, take this off my hands so I'm not wasting hunger. We made more of these. Do that. Grab you. Do this. Yeah, I'm gonna have to plug up that cave up there. Okay. I'm basically working on making this a ledge that wild critters won't be able to climb. Come on. Don't run. Let's see, you might have been mistaken, but you think you saw a fruit tree right of the waterfall high up. Could just be a birch though. It's possible. That'd be cool if it is. I don't have a place to put them yet. I gotta... Could you all piss off? Okay. Yeah, no, it's way up on the ledge. There's a, an opening. Okay. So just working to get myself what will be my cellar. You can change the texture now, it looks like. Well, actually, those are two different textures. One's got a little bit more of a stone look, or a brick look. I wonder if you keep doing it, it just makes it more and more brick-like. Get fancy and checkerboard them? In this case, I don't think a checkerboard would stand out very well. Like, if I had two different types of stone, like I was using shale and marble or stuff like that. But, like, with this stuff here... Start myself with that thing. I think that's a step even farther. It is. Okay, so it looks like you can keep doing that to make them more and more brick-like each pass. And then eventually it, like, goes to reset. Cool. Yeah, so a bunch of like little bump ups here we're gonna end up treading down. Eventually I will need to have a pickaxe to do anything about it. It's fine. The big thing is all that space underneath it. But like I said, what's going to end up happening is as we go through the run, I'll end up with lots of extra dirt and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of extra pieces of stone. We could find stuff to do with all that. Yeah, it brings it to be about the same height. We won't cut it down more than that because I'll probably just need that anyways. We can go to that big chunk sticking out of the ground over there. Grab some wood on the way through. Because it will be a thing at some point that I need to start building the structure above. And I want to do something probably nicer than the rammed dirt. As long as we get at least one birch seed per tree, we'll slowly get ourselves a bunch of birch trees down here. Okay. And I'm sure there'll be stone down in here, but we'll get as far as we can. But yeah, we'll also definitely need to fill in the areas around our cellar and all that, not because of any like mechanics of the game, just to avoid like having big pockets for enemies to spawn in. Because even if they can't attack me, the whole time you're in the basement, all you hear is like the screaming and whining and all the various noises coming through the walls and all that. It'll very, very quickly get tiresome. That's definitely not the most efficient way to build anything. Because just be filling in a whole bunch of stuff. But if it, like, pretty soon I'm gonna have to stop pushing this stuff. There's the first bit of stone. I'll stop pushing this stuff, and I'm gonna have to go out foraging for more food or hunting animals or something for food. It'll actually be one of the things that gets harder and harder as the run goes on, because as I'm, you know, picking all the carrots nearby, pulling up flax and grain and whatever, killing the local wildlife, that kind of thing, it's not that the resources don't regenerate. And Anomaly purchased and installing now. Nice, I hope you have a good time with Anomaly. I've mentioned a few times, and I know this is not something that many people agree with. It's not, I wouldn't go so far as to call it a hot take, but maybe an atypical take. That Anomaly is actually my favorite of the RimWorld DLC, even while I also acknowledge it has the lowest replay value, other than maybe royalty of the DLC. And also, check out Uzi Usborn playing some Final Fantasy XIV Online. So if you enjoy yourself a good Final Fantasy-based MMORPG, that kind of stuff, you can find it over there. Yep. Hey, Otan, how's it going? And happy 4th and all that good stuff. I'm actually getting mostly good soil out of this. But you can use both, like, the poor quality and the good, like, when I'm saying good, this is actually, like, the neutral quality soil. But using either of these soils for, like, doing ramp, it's fine, like, you're not, like, making some type of mistake. There's a little dirt out there in the world. It's just when you're doing big plans, like, alright, make sure I set aside some. This actually isn't looking that bad. I'm just kind of finding myself falling into patterns from my last run. My last run, when I did it, I was on a really big island from my home base, of which a large percentage of it was forest, which has really crap soil. And as a result of it, like, getting any soil that wasn't, like, the lowest tier was kind of a big deal. Like, I was, like, literally leaving the island to bring back dirt. And I don't really have that problem here. Like, yeah, down there, that looks like it's forest soil, and that's garbage. But, you know, I'm falling into that pattern of being like, ooh, not garbage dirt. Better get a hold of it. But considering the way I'm building this thing, I'm gonna have lots of space to fill in, so I need to not be as picky. Okay. We got a good couple stacks. Yeah, because I need to, where you see I'm making all that down there, I am going to want to fill that in. Later on, I'll probably make more cellars and all that down there. Alright, honestly, what we got here... And getting him to match my brick pattern we've been using. Alright. Oh, I still had 2 more stacks. Let's wait to use the R2 stacks, just in case I don't need them. Alright. Because they could math this out and be like, oh yes, I'm gonna need precisely 283 blocks, or whatever the amount would be. Probably not 283, because that's a very odd number. But you get the idea. I could math it out to know exactly the precise number of blocks I need. Let's see, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the reason I'm going 9 is the cellar can have an interior space of 7 by 7. So if I go 9 by 9, we physically put blocks on the outer wall here. That'll give me my 7 by 7. Start by picking you up, putting you over here. Right now, just chuck all of this junk in there. Okay. Let's see, rot, food, food, food. Stuff for crafting things. Alright. Another thing we'll have to do is make our way into this place. But I'm thinking I want to make this have the right height to be appropriate for where I've got the farm started over there, so that this is level with the farm, which is still another tile higher. Because the ways I could do this is, one, I have where we drop in here. Right now I'm just going to open a hole in the wall. Low fertility. I believe you can actually mix and match these, right? Yep. Alright, I don't know how much of this we're gonna want. Let's go ahead and get you. Let's go boom, 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 and one more. Cool. Yeah, honestly, the brick style rammed dirt, or rammed earth, actually looks pretty okay. It gives you that kind of brick look, just a little less defined. I think that'll be the roof of the cellar as it is now. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then pretty soon I got to stop to get food. Cool. Alright. That does leave me the 2 spare blocks for there. I don't think I need to, like, slam the door closed on this thing yet. Alright, so that takes care of getting what will be a cellar. It doesn't count yet because it's just wide open. We do have a bunch of wood over there, so another thing we're going to want to do is give the firewood. What I'll need to do from here, though, is I'm going to need a place to make charcoal. So that'll be another consideration to put around here. That'll probably be another source of rammed earth. It honestly could be, as we move forward with this thing, it could just be what I work on that. Alright, let's grab some of this dirt I've got in here. I got a bunch of stacks. And first of all, let's fill in the gap between here. Start working it this way. Alright, so that's where the level is going to be there. And we can go down here. And even though I'm not ready to actually do something with it, let's keep working on these steps to get them down this... Oh, that's so far. Never mind. Maybe not. I was like, let's keep working this down here. It'll be fine. We can bring it the whole way down. That is a bunch of ways to go down yet. We'll want to do that. I'm not sure I want to do all that right in one sitting real quick. They also can't quite reach it. I guess what I should do is, as we get spare dirt, just start filling this in from back here. Fine, I'll move. And I do see my hunger bar jiggling over there. I actually do have some food on me, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Cool. Maybe double back, like do a U-turn? I missed context in that one. Alright, so fennel, not as nutritious as I was hoping for. We got 14 days for that to perish because it's fresh. I don't know if I could keep this bush cutting in here. It just bumps it up to 15 days. Okay. So. Oh, for the terraces? Oh, I see what you're saying. You turn it like that? Maybe. It'll be curious to figure out, like, what I'm trying to decide is where I'm putting our fruit bushes so I can start the slow process of getting that going. Like, my plan is for this to be a walkway over to the farm. And then you'd have the farm itself is going to go down that way and that way, which is probably going to be massively overkill for what we need. How long is 15 in-game days in real life? That is a question that has an answer that I do not know off the top of my head. I'm sure someone can give that number. All right. I'm gonna need to go in and deal with that cave. Like, I don't want to get rid of the cave, but I think what we'll do is make, like, a proper entrance that I can close up and everything. So 1. And for right now, there you go. That way when I build the house up here, I put a platform over here, like just a ledge, and put the fruit trees on there. Alright, so we need to forage because I've run out of food. That's not true. I actually have grains. I probably really don't want to dip into the grains until such time that I can make it like porridge or bread or whatever. Go on, dig up those ruins later. We got mushrooms. Those look like they're poisonous. Oh no, lobster's fine. I think the question is more, how many hours would it be for you if you play straight through before they rot? Okay. Yep, keeping in mind you can also go to sleep, which fast forwards time. Once you get to bed. And realistically, once your run starts getting along, you'll probably end up doing that. Because when it gets super dark, you'll be like, I don't want to deal with this crap. Don't see me, puppy. Don't see me. Neither of us needs to die this day. I'm mostly saying that referring to your murder of me, but you know, we can see how it goes. I do actually have a weapon. Also, holy crap tree, just come down. Okay, so pretty close to now. What I'm going to need to do is we are going to want to set up our charcoal pit. Okay, so we got quartz under here. Well, this will be one way to get a bunch of wood. Yeah, you can only swing a hammer at night so many times in this game. Yeah. Do you have enough axes for that? No. It'll probably break a big chunk of the tree down, and all my axes will disappear. Because just the way it works, instead of having it where it only partially cuts it when it has that whole big thing, for those who don't know, is say like this tree's big enough it'll take 2 full axes to cut apart. It'll actually take that much durability from the axes in my inventory until they're all gone. And if I run out of axes with durability, it'll just give me how many blocks I would have gotten worth out of it. And this is where having much better axes comes into play. Because then I can bring up like an iron axe and chew through this thing much faster. Versus taking a piece of flint and all that. And then how long you hit the block does change based on what, like, total amount of, like, durability the tree has or whatever. So if we go to scrawny little birch tree, it cuts relatively quickly, versus I'm cutting down an entire redwood tree. So it should go quite a bit faster than the previous one, because we already cut off a big chunk of it. Okay. There you go, let's get home. Not sure if it's useful as a streamer, but do you alt-tabbing out of the game while the left and right spawn is clicked will keep it going when not held down? Yeah, no, I mean, I could do that. I've never felt a need to really do that. There's some cases, like if you're doing the kern, for example, which is, basically it's the same idea as like where you like the big stone and you like turn it in a windmill. Same idea, but it's done by hand. So it's just a thing, like if you were trying to make like an entire inventory worth of wheat into flour, it's super slow. Which is not a thing you usually need to sit there and do for any real length of time most of the time. So if you did decide to do that by hand, you could just go up to the kern, start the process, and yeah, like alt-tab out of the game and just watch it rotate or whatever. But it's not really a necessary thing. So one curiosity I have, as I've ripped up the redwood tree, because I haven't had a redwood tree before. So I got the regular old log, and so you do like that, where you can like make it into firewood, into quarters, and all that kind of stuff. You're typical. Or we can like strip it to give it that look. The debarked look is actually pretty cool. What about the trunk quarters? So the trunk quarters appear to have far more limited options. That's good to know. So the trunk quarters, I can use those to make firewood. That's probably all I'm going to use them for. Let's go ahead and take our axes. Okay, so I need to make a fire pit. Have you played this game since the major updates to mechanical power, like overheating gears and whatnot? Nope, that is all news to me. I didn't realize we had overheating gears now. Well, me neither, so no backseating here. Yeah, no, it's all good. Also, a lot of my runs, I do end up making a max size charcoal pit, which is absolutely bananas. Because it ends up being a thing that, like, I get way more charcoal than I need. So when it comes to just randomly having to cut down trees for this and that and all that sort of stuff, I just slowly end up getting more and more firewood that any, like, odd-out firewood I just chuck in the pit until I find myself short on charcoal. Okay. Yeah, so what I'm trying to do is for the charcoal pit. I need to basically fill a pit full of firewood, so it's nice and airtight. And I start a fire on the top of it and seal it up. And then I need to just cook for like a full in-game day. And then I get charcoal. But it's important that it's sealed up, because if you don't do it right, instead of getting a pit full of charcoal, you just burn a bunch of wood and have nothing to show for it. I kind of want to save the redwood. I'm thinking about the house on top doing the stripped bark redwood. For those who don't know, I'm talking about, so this style of redwood here. To debark it, though, I need a copper hammer. So we won't be able to do that soon. But it does take a lot, so we can chuck that in there. Oh, wait, I have birch right here. We can just do this right now. There we go. Okay, so what I need to do here is seal all that off. Put you down there. Put the rest in here for a minute. Get a couple more pieces of this. There, it's lit. Cool. So now what'll happen is that'll smolder. And then once that goes for a little while, you'll start seeing smoke come up from the whole ground around it. And that means we got it. If we did it wrong, then it's upsetting. Because that means I'd burn all that firewood. And have nothing to show for it. Sometimes you forget this game at night is darker. Yes, this means we've done it successfully. We look at the ground there and you see how it's smoldering. That means that. Can you get burned by standing on top of it or near it? So here I don't get hurt. If I were to physically stand on the actual fire I lit, that does hurt you. For right now, let's put this in the cellar. Okay, so with the charcoal going, the next order of business is going to be getting more food because we're going to starve. And then we want to get clay. Yeah, no, the fire pits don't spread fire. But yeah, your pit kilns absolutely will spread fire. You need to be very careful when you're making a pit kiln. It's one of those things that, like, kind of becomes a new player rite of passage. Is like building a pit kiln up against peat or something like that. And then just seeing half the area around your home burn down, and if you're unlucky, your home with it. It's just one of those things that sooner or later you'll do. I remember, there isn't something special about blue clay versus other clay, right? I mean, it makes blue clay stuff. Because it was fire clay, or the fire clay is the special one. Okay. They need to be going after food, but the problem is it's dark. I'm just grabbing the blue clay while I'm standing here. You go on for a while. Okay. Okay. Let's keep grabbing all this clay. before I go for that, I need to put my torch away, or I'll feel real dumb. Okay. Yeah, so it's a pretty big area with blue clay, which is good. Usually the clay pits are. That you end up hitting a clay pit and walking away with many stacks of clay. A little concerned things will get real dodgy here in a minute. I have no more food on me. I get real hungry. I'm gonna need to resolve that. Okay. And I do technically have grains that I could eat raw. You really want to avoid eating the grain raw. You don't get nearly as much out of them if you do that. Let's get this last little bit here and then we'll go up. Okay. And for right now, before we start forming this into pots and all that, let's just chuck it into our containers down here. I gotta find food now. Okay. We're looking for berry bushes, mushrooms, that kind of thing. Eventually we can also start hunting animals. It's a little bit of a pain to... hunt the animals until, like, you've got better weapons. It's almost midnight? Yup. This is definitely... if you're someone who's worried about losing time, this is not a game for you. Because it's definitely one of those games that you go to play, and then the sun comes up, you go, oh my god, what have I done? And it can just do it that fast. Thank you for the cutting. Alright. Shy Bearer, lower yield but faster harvest speed. That doesn't sound actually that good for us. For, like, trying to cultivate. Ah, here we go. Is you're still super salty about Microsoft deleting a multiplayer alpha accounts because it didn't respond to their emails? Multiplayer alphas account? I have no idea about that, but you know, yeah, it does suck when things like, that's kind of one of the things like, make sure you email back or, you know, we'll get rid of your account. I don't like that. I do understand there's actually good reasons to do that kind of stuff. Like if someone's not interested, you know, they forgot they have an account and all that stuff. Go ahead and cut this down while we're here. But see, when they did the migration from Mojang to Microsoft, if you didn't do it in time, too bad, so sad. The thing that you bought in alpha was entitled to a free updates forever is gone. Oh, that's... yeah. That's one of those ones they really should have to honor, like, anyways. Okay, so our hunger is handled for the moment. I do have a bit spare. Not much. Also got more stuff to plant. Cranberries growing around over there. You never heard of alpha accounts? Yeah, no, I hadn't heard either. Gotcha. Okay, so it's like early adopter guarantee, like, hey, you jump on this thing early, you know, we will, like, whatever we do with the game going forward, it'll be yours forever kind of thing. Yeah, like I said, something like that, I would argue that, you know, if Microsoft acquired them, that should be just the rules that, like, hey, at the time of purchase, this is what was being agreed to, therefore you're stuck with that as well. Do train upkeep. Better yield. For the two, it was a pain to change it to Microsoft. The one even replying the whole. Gotcha. Yeah, and I've said a couple times that while it's an unrealistic thing, I'd want it to be like this hard, fast rule that as soon as like a company on either end of an equation gets over a fairly small amount of market share, like 5%, they may not acquire nor be acquired or merge with anyone else. And I understand, like, yeah, that'd be a lot of companies occasionally going out of business and yada yada, that sometimes mergers are used to save companies and blah blah. But it's like, nah, man. 95+% of the time, when the merger happens, it's bad for everyone but, like, shareholders and C-levels. It's very rare it works out in favor of anyone else. I mean, I guess you'll have sometimes there'll be early people in the company who've got stock options or whatever. Well, I guess that just makes them a shareholder. Never mind. Okay, so we got a couple of cuttings that aren't bad. So you don't remember the last time you played a game that wasn't an indie developed one? I've played a few, but I would definitely say like the vast majority of games I end up playing these days are indie games. A big part of that's just what the bigger companies are doing just isn't the stuff that interests me. You know, so much of their focus is on, oh, we can make it more realistic looking, more whatever, more this. You know, and then it's like mostly around graphics. Like, man, I just don't care about that. Like, it's cool if that's your focus, but like, you know, that's not gonna sell a game to me. Oh, I need to make a new hoe. If you love the quality over quantity, something without art direction is compelling. Yeah. I mean, there's a catch-22 with a lot of it. To be fair, there is a lot of cases that, you know, you've got your big company, they make Call of Duty. Understood. Call of Duty. And if they go and they do stuff with Call of Duty, and they make just a not Call of Duty, or they make a Call of Duty that's very different, the people who really want Call of Duty get upset about it. Because you didn't make Call of Duty. You made something else, you put the Call of Duty name on it. And that happens. If you want an example of that, like, look at Fallout 76. Fallout 76 is not a bad game. But... why is that so terrible? Oh, it's dry farmland. Alright, we'll let that sit and see if it sorts itself out. But, I would argue that Fallout 76 is a bad Fallout game. What it does is really cool, it's just not really Fallout. It's its own thing that they just kind of shoved the Fallout IP on it. And I know they've come a very long way to remedying that. To be clear, I'm kind of talking past tense here. But it's definitely one of those things. Like I said, I understand they've done a lot to improve it greatly. Interesting to me that some of those are showing as dry. Get planted there anyways. If Stu's learned anything from the past 10 years, it's how Hello Games did with No Man's Sky, the total Cinderella story. Yeah, I feel like that's also kind of its own thing that companies probably don't want to emulate. Because the whole thing with No Man's Sky is the fact that they basically, when I say they overpromised by a lot. Which is ultimately what got them all their negative PR. Which ironically, I don't think we would have the No Man's Sky today as good as it is if it hadn't been a PR nightmare. Because if they had just not overhyped it and then released it, you know, and people were just expecting kind of a basic exploration game, people would have been super happy about it. I mean, not super, they wouldn't have been upset about it. It'd been like, oh, this is what the game is? That's fair. And yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things though, because of how bad the PR was, like, they really put an effort into trying to make it everything they wanted it to be. And, like, really bringing it up to speed. Before I worry about that, let's get up here and do more of that. But yeah, so like the bigger point is like, well, No Man's Sky right now and like coming up to it is an absolute amazing success story, and they should be dang proud of what got them there. It is also those things like, okay, I was putting down the medium, I thought I put down the garbage. It is those things like, yeah, but that also does kind of require them to do that whole step where, you know, they overpromised and all that, which we probably don't want to encourage. Or pull No Man's Sky? Oh yeah, no, definitely. That is one thing I do wish we had some better consumer protection laws. Like, I get as a company, obviously, if you do a release and it bombs, like your release failed, you're not making your money. It's okay. What do we do now? Like, you're in that mode. It sucks, but I also don't think you get to, you know. Well, Concord refunded their stuff, right? Am I? Because I'm trying to remember because we've had so many games I've canceled. Concord, after they pulled the plug, they did refund it ultimately, right, to those who bought? Or am I thinking the other game? Because that to me was the one that's like, okay, yeah, if they refund, it's like, okay, I'm not thrilled about that, because, you know, the game came out and then immediately vanished. But, we've definitely had times where a game came out, basically was killed almost immediately, or otherwise, like, gutted to a point it might as well have been killed. And then you were just kind of SOL so far as if you spent money on it. There, it gives me a little bit of space I can sneak around the back of the building. Yeah, I mean, always be careful with your pre-orders. Even with companies with a proven track record, it's still a thing to be careful about. I'm kind of expecting literally no matter how good GTA 6 is when it comes out, that it's not going to be well received. And I think it's just they've let that hype wagon get away from them for so long that, you know, what people are expecting, what people want it to be, there isn't a reality where it meets it. And it's not even like talking about a failure on the devs or whatever. It's literally, it's kind of taking on its own life and everything. It's fine, I'll just do that. That'll be good enough. Yeah, no, I think it'll be fine long term. I do think a bunch of people are going to expect way outside of what is even reasonable, like for any game, like ever to exist. And needless to say, those expectations are going to be so wildly above and beyond that, you know, it can't meet it. Oh, I think it'll do amazing on its launch sales. Like, to be clear, I think launch sales, that it's going to be potentially one of the biggest selling games we've ever had. Like, that I believe is going to be the case. But it is the thing that people, you know, people are going to get, and they're going to potentially review it pretty poorly just because they have unrealistic expectations. Is this sales for GTA? Yeah, no, I think the new GTA, I think, is going to sell really well. Even with its outrageously high price. I do think you're going to have people who hold out and are like, no, I'm not spending that much and all that. Like, I'm not buying it on release. But I think you're going to have a lot of people who talk big about how they would never spend that much money on a game, and then they're going to go buy it anyways. It's kind of like the same thing we have where every single time people will be like, oh, you know, you shouldn't buy the DLCs, they're bad, you shouldn't buy the microtransactions, and then meanwhile you look at microtransaction sales are just through the roof. A lot of times it's the same people. You know, they stand up for as long as, like, okay, 4 days, 2 days, that's fine. Alright, I still have another plant here. Like 2 days. They talk, basically, it's people who talk a good game until they have to actually, like, miss out on something, and then they cave. There's definitely a lot of that happens. Or like the classic where you have a lot of people like, well, we want indie games to like do all these like really out there risky ideas. And then there's a lot of those same people who then they go and they buy Call of Duty. Which I buy a lot of indie games and all that, but you do actually have a lot of that where people, again, what they say they want and then what their consumer behaviors are not the same behavior. And it does happen a lot. And ultimately the thing that the companies care about is, did you actually buy the game? You can complain about all you want. If you wrote the check, paid the tab, whatever, you've enforced that behavior. And you're over here like, I have multiple copies of Terraria I can give you. Oh, I absolutely in the same way. I'm talking broadly speaking. And thank you, Cardinals, in for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Can we get a shout out for Cardinals in and what were you playing today and all that good stuff? But welcome in Raiders and all that good stuff. I do apologize that the Raiders raided into an ad. Playing some Roamstead. Excellent. Roamstead's fun. We played a bunch of Roamstead. I think we got all but maybe one of the... We either got all but one of the bosses or all the bosses for the early access version. I don't remember which of the two. And I kind of was like, cool, I'm having fun, but I'm going to pause it until, like, you know, until it's more done. Just only because I did the thing with Valheim where I played the living bejeebus out of it when it came out, burned myself out in the game entirely, and now, like, they're adding content and I'm still burned out. Oh yeah, no, it's good. You've done that with Project Zomboid a bit? Yeah, I mean, for me, I wouldn't even say, like, that's certainly part of it. I would say for me, since Build 42, I definitely feel like Project Zomboid's not moving in a direction I enjoy, which is a real bummer, because historically... No, bad puppy. I don't know how you didn't notice me. We aren't on passive animals, but... We are not on passive animals, by the way. Yeah, but no, with, like, Project Zomboid, it's like, there's the burnout side of it. But, like, the example I kind of gave when we were doing, like, our big run in Build 42 is I got to what would be considered, like, end game... Oh, those are boars, that's fine. I got to what's kind of end game for Project Zomboid. And where normally that's, you wake up, you get to murdering, you go to bed, and then every once in a while you have to stop and kind of do a maintenance day, like deal with your generators, deal with your making new weapons, like all these kind of things. Instead, it was literally spending about 1/3 of all my playtime just crafting weapons. And to be clear, this is like sweaty try-hard number of zombies. I also tried turning the, trying to play, kind of more on default settings, and it was incredibly boring for me. But that's just because I'm used to doing, the really hard stuff. But it does mean kind of the way the game is implemented now, the way I like to play doesn't really exist anymore. I have to, because, people are like, oh, you can change the durability, you can change craft times, right. But it ends up being so many changes. And even then, it's still kind of sort of ish, only kind of. But yeah. Oh, what was your take on the muscle fatigue thing? It's not that bad. It's an early game problem. When you first switch to it, it feels terrible. But it's definitely one of those mechanics that, once your character starts to get some strength and some weapon skill, how much it impacts your character really drops off. It's never gone. But, early game, it is rough. But that kind of aligns with the way I like to play Project Zomboid. I like early game Project Zomboid being a real struggle for every inch. And then you slowly get better and better. And then eventually everything gets kind of trivialized because you get so strong. Yeah, and that's the thing. Late game when it comes to muscle fatigue and that, you can practically mow down zombies 16 straight hours a day. Once you get your skills stacked. That's a pretty big ruin. So we got bony sand. Or bony soil. Okay. But yeah, now most of my complaints with that is I do like that they've added a great deal of depth to crafting in Project Zomboid. My issue is while they've added all that depth to it and everything, the durability on what you craft is still terrible. And so in practice, the way that ends up working is you put in all that effort to, craft things, and then they break in no time at all. And so you just spend all that time working on it for, all these weapons that don't last at all. And so I even took a run where I got, Blacksmith practically maxed out and everything, and, really, really high skills and all that, and even then it was still okay, but these weapons just do not last. And so really all I think they needed to do was just go into the crafted weapons and have it that once you start gaining some levels in it, it becomes a thing where you can just, build some, really, really durable weapons. Because it's okay, if you get high level, you do a little bit more damage. That doesn't matter. The problem has nothing to do with the, oh my god, please. But it's the problem with the weapons you craft has nothing to do with their damage. The damage on them is all fine. The problem with your weapon you craft in the game is that they last for 30 seconds and then they break. Right, not much to see down there, unfortunately. Right, that's the whole thing. If they want to have the level of depth they're looking for crafting, I'm okay with that. I actually, like I said, I think adding depth is good. It's just the nature of if they're going to do that, they also need to make the reward improved. Oh my god, please get all this stuff out of the way. Spears and Product Zomboids are great other than the fact that you have, like, 12 of them to actually use them a weapon. Right, but that was always the balance of spears. But now that they, like, nerfed so much else about spears, it really is one of those things that they should kind of just back off on a lot of the other things. So it used to be spears, that was the whole thing, is they had really, really high DPS. And you could get, like, a lot of stuff done, but the counter to it was their durability was, like, hot garbage. It's like, okay, well, you took away a lot of their damage and all that, which, you know, honestly, fair. But if you're going to do that, you also need to rein in the durability being so crap. Because I could also argue, since they've done Build 42, the weapon balance is nowhere near as good as it used to be. It's actually one of the things I used to compliment a lot, is I felt Project Zomboid did an extremely good job of balancing the weapons to a point people would argue to no end what the best weapons were. They usually came down to your preference of, did you want to switch weapons more often? Did you want to just, like, max some damage without any other considerations? Where you were more worried about your damage in the earlier or the late game. And so, like, I would have, among, like, the veteran players we would have on the community and all that, we would have, you know, 10 different people with, well, it's not 10 people, because there's not that many weapon varieties. You have, like, 4 different people with 4 different varieties they would say is, like, the meta and all that kind of stuff. And they would debate, like, okay, but, it's, you know, in this circumstance, that one's better, and yada yada. But now, like, there's just not that anymore in Project Zomboid. Like, the sharpness mechanic really undermines the value of a lot of your bladed weapons. Root tray, am I right? It is. And I know there's a whole thing where I can cut it one above the base and just leave it here and come back for more. Generally, I always just cut the whole thing down because I doubt I'm going to come back to the same spot and remember it again, nor do I want to make it a thing. So usually I'll cut it down because it gives me like 2 or 3 attempts to plant. And yeah, every once in a while I'll get a tree that I don't get anything from it. But with 5 attempts to plant the apple tree, most like, hey, that's what you want to find. Well, with that for right now, And I did deliberately dig a hole right there for no other purpose than later on when I come back and I'm like, okay, where was that copper? Yeah, if you find any type of like copper or like copper, galena, anything like that, coal, when you find an ore on the surface of the ground, it does mean that ore exists below it. Now, it might be a decent ways below it, but it is down there. And copper is your first thing past like flint and all that you get to do. So by finding all that copper, what I can do there. Similar to 7 Days to Die? I have no idea. I haven't played 7 Days to Die in forever. Yeah, no, the devs behind 7 Days to Die are kind of a-holes, so I try not to support them. I did buy the game and I played in the past. Like, then I started doing some pretty jerkish things. I was like, you know what? I'll just do something else. Gotcha. I mean, it's good to know. And this isn't me being like, oh, how dare you play it or whatever. It's just what it is. As a content creator, my situation's a little different. Because, like, if you play a game at home that you've already paid for, you're influencing and impacting nobody. But if I pop on stream and I play it, I'm marketing their game whether or not I want to. Yeah, devs suck big time. Yeah, they do. They made a decent game. They also suck. Yeah, it's been a long time. I don't think I've played... Oh, no, I think I might have played once since I started streaming. But that's kind of, you know, it's kind of before I was aware of, like, half the crappy stuff they've done. Because luckily, there's no shortage of games to choose from. We live in a time when, you know, in any given year, like, how many games release? As you agree, they've been terrible over the years, but thanks to Behavior Interactive owning them now, they've been reined in. Well, that's good to hear. I have admittedly not paid attention at all, so I genuinely do not know at all, like, how the things are at this point. Chuck the mushrooms and that in there for right now. Pull us away. We did find some copper or nails and strips, which is pretty funny. So one of the nice things, so if we look at this, we have 1 year on these grains. If I pop over to this jar here, it's now 2.2 years. Take the time to move our food into the jar. Hey Sim, happy 4th to you as well. Hope you're having a good one on. Right now I can put the copper in there, and the web in there, and the bones in there. The pine or the apple tree stuff we'll put in there as well. We're not ready for it yet. Build Beanade. Thingy fun for the whole family. Okay, I didn't know Beanades were a thing, but alright. But check out SimCom for one, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Does a lot of simulation and strategy games. Really good times and all good stuff. So definitely recommend checking them out and all good stuff. Getting ready to watch fireworks? Oh, I'm like in my head because yeah, you're 3 hours behind me. I was like getting ready to watch them. Man, if you're still laying off fireworks at this hour, People next door are getting mad. But now I hope you have good fun with the fireworks and all that. Alright, just filling up my drink. Gotcha, yeah, no, it's good to hear that there's new people in charge at 7 Days to Die reining in the behavior there. Because the one that did it for me where I stopped wanting to support it kind of at all, was there were a group of people, I believe it was named no, this wasn't Crowd Control, Troublemaker, that basically they made a Twitch extension. And so, you know, people could drop bits or whatever to make things happen in the game. Well, eventually 7 Days to Die was like, okay, well, we're putting Twitch integration in the game. And at that point, they didn't just turn around and be like, hey man, you know, we're doing this in game, you know, please pull down your mod, or like, you know, contested the mod or whatever. Instead, what they did is they went to the creators who were using the mod, because technically the mod had a sound effect from the game in the mod, well, the extension, sorry, that would play, yeah, Mischief Maker, yeah. And they DMCA claimed them because it played one of their sound effects. So they didn't go after the mod people being like, hey, take down your mod or whatever. They went after the creators using it, and then basically did like a legit full-on DMCA claim. And it was just like, why? I still think it'd be a crap move after all that time. You know, like all that time to like go after the mod because they were filling a thing that, you know, the devs hadn't filled themselves, and now they're kind of effectively competing. It's like, okay, it's still kind of a crappy thing, but like, I can understand being like, hey, this extension, you need to take it down. Like, you've made your money, you need to take it down. Sure. Oh, I didn't realize Cardinal Sin was one of them. I hadn't heard that one. I hadn't heard the names of who had gotten impacted. But yeah, no, they DMCA claimed people. So that's like potentially getting people's channels pulled down if that gets too far offline. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. It's like, okay, just make your thing better than the extension. You'll easily win. Because it's baked in. That's just not how they behaved. And thank you, Grootstrig, for gifting a sub to Gregory Lovecraft. I do really appreciate that. And I do hope you are enjoying the stream. Alright. So we got the Black Currant. That's a good quality. But it wasn't better? Right. I was wrong. I thought about pre-purchase the game for the PS, but it was not PS. Yeah, no, that was we're talking about 7 Days to Die, is the one that was doing that. The devs did that. All right. But yeah, so just kind of one of those things. They also ignored the 9 other creators using Mischief Maker that night. They just went over 2 streams that talked critically about them. Yeah, that checks out. Like I said, the unfortunate reality is 7 Days to Die is a good game. The devs suck. It is the reality. That do happen. Oh, it's not a mod for this one. The extension's gone. There was an extension for 7 Days to Die on Twitch to do um, to do like Twitch integration stuff. Before 7 Days to Die had its own Twitch integration. Yeah, no, we interacted with the dev behind Mischief Maker a number of times because they were very active on Undead Baron's community, who's kind of a friend of the channel and all that good stuff. And so we interacted with a whole bunch of them. And then just because of that, like, we were pretty aware of that. And yeah, when that happened, the Mischief Maker devs are like, yep, we're shutting down. Like, we're just shutting down. Like, I don't know if that's how it ended up turning out in the long run, but that was what the sentiment was at the time, was like, yeah, we'll just shut down because, like, you know, this costs us a lot of money to develop all these things. You know, a lot of time and effort. And, you know, they're not making a whole lot of money doing it. But then potentially, like, having, like, legal threats against them and everything and all that's like, yeah, it's just, you know, it just don't make sense. Do you know AI summarizing what you're doing stream? Yeah, it's a feature on Twitch. It's just part of Twitch now. I believe I can go through and disable it, but I promptly forget it exists just about every other stream. That's not the... So, like, people know I have a pretty strong stance against a lot of the AI stuff. That's not the kind of thing that bothers me, though. The AI subtitles, not for everything. I do my own subtitles, and I'm not using AI. Like, has it been bad recently? Because it used to work really, really good for the longest time. Subtitles should be available for you. You just gotta hit the gear on the bottom right. Yeah, on Twitch. Unless they change something, I've been providing the subtitles through that for ages. Like, there was a little while I wasn't doing it because something got bugged with the thing I was using to do the subtitles. But yeah, no, closed captions is one of the tags that draws in the most viewers for me. But actually, to me, like, the subtitles are a particularly important thing that I put a lot of effort into making sure are clean. Like, don't get me wrong, the gap between good subtitles and bad subtitles is like single-digit % of accuracy. Like, if something's 95% accurate, that's pretty terrible when it comes to subtitles. Because if you think about the fact, like, someone is telling you a paragraph of words, and only 95% of them are right, that's pretty terrible. Let's see, it's not that horrible right now. We just turned it on earlier. You did... I am not sunshine? You said it's not surprise. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's because they're just trying to catch what I'm saying. Like, they're not going to be 100%, but that's something that, I put a lot of effort into it. A big part of that is me taking the time to make sure I'm enunciating words carefully so that, like, it actually hears it correctly, making sure my mic doesn't have background noise, yada yada yada. Depending on how it's picking up on the audio, I could see it having issues, but it is something to try and put a lot of area into. But yeah, no, it's not AI. It's the classic reason, like, the challenge in conversation of nowadays. AI is just a word shoved onto everything. But, you know, closed caption stuff, like, I've been using the same tech I've been using since I started streaming over 5 years ago now, is it? So it predates all this AI madness going on. That's fine, I'll just put this up here, we'll fix that later. I did the new aquatic pack for Subnautica. Yeah, we did 2 or 3 streams of that, I believe. It's good. I had a good time with it. I only got to about mid-game, though. It's just kind of one of those things that, for streaming, oxygen not included, it can get a little tough once you start getting the game going. Just because there's, like, so much stuff that's kind of hidden between, like, you know, flipping from your power to your other stuff. Okay, so this should be coming up done soon. Yep, so that's good. Yeah, you've let it run for a bit longer now. It's pretty decent, actually. You're better than the triple-digit corporations you have listened to once a month. Subtitles with translation. Well, to be clear, for you know, obviously I don't come to the AI defense very often because I have very strong opinions against it. When it comes to a lot of the subtitles, which again, a lot of that isn't AI. A lot of that all predates all of that nonsense. But with that, it is a major part of it is like the quality of the mic. Do you have background noise? All these sorts of things. It's very important that you do have clean audio. It can be pretty brutal with accents, you know, unfortunately. You have to enunciate very carefully and all that kind of stuff. So, like, having poor results quite often is on, you know, either the accent, and the accent's like a legitimate concern, and there should be stuff to make that better. I didn't realize I'd gone that deep. That's fine. But, like, the accent's a legitimate problem, and that's something that the companies need to work on. But, most of the time, it's like, you know, you can pick up the AC in your room, or you're not enunciating your words carefully, and all these kind of stuff. And yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that's on the person using the mic. But you burn wood logs and cover the blocks to get charcoal, like Terra Firma Craft. Yeah, I know this game has like had background that was related to a mod in Minecraft, you know, that then spun off to become its own thing. And people always mention it, and I always forget because it's not that I've never played Minecraft. I actually played it a couple times earlier this year. Yeah. I mean, to circle back, a lot of what's going on here is people are calling it AI, and this is a deliberate thing, by the way. It is a deliberate marketing thing by people pushing stuff like Gen AI and all that to create market confusion by using the term AI inappropriately. So now, like, everything is getting called AI, which does make it very difficult to have meaningful and constructive conversations about it. Because you can be like, hey, this thing that AI is doing is bad. And then you'd be like, well, what about the AI that's curing cancer? Like, well, no, that's good. Well, it's like, well, you said you hate AI. Well, that's not the AI I hate. And they're just very different technologies. And it's just a very frustrating thing. It's one of the reasons I try to be deliberate when I'm giving complaints that I specifically will say Gen AI. Because, like one of the famous ones was Spotify has always had the thing that tries to recommend you new tracks. They literally didn't change anything about their technology, but when the AI craze thing was first starting, they just rebranded it. Same system, no changes. They just put an AI label on it. But because AI is effectively an empty term now, they're not wrong. And this isn't even getting into the, but what really is an AI? Like, it's not even getting into that kind of thing. It's just genuinely, deliberately, it's designed to be complicated. That's intentional. Okay, so now we want to make our pit kilns, so we can start doing clay work. See, a backhoe is a powerful tool. You don't need an untrained person to ask a hammer to nail it. Same with AI. I mean, sure. Don't use AI to replace artists and content creators and jobs. What do you want to make Motown song picking on your buddy? Think you'll boil an ocean with AI. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I've said a number of times, even Gen AI can be used ethically. Like, there's definitely stuff around, like, accessibility and all that there is room for people to do good things. It's just, unfortunately, the 95+ percentile of use case out there is nearly exclusively, how can I not pay an artist? It's pretty much what it boils down to right now, unfortunately. Which sucks, because artists have always struggled to be compensated fairly. The classic, hey, I need you to do this, and then you do the work like, so I can pay you an exposure, right? I was like, no, we agreed to a rate of whatever the rate was. Like, I'm not here to cut a deal. I need to eat. Can I go to the store and buy my groceries in exposure? No? What about the power company? No, exposure's not going to be acceptable. Let's see, how can you not pay a lawyer? Wait, what do you mean I lost? Yep. Like, you're never gonna pay an artist to draw your cousin's outfit, and make fun of him in group chat. But you'll never hang, something made with AI on the wall. Yeah, and people are gonna have different lines in the sand and where it's like, oh, that is okay, oh wait, that's not okay, like... And I understand that. I take a pretty hard stance, and I am aware of that. And it's not like, oh, you made a D&D character in AI, how dare you, or whatever thing like that. For me, it's like, yeah, that's whatever. Like, that's... You weren't going to pay an artist for that because, you know, frankly, it doesn't make sense to do that because you're not going to be spending any money on that at all. So, a lot of the implications come off there. It still has, like, environmental problems and all that, which is certainly a discussion. But, like, there's definitely better and worse things. 150 years had the same discussion about the printing press? Not really. Like, it's not the same thing of like, oh, when robotics went into automotive and, you know, some people are going to lose jobs. There's certainly that aspect for it, because there's at least an argument to be made about, well, there's a bunch of the benefits to going through that. There's the safety side of it, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, it is a different argument. Like, it's a little, like, I don't want to make it sound, like, disingenuous, like, you're being unreasonable or anything like that. But it's a little disingenuous when it comes to those arguments, because, like, but it's really a different animal. Will reason with you, though? I mean... when, for example, the printing press wasn't actively taking everyone else's newspapers, grabbing them, stealing their content, and then printing out the newspaper. Based on all that stolen stuff. That's kind of a key thing. It was purely like, oh, jobs are getting lost from improvements and efficiencies. I actually wouldn't have a stance against AI. I'd be like, okay, we need to work on our economics because this is the new world we live in. That's fine. I actually don't have a problem with automation either. Like, in improvements in efficiencies, I also don't have a problem with that. Heck, you know, that's the thing where the economics is the problem, not what the technology is being used for. It's also not cooking the planet to do it. So I'd definitely say it's not they're very distinctly different. Yeah, I mean, but that's I'm trying to make the point that it's not the fact that the technology is out of control that's the problem. It's the environmental impact and the fact that it's effectively, you know, grand scale theft. Technology moving forward, I agree that there's definitely times that people kick and scream because new technology comes out and it's like, okay, well, okay. I'm not mad email exists. Is there room later tonight? Probably not tonight. You know, full reminder, I am a variety streamer. I do play a bunch of different games. Because you just don't think AI being a thing is making us creatively bankrupt? People always pay more for the real future or fake one. Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, I don't think AI is going to be like the end of days for creativity or anything like that. My genuine expectation is what's ultimately going to happen is the bubble that is currently going on with the practically pump and dump going on with AI will eventually come to a conclusion. And then, you know, the floor is going to drop out from it, just like every other tech buzzword has since... I mean, hell, even the internet went through this whole thing where they tried to shove it in absolutely everything and then realized, oh, wait, it doesn't make sense to have an online hair salon. Wait, that doesn't make sense? Where'd my money go? Yeah, the dot-com bubble? Yep. I just think this one's going to be a particularly egregious one. And the reason it's going to be egregious is just how much beyond any reasonable amount of spend and investment has gone into it. That's going to be the worst part of it. Does he work for a pizza who actually started selling pizza online? You consulted, but you didn't put your money in it? Oh, I was too young to be involved in any of the dot-com boom stuff. Anyone who hired me as a consultant at that age deserved to lose all their money. You'd be talking to a child. Oh yeah, no, I think the reality is when the bubble bursts, you're gonna have like 98% of the companies involved in AI will either have to pivot away or they will get rid of it. Like they'll be gone. There's gonna be a huge downtick in them. But after that part, what you're probably gonna end up having... Sorry, what you're going to end up having is you're going to have the use cases that actually make sense and are economical. And those will be the ones that stick around. Because right now, like with the Gen AI, for example, generative AI is dealing with the whole thing where it's artificially being done for cheap because they're in the growth phase. This is a normal tech thing, normal startup thing, not even just tech, that you start in your growth phase where your only objective is to grow. To gain market share, become very important to the users that use it, yada yada yada, and you usually do so at a loss. And eventually, whether it's from like outside economic needs, investors, whatever, you have to switch to your profit phase. Or you just go, you know what, we've grown big enough, it's time to make money. But you switch to your profit phase. And that's when you start going, okay, with the users we managed to build up, how do I keep the lights on? How do I maximize my, maximize my revenue, all this kind of stuff. So this is the classic thing, like, you hop on your social media, they do all this cool stuff and all that kind of things, and then eventually they go, okay, well now there's a premium mode. Okay, well now there's advertisements. Okay, well now there's a fee to be able to do this extra thing. Or now we have this extra perk that you have to pay for. And some of it can be done very reasonably and all that kind of stuff, and then some of it's literally taking the features you were already using and then slapping a price tag on it. But that's, you know, that's them figuring out how to make the economics work. I'm not a huge fan of this style of running a business, personally. It makes sense, though, with startups where you don't have the capital to try and do it, and there's definitely products that need to demonstrate that they're viable before they start trying to make money, so it is just a reality of doing that business. You kind of have to. But right now, AI has been solidly 100% in growth. When they flip it, it's going to be the curiosity where we see like what it actually costs to use those things. I do fully think, regardless of what happens to AI, I do think we are going to move into a time where people are going to pay money for stuff they know came from other people. Like, I do think you are correct that that is just going to be a thing that happens in that regards. Just the same that there's people who will go out of their way to buy food that's made on little mom and pop farms. You have people who will spend extra money to get, you know, ethically sourced, grown, whatever things there. The thing is, the AI Corps just barely started trying to make a profit with a Switch per user, and companies already realized it was not financially viable to pay, and that's still a subsidized cost. Yep, no, that's the thing. Broadly speaking, from everything we see, the economics don't make sense. And there could be companies that figure out a way to make the economics make sense. That certainly could be a thing. But what we've been seeing so far, the economics just do not make sense. I wouldn't even say this is our generation's Manhattan Project. I actually disagree. I think the reality is AI is overhyped as being capable of far more than it actually is. Like, very, very much overstated what's actually capable. Like a rabbit trap. So that's actually just where my charcoal is supposed to go. But I mean, it happens to be catching rabbits, so I'm not unhappy. But yeah, no, that's definitely a thing where people overstate what it's capable of. And we actually have no reason to believe that AI will be that significantly better in the short to mid-term. And we're talking generative AI. Like, it'll be able to make more stuff, do a little bit more detail. But yeah. Keep in mind, a lot of the people pushing generative AI are the same people who pushed NFTs, and also pushed crypto, and also pushed blockchain, because they still had the hardware. Not exclusively, but a lot of them are the same players. I'm trying to decide where I'm putting my pit kilns. Yep, and the same people who feel like you should have to play as, you know, pay a subscription to keep playing your game regardless of it. They shouldn't sweat about lack of ownership about things. And that you should not be aware of how your products are made. Was the next essential threat or glorified chatbot? Glorified chatbot. I mean, that's the thing. I'm talking generative AI, so it's not even the glorified chatbot. That's one thing. That's... Oh, it's on the other side of the wall there. Like, that's kind of the problem we're having here, is I'm talking about generative AI, and we have conversations having different contexts. And again, this is a deliberate move that was done with generative AI, was to muddy up the term AI, so having conversations was hard, where you'd end up talking past each other versus to each other, because you're using the same term for multiple different meanings. which makes meaningful conversations very hard to have. And it was a 100% deliberate thing. Anyways, we're going to move off the AI topic. It comes up pretty much every night because it is a hot topic in gaming right now. And I'm very vocally opposed to it as someone who has a background of over 15-20 years in technology and has had to implement whatever the latest tech buzzword in my stuff, like blockchain and crypto and all that crap. And it's the same thing. Bubble's gonna burst and then we'll get to see what we actually have. I'm not even doing it to try and free you. Get out of the hole. I'm doing it because I want to fill in the hole. You can just climb right out. There's a way. Maybe you should buy NFTs now that's cheap. Hey man, they can't get cheaper. That's not true. They can 100% get cheaper. They're borderline worthless, and there is farther down they can go. Hey Mark, how's it going? Be glad you told most people to not invest in the NFTs, but was notice pumped up. Well, that's kind of what's going on right now. So I can't speak for other countries. Here in the U.S., we have laws against. It's considered a scheme known as pump and dump. And generally speaking, if you go in and you pick up a stock and you then turn around and hype it up and then you dump it, or like you get a group of people organized together to pick up a stock to make it look worth a lot, convince a bunch of others to buy it, and then you dump it. That's known as a pump and dump. And there are actual rules we have, you know, against doing that. But at the same time, what's happening with the tech buzzword thing is it's kind of becoming its own pump and dump thing, but like in a way that doesn't really technically go against the rules. Where it is kind of that thing where you're all kind of quietly investing in this thing, knowing it doesn't necessarily have the value it does, but you like get all the investors excited about it, get your money and get out. And yeah. Do you remember being disappointed when your coworkers with the guy so excited to talking about NFTs? And play to earn with BS. Oh man. Like, luckily that had already kind of started to already... I mean, not the NFTs, the blockchain thing had already been burning out by the time I started streaming. The NFTs were still around. And there was a good number of games that I had reach out to me, and I'm like, okay, this game... You know what? Actually, I had one reach out to me last year, which had been a while. But, you know, like, they had reached out and all that. And some of them was, like, very front and center. It's like, play to earn your NFTs. And I was like, absolutely freaking no. Absolutely not. Because while NFTs were still kind of a new thing, I had been through the whole thing with blockchain working on the dev side, and having, like, every other meeting with, like, whoever at the C-suite are being like, okay, so how can we use blockchain in our product? I was like, I mean, sure, we can put it in there, but this is kind of like asking, how can, you know, I put a car's carburetor in my grill? I mean, you can do it. There's no reason to. It makes no sense. But, like, I could physically weld it in there if you really want to. It'd be better without having it in there. But as a crypto analyst, people don't make money from NFTs anymore. Mainly meme coins, which you can see people make millions. Always makes you a little jealous. All you have to do is stop having any level of ethics or morals, and you can make a couple of bucks. Have you ever considered being a monstrously unethical person? The latest get-rich scheme. But yeah, no, it was a constant thing. It's like, can we secure our transactions with blockchain? It's like, no. We use a payment processor. They secure our transactions. All we do is we say, hey, they need to pay us this much money. Here you go, payment processor. This is your problem now. And then ask the payment processor how they're going to use blockchain, which is they're not, because it makes no sense. It's a classic, you've got a tool looking for a problem. It happens a lot. I think we make meat stew. So, the rabbit's probably full grown, and I could probably get some good food out of that. But genuinely, that little deer thing is not an adult. I would get, like, nothing for it, really. There's still many companies that allow crypto payments? Yeah. Which I find that interesting in its own right. Yeah, so, for the record, my intended ground level is up here. This is intended to going underground down there. And that's kind of my holdup, is I need to be making my pit kiln. And I really don't want to build it down there and just yoink it out of the ground and then put up here. And I'm starting to put, like, my berries over here. So probably the orchard. I do have an area over here. I haven't quite figured out exactly where I want to put things. It's kind of just what's holding me up. What is a pit kiln? So, a kiln in real life is, you get like this big area, it's usually block wall and everything, and you put stuff like ceramics into it, and you can get to a ridiculously hot heat and keep it there. To harden ceramics. A pit kiln is the old school way of doing it, where basically you'd dig a hole, you'd sit your ceramics in there, you'd cover them up with like bits of grass and all that, some sticks, and then some heavier like firewood, and you light the whole thing up. And the goal isn't to like just get a big fire or whatever going. You want to kind of just smolder and get really hot and just kind of sit there. So a pit kiln is that. It's for hardening ceramics, firing ceramics. But it's, you know, a very old way of doing it. Oh, quit your whining. It's just your shins. Let's see. You're in the U.S. and at the moment, the locally grocery store takes payments out, takes and pays out crypto. Yeah, I could see I could still see that being a thing. Because, like, what, for example, if I was in that business right now, what I would probably do is it's just you would have your fees and all that be high enough that the losses you'd potentially expect to take due to volatility, that you would be having your rates high enough to offset those. That's something you just do anytime you're working in any type of business that's got risk. You just kind of come up with the reasonable statistics on what the level of risk is and all that sort of stuff. And you just make the consumer shoulder the value of that risk. If you're wondering why I'm doing this whole big elaborate thing here, pit kilns can be a little dangerous in this game. You can very easily get a fire out of control. So it is worth taking your pit kilns and just taking the time to kind of, you know, cover them up from all angles to make sure they don't end up spreading. Because a lot of people going quick, what they'll do is they'll just kind of find a hole, they'll dig in the dirt, and they'll shove the stuff on top that you need to make the pit kiln work. Which is 100% acceptable. Like, that absolutely works. But then you have the risk of, if grass grows too close to it, and now you've got an out-of-control fire, and it will burn up the area. And even worse, if you're nearby peat, because a lot of people like to live relatively near a peat pit at the beginning to get their earlier stuff going faster, very, very quickly you can get an out-of-control fire. Alright. So, things we need. I am going to need a crucible. What I do here, just gonna clean that up real fast. The old time you misread, you say pit kill. I think you're planning on murdering some wildlife by luring them in a pit of fire. Oh no, pit kiln. With an N on the end, yep. But yeah, so you can see this is the way without using like any mods you would do the napping. And one nice thing here is you can tell it to copy the previous layer. And it does go really fast, and that's not a mod, that's just the base game. When you have these things that have like several layers, you can just do that. Can you set mirror? I don't believe mirror is an option. Oh, that's right. The middle tile's actually not one of them. But yeah, so you can imagine doing this a couple times. It can be really fun. Eventually you'll get to the point where you're making like literally hundreds of these things. Not these specific ones. But it can very, very quickly get to be from, oh, I'm having fun, to wait, never mind. So then what we'd do is we'd run up here, and I don't have what I need to, do that. Yeah, so I put those all down there. And then what I do here, pull a bunch of grass. Oh yeah, to keep in mind, long term, I'm not going to be going down there. We're like slowly filling that all in. All of this is like just us in the middle of working on this. Because this isn't the way I did the last couple times I made bases, I went out and I built out over the ocean. So now we go and we put all the grass in there. So that's got all its grass. I might have enough sticks on me. Okay, so we got our sticks on us. Yeah, I know exactly as Rhyforce is saying. It's one of those things that almost, like, that just a huge number of people in this game end up doing at some point. That you very... is there detrimental smoke risk? No, there's no idea of, like, smoke inhalation in this game. Yeah, so now what I do is I take the torch, I light it on fire, and in like a day, I've got myself some crucibles. I'm gonna need to do a lot more things there. The problem is we're getting really hungry, and I need to deal with that. It is dark, though, which is a problem. Okay, so what else did I get? Let's get the cooking pot. And now, I do technically have Napster on, so instead of doing it all manually, I can hold right-click and just do it. But the only reason I'm doing that is because I have done this many, many times. And while it's a very fun minigame, some of the things... Which, honestly, the clay one usually doesn't bother me. It's regular old napping and the blacksmithing that after a while you're like, okay, I've done the minigame. I'm ready to not do that. We do anti-money laundering and fraud investigations. That's got to be a very interesting work to do. That's not too far off. Does this mod also work for blacksmithing? Yes. It's called Napster. It's like the only mod I typically run, because it's definitely a thing after a while that you're like, you know what, I like this minigame. My brother have made so many pickaxes and knives and all that. I do not need to keep doing the minigame. Making the anvil... So, like, making the anvil once isn't a big deal and stuff like that. For me, it's the repetitive stuff. Like, making just, like, the large tools is not the end of the world. Because, yeah, it's a whole thing, but it's just one time. But, yeah, it's definitely a thing you run into when you're doing, like, the really large-scale stuff. And, like, you're just doing it again and again and again. You're like, please. The only don't like is the stone napping, mostly because it gets in the way of things you're trying to do instead of being the thing itself. It also doesn't help that you can only get rid of one pixel at a time. Well, to me, like, you can actually go ahead and, I can set this to do it in larger groups of, like, 3 or 4 blocks. I choose to do it as just one block because to me that feels a little bit more fair. Like, it is automating it, but at least this isn't making it, like, significantly faster or something like that, where I just really feel like that. Yeah, and we're starving to death, by the way, if you're wondering why we're making honking horn noises. That is the sound of, like, just the pain also. The only I don't like is stone napping, mostly because it gets in the way of other things. Yeah. Alright. So... Unfortunately, the only thing I got in here is grain. Luckily, flax grain is crap anyways, so I don't feel too terrible about using it horribly and efficiently. That's also the reason I'm making the cooking pot as one of my first priorities. With the cooking pot, I can at least make stuff like porridge. And it'll help my food go farther. Okay. What time is it? There's so much more till next day. Alright. But we're getting there. Little by little. Nice pet kiln setup? Thank you. It's very similar to the setup I use pretty close to every time. I have kind of a system. Alright, well, like it or not, I gotta wander trying to look for things to eat in the dark. But yeah, no, I like that setup because it fully encloses the pit kiln, so I just don't have to worry about it spreading fire and burning grass and that kind of thing. You know, setting the forest on fire. Right now I just have the crucible and all that. I really need more stuff going in it. But I'll need to get bowls going. I'll need to get my pick mold going. And I'll need to get my prospecting pick mold going. Generally speaking, I'm pretty close to almost always will make pretty close to every single one of the things, even if like the scale ones I almost never use. One time you spend the extra money to make one extra mold and you just put it in the shelf and, you know, you've collected them all. I thought I saw, you know, blueberry bush or some, well, not blueberry, I wouldn't be out here, but like blue, whatever, a berry bush. Oh yeah, you can't eat directly from the pot. We're like, what, an angel or whatever? Can't lower ourselves to that. No, but for me, it wasn't looking into, like, crypto fraud, that thing. I actually started a master's degree with the intention of going and being the kind of person that when malware happens, like, being the person who kind of does, like, all the forensics and all that to go, okay, how did it get here? Where did it come from? How does it work? Like, what can we do to prevent it in the future? You know, what, like, any other considerations we have to do? And I started that master's degree, and my very first professor, my very first, like, on that subject class is like, if this is what you're looking to do, that isn't a real thing. And so then I dropped the master's program. They were wrong. It is an actual thing that is done. But, you know, regardless, I don't think I would have actually been happy doing that, as getting into some of what goes into that. You see some things that maybe you wanted to go back into the part of your life where you hadn't seen those. Because I definitely remember that first digital forensics class. You know, they kind of went into a lot of the details around that, and it's just like, nah, man. I don't need to get into, like, the, you know, investigating the criminality side of things. And what do we got down there? Is that one? Oh, I already know about that one. Never mind. That's less exciting. It's a trader, but it's one we already knew about. Yeah, I really wish I had known better when I was in that class to be like, why did you say that? Like, objectively, you should have known that's a thing. You could be like, hey man, this is like getting into marine biology. I'll get you your degree, but like, your chances of getting a job in that specific field with this degree are not good. Just because of how few jobs there are. And that's probably fair. But to say, like, it just didn't exist as like, oh, okay, never mind. And granted, I probably could have done a lot more homework to look into it. Part of me was also very burnt out in school, so when there was like, oh, I'm just not going to get the thing I want? Alright, well, I already got my bachelor's. That's good enough. I want to get on with my life. So you didn't go to college for IT. Instead, you went to work at the factory to help your dad. Yeah, for me, I started college actually as an art major, computer graphics animation. Came to the realization that when someone else tells you what to draw, it's way less fun. And so I kind of sat there, I was like, I gotta make a choice. I could either A, keep going with that master's and take a hobby I love and learn to hate it, or I need to do something else. And I had been doing a lot of work around, like, you know, this is back in the days of LAN parties and all that. And I kind of became, like, the tech expert at the LAN party because, you know, I liked playing games with my friends, and when my computers didn't work, that was no fun. So someone had to figure out how to make them work. And so I kind of just, not that anyone, like, volunteered me, I just learned on my own. So that, you know, when stuff happened, we get things back up and running. So, like, I had a lot of experience with that, and I enjoyed that, and I had started running my own business on the side doing that. A Liberty Cap? I don't know what the hell a Liberty Cap is. Are you poisonous? You're not. Ooh. Ooh, give me this. Give me this cutting. Ho ho! Thick-skinned, densely clustered fruit. That is just strong roots. Just gimme. Gimme them good cuttings. You started quick college for computer animation for the same reason? Yeah, no, I think that's probably a normal thing for a lot of various types of art majors. Is you're thinking you're going to be cool with the idea, and then you sit down, you actually get into the class, and you're like, this is way less fun than I thought it would be. It's something that I can't talk for other places, but I wish we were better about in the US. That genuinely, I think it would be beneficial if it was just normal practice. That you'd go to high school, do your stuff, and whether it was in high school or middle school or when it happens, I don't care. But like somewhere along the line, probably middle schoolish, that they would just kind of do like some of the magnet schools where they're like, okay, let's give you, you know, a couple of months where you're doing stuff that's like roughly engineering, and let's do a couple of months where you're doing something that's roughly like, you know, service job, and let's do something for a couple of months. You just kind of give you like a little taster of a bunch of different professions. You know, obviously you're not going to get the ins and outs or anything like that, but just give you a little bit, be like, this is kind of like what this job is going to be like. And then, you know, and you need to do that before the person is, you know, starting to like think about their major. What are they going to be focusing on in education? What electives should they take to support their plans ultimately in the long run? Like, you want to do it before that stuff. But just give them that little taste, because we have a real problem here where people get out of school and they're like, what the am I going to do? Like, I don't know what I enjoy. I don't know what I want to do or anything like that work-wise, because I spent the entire time just up to my eyeballs trying to learn for the next exam I'm expected to finish. Yeah, no, there's definitely some professions that would not cater to that, and I acknowledge this. But that's the reason I'm thinking, like, for just, like, your very vague, hey, just a very vague engineering degree, like thing. So, like, not getting into the nuance of however, like, okay, you're going to have a drafting class where you draft and design things. We don't care if it's actually, like, would be legally up to snuff for actual engineering, but just broadly, you're going to draw your engineering diagrams. Okay, you've drawn your engineering diagrams. Now here's like the next part of the process, which, you know, usually most engineers, depending on the job, probably aren't doing all the steps. They'll probably have the one part of the process that they're focused on. Maybe if it's a smaller company, they do more of the different process, but you get the idea. Let's see, in Germany you had, what, you forget 2 weeks where we had to find a company to intern at. Not as good as what you're proposing, with multiple experience, but it's something. Yeah. But that's the thing, just like vaguely have like you know, a service oriented one, like an engineering oriented one, which, you know, you could probably put all your sciences, mathematics, engineering, that can all be kind of like one umbrella thing, because sure, there's definitely differences between a researcher, a scientist, and an engineer. But at the same time, while there are certainly differences, like, it tends to be a difference on what part of the equation you're focused on and what is your objective. But, like, you're following very similar processes. Let's see. Fun fact, that's what the smart decision would be for the government regardless of party. Focus on a complete worst way. Well, one of the problem we run into with a lot of education stuff is, understandably, people do call for accountability in education. And calling for that's completely reasonable. You want to make sure, you know, the schools are doing a good job, the teachers are doing a good job, they have the resources they need, yada, yada, yada. Those resources are being well allocated, you're getting the results you're hoping for, and quantifying all those things. Wanting to do all that, that's not a bad thing. The problem is the how. And that's always where we run into problems. Oh, you're not going to stack. That's fine. It's always the how. And that's where stuff like standardized tests and all that kind of crap comes into play. And that then becomes its own problem in its own right, that gets in the way of the stuff that actually does help students. And that's always been kind of the Achilles heel of all that stuff. The metrics you'd want to demonstrate success are too delayed to meaningfully know what you're doing. Because, like, measuring success, you'd have to be like, okay, what is our barometer for success in education? Because I can't walk up and put a ruler to the side of your head and said, how many learn points did you do? You know, I have to go like, okay, well, if I take these tests, does this work? Okay, well, did I get a paying job? Like, whatever your metrics of success is, you'd have to figure that out, which people won't agree on that, which is a whole separate animal. And then you gotta figure out, okay, well, how do I quantify that? And yeah, and that quantification, that's where the devil in the details comes from in a lot of cases, because so often we have to depend on, like, a proxy of a proxy's measurement that sometimes doesn't even meaningfully imply the thing we're trying to measure, but it's the best we got. And so it is a pain point that everyone struggles with. So yeah, and there's definitely things where it's like, oh, we can make the sweeping, well, one party's doing whatever, one party's doing this. But even among those trying to do the right thing, it is not an easy problem to tackle. And I say this as, you know, someone who's been in meetings being like, all right, we need to come up with a better way of doing this. How do we do it? And a lot of ideas being thrown around that are just as flawed. But, you know, might be better in way A or might be better in way B or whatever. It's a hard problem. If it wasn't, we would have solved it. Well, I only have one stick. I can get another stick. Actually. Oh, wait, I can put a stick in my offhand? That's interesting. I didn't expect that. Okay, so I got a quartz spot underneath here. Quartz is probably the thing you care the least about so far as your, you know, special stuff you get. You do need it, but, like, you find a quartz spot, and you're usually just good for quartz for a long time. So let's toss the flax in the ground, because those turnips will be a bit more nutrition for us. There we go. Yeah. Once spent multiple in real life going from quartz vein to quartz vein looking for gold with a gold lantern. To make a gold lantern? Yeah, like finding the gold? Yes, you are correct. That is a challenge. But like the quartz itself, it's like, oh, Okay, well, I'm gonna make some windows. Well, I made my windows. Okay, well, here's a couple other things I'll use for quartz. So it does tend to pile up. So the good news, we did get a bunch of food. We got more seeds to plant. And it does look like, from when I was looking at the way I've got my setup up here, it does look like I might have actually put the... Alright. Okay. We have an immediate detour to what we were doing. Well, this knife is basically spent, so get out of my life. High fertility soil is not something you find a lot of. And I could mark it on my map and come back later. Or I could just grab it right now. Because as you can see, when you walk over it, it does have a slight difference in appearance. But it's really hard to see when there's all this grass going on. But there's just enough blocks poking out that I was able to see it over there. Alright, just making sure we don't see any obvious, like, ones right nearby. Okay, I mean, that was a good find. And for those who are like, okay, well, if you put fertilizer in the soil to make it better, then why does it matter between low and high and medium fertility soil and all that? Or terra preta, which is like the super soil. And it's basically what's the maximum amount of fertility the soil can have in it. I believe medium is something like 85 or whatever. I think high was 100, and then I think the Terra Preta was something like 120 or some ridiculous amount or something like that. I don't remember. It's been a while, and it doesn't really change how you play. It's basically, you want better soil. Better soil, gooder. You want gooder, better soil. Lesser gooder, better soil, badder. Fertilizer goes above max? Yeah. So if we walk over here now and looked at this. Yeah, so it says nutrients levels. We've used a little bit of N, but it's at 50%. Yeah, so some of these, the moisture is actually getting kind of low. Like, really low on some of these. So yeah, it looks like it can only go about 3 wide, and then we're starting to have, like, the moisture drop off. Which does suck for the way we've been building this, but that's fine. Now, we certainly don't want to use that for the fill lanes. Alright. Trying to decide how I want to go and get this better fertilizer in here, because we definitely want it in the inner 3. Okay. I see you back there. Oh, come on. He does not have that shot. Get back here. Let me catch up. Yeah, it's hard for me to keep up with everything going on. Chat's been going, which is good. That's fine. I try to jump in to see where things are at now. It's like, man, I got no idea what's going on. Yeah, so all I'm doing is I'm replacing our medium quality with the high quality. Okay. What we're going to need to do here is, as I've noticed, we're only getting out to about 3 blocks out with our water system the way it is. What I'm probably going to do is we're going to stop going 5 wide. We're only going to go 3 wide going forward. And we're going to wait till the other crops up there are good to harvest or die or whatever. And then we're going to shrink it. And I mentioned before what I would do is I would have the water, I'd go to the side and then probably turn it this way. We're going to set that up. So then we'll have like almost like a slope going down. Does the water split like that, or only from the source? So what you can do is, say I wanted to have a path go to the right here, I could get rid of this tile, or sorry, I'd have to do it back here, but let's say I wanted to go this way. I'd get rid of this tile, make a path this way and that way, both are about equal, and then remove the tile. When it comes down, it'll split both directions. But if there's distinctly one direction shorter, a lot of times I'll just take the shorter direction. I don't have any sticks anymore. There's some shrubs over there. I do have a stick. It's in my hand. That's fine. I'm here. Go punch a bush. Yeah, so we're slowly making, like, a grow area. And eventually it connects up to other areas. It'll be curious, since we now have to protect our crops from the animals, how that's all going to turn out. Like, how much of a thing is that going to be? Like, with me based up here, where I only have one angle that is, like, walled off and all that naturally. Am I going to have to go through and take the time to put, like, a wall around the entire outside of my place or whatever? Okay. So all the rest of the soil is not special. Okay. And I remember one time I tried putting the water underneath to see if that would work. Because there's a whole phenomena that happens with water where if you do have, like, it's like what you do with your, like, flower pots or whatever, where you have the pot sitting there, and it's got the bottom, and then there's the water you put down below, and it kind of soaks up through the soil. It's a really cool setup to actually ensure you're not overwatering and a bunch of stuff. But that's not a thing in this game. It has to be touching from the sides. Alright, so those are still going. Alright. Then go here. Drop off the flax. Drop off our veggies. We can eat the mushrooms for a minute. We got more rammed earth for stuff. We've got more clay for stuff. Oop. Drop you in there. So we start by eating our Liberty mushrooms. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. I remembered basically people saying mushrooms will mess you with you now. So we've apparently eaten psychedelic mushrooms. Okay, so we've got beauty berry, black currant, white currant, and red currant. Not that I'm aware of. Oh, the sky is real weird. So, we're now gonna go inside and find a dark corner to go sit in. Start licking the wall or something. Yeah, that's the reason I was going inside. I was like, it's getting bright out there. Alright, so we got the crucible, we got that. I will need bowls. Oh, I hate that. Drugs. Drugs are banned. Reminder, don't eat mushrooms you don't know. And this is what I have to work on, so like, I was thinking, it's like, is there something else I can work on right now? I'm like, no, this is kind of the thing I need to do. Mad dude didn't have Master. Is there a slider to this one? Let's see. Nope. I think they're like, look, man, you volunteered for this. The storms just happened to you. This was a... Oh, I think I just stepped too close to the fire and burnt my toesies. It needs to not pulse when you click. I wonder if at night this effect makes it so it's easier to see things. Like, if you could deliberately abuse it to have weird, trippy color patterns appearing on the walls. Psychedelic night vision. It helps you see things, but they're not actually there. Yeah, I definitely heard they had added a bunch of new mushrooms. And that, like, there was new poisonous mushrooms and all that. I also remembered people talking about, it's like, what would they change about the game? There's a bunch of people like, oh yeah, they should make it so it doesn't tell you which mushrooms are poisonous so far as, like, you just need to know. I'm like, I don't know about that. I don't need to know and, like, learn all my botany or whatever. I don't actually know if botany would be the right study. I don't want to have to memorize all my mushrooms. It's already a thing, like, trying to be aware of what you need to be careful about eating in your own place, because granted, like, hell am I going and eating wild mushrooms around here? Granted, Florida's actually pretty okay with that. We don't, as far as I'm aware, we don't actually have that much in the way of dangerous mushrooms here that you know, would realistically, misidentify. Not like up north farther when I lived in Michigan where we had Death Cap was up there. And they're like, maybe delicious, maybe dead. 50-50. I remember being in Scouts, up north, and it was a whole thing that they're like, you know, there's Death Cap here, don't eat the mushrooms. If you're in the woods and starving, you're better off eating, you know, like eating tree bark. Don't try and eat the mushrooms here. It's like the mushroom that is safe and the mushroom that will kill you are almost identical. It ain't worth it, man. If you're 99% sure, you're not sure enough. If you're 99.9% sure, you aren't sure enough. If you're 100% sure, you're probably still not sure enough. Like, it's just not worth it. You get it wrong once and you die. Yeah, for us there was Death Cap and then there was another mushroom. And they were almost exactly identical. Like, it was one of the things, I remember they told us how you compare. I can't remember if it was like the frilly part under the cap or whatever, or it was like you would cut the mushroom down the lengthwise and you could like look inside and you'd see a difference. There was something about it that you could tell the difference. But they're like, yeah, don't, like, just don't. There's no second part, just don't. Where'd the Mario Rainbow Road graphics go? I don't know. Makes me think of, oh man, it was one of the old Space Quest games. I'm trying to remember which one it was. Where you could walk over and just eat a random mushroom. And your character would trip out. And it was like, that was a whole thing. I probably shouldn't do it again. And if you then turn around and eat another mushroom, you die in a psychedelic death. It was like you died. I mean, I think you had a good time though, so congratulations. It was something like that. But yeah, you eat it the first time and you trip out and start seeing all sorts of weird things. You'd rather die a psychedelic death than normal death? The problem is, unfortunately, while that's a fun meme, in real life, most of the mushrooms that are super dangerous for you, that's not how you go. The way you go is it destroys your liver, and bad things happen from there. Like, it is not a good way to go. You have death caps here in school? That was, oh, was it federally? I know it was a thing here in the US that this year, that was like a big uproar, that I want to say was federally in this year. They were like, you know, we are, like, not that there's a law against it, but we're like advising that you do not forage for mushrooms. Like, just at all, this year. Because they're expecting, I think it was a death cap super bloom or some nonsense. Like, I don't know enough about it. I don't mean nonsense to be dismissive. It was just, like, genuinely they're expecting, like, the depth cap to be, like, at an extreme, like, uptick this year, and they're just like, we fully recommend just not doing wild mushrooms at all this year. But, like, a whole bunch of people who are, like, you know, outdoorsy nature people were making a big stink that, you know, they were worried it was going to mean that people weren't going to be camping and a bunch of stuff. So there was, like, economic reasons they wanted to make sure that wasn't a thing. It still went through. They're like, yeah, we're advising against it. Wasn't the axe better at chopping at the leaves, not the knife? It could. I think you're right. I think I made that mistake the last time I played, too. I just instinctively assumed that the knife was the better one. So yeah, it's not psychedelics, then good night. It's psychedelics, then months of hospital, then getting ever sicker, yeah. As your entire digestive system is utterly ruined, and there's, like, nothing they can do to, like, fix it. If they get to you early enough, they can help you out. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. If they get to you early enough, they can help you out, but if it's fully in the system, it's just one of those things that it's not a good way to go. Like, you read about it and you're like, you know what? Put that on the list of absolutely nots. Hey, crucibles are done. So we need to eat to keep things going for now. But yeah, no, I appreciate that more schools are doing that kind of stuff. Because it is a thing that happens every year. They have people go out. It's especially people who are like, you know, they're not like park rangers or people who are doing like the outdoorsy thing all the time. They're like, oh yeah, nature survivalist, you know, kind of mentality. But again, not like people who work in it all the time. And then there's definitely a lot of them who go out there, you know, they're kind of more hobbyist, eat stuff they ought not eat. But it's always grim. There's some things in life you just don't F with. Mushrooms are one of them. Okay, so I got a bunch of things I could potentially want to do. For right now, I am going to make the watering pot to help out with the... Oh, I see. To help out with the stuff there. But here in Germany, we have, or at least 30 years ago, I didn't know, a class that basically tells you about local world and plants and all that, and how to use payphones. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, we used to have, there was a class that was called Home Mech. It didn't really have to deal with, like, outdoorsy stuff. But it was a class I felt was highly valuable for students. They would teach you basically, like, here's how to cook without poisoning yourself. Here's how to, like, balance a budget. Here's how to do laundry. So, like, pretty mundane things. But it was a very useful class for a lot of people, you know, whether it's, you know, their parents didn't know better or, like, whatever, or just missed the lesson, that kind of stuff. And it's a bummer that they basically got rid of that class. Like, when I was in school, it had gotten rid of it, like, the year before us. Because there's a lot of those things, like, yeah, some parents just take care of things and I don't think it's like, oh, right, I gotta teach my kid how to do this. Someday they gotta do it. Because the number of, like, very, very basic skills that end up getting missed. That's gotten rid of here too? Yeah. Like, that's kind of those classes I feel would be, like, really, really good to have. Is, like, those very, very basic skills of, like, hey, man, again, here's how you balance a budget. Here's how you know, empty the lint tray in your dryer so you don't set your house on fire. You know, here's how you make a basic, like, you know, in case of fire, what I'm gonna do plan. Like, all these things that, they're just household stuff. They're very useful. Yeah, the water source block is up there, and I'm just like, you know what? We'll figure it out. Okay, you're all done. Yeah, and this is one of the reasons why you do also typically want a bunch of pit kilns. I found for me personally, 4's kind of been my, like, sweet number. Because 4 is just enough that, like, by the time I get the firewood, the sticks, and the grass and all that, I can kind of keep them going and still have time to run to grab food occasionally and stuff like that. So these are our cooking pots. So I get pretty close to the point I'll actually be able to do some cooking. Okay, so what's next? So we got the pick going. We're going to want the prospecting pick. And these are molds I'm making. So there's two ways you do your metalworking. For your softer metals, you can just pour the metal into a mold and you've got whatever it is once it cools down. The other one you want to do is you have, like, where you do blacksmithing, where you get the thing, you make it hot, and you bang on it with an anvil, or a hammer on an anvil. And generally, your harder metals require the anvil and hammer, but your softer metals, like copper, you can just get away with the mold. But the molds work pretty well, but they're a bit limited on what you can use them for. Or no, that's not true. I think you can actually do the harder molds on the ingots as well, or on the molds as well. You just typically don't, because you can just make your ingots, pull your ingots out, and just slap those later. Sometimes you can encourage yourself. Prospecting pick is number 3. You're not sure what the verb is for. You're thinking of was with roaring. Because you remember a tweet when it was still Twitter over 10 years ago. It was about to graduate student. We've learned to analyze poems in 4 languages, but not how to take out an insurance policy or rent an apartment. Which had a semi-attention roaring at the time. Yep. We've had summer here too as well. And thank you so much, Rongor, for the tier 2 sub going above and beyond with that. I really do appreciate it. Joe, if you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. And 42 Munjibin subbed to the channel. Means a lot, so thank you. Bronze is fine. Yeah, no, usually by the time you're at bronze and iron and all that, you're typically not using the molds anyways, because you're getting the ore and then making a whole bunch of, Okay, need a little bit more grass. And you're, you know, you're making a bunch of ingots to use as you need them. You're not going and melting the ore directly into it and all that stuff. Oh yeah, we're getting hot enough to work the iron, not melt the iron. I mean, you pour it into the ingot thing. I'd say that's melting it. Pretty soon we're going to start making sad starvy noises. And hey, Treacle, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way? Another fantastic creator. Yeah, no, that was the thing. I was just like, oh, right, it's bloomeries, isn't it? Yep. Yep, no, I got you. You're making it workable. And paint any second now. Any second now. Ah, yeah. I'm reminded I'm alive now. There we go. Okay. So while we wait for it to be not dark, we will need the hammer. Okay, that's the hammer. Okay, just making sure, because there is a difference between the hammer and the helve hammer. And we do not want to make the helve hammer. Not now, at least. But check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what I play on the channel. He's done like RimWorld, Hotel Architect, all that good stuff. Definitely good times over there. And definitely someone I'd recommend checking out. Does tend to stream earlier in the day. So if you're like waking up and you're like, man, Rual's not on for at least a couple more hours, you might be able to catch Treacle during that time. And Treacle is always a good time. I do like when I wake up early. You know, usually, which is like I've got like a dentist appointment, or me and Tomb are doing something that day, or whatever. But it is nice to be able to like actually go in there and be able to catch part of one of Treacle's streams and all. It's a good time. And I don't know why that reminded me. So we've been doing these the snack pack thing, and I've got today's here. I haven't tried it yet. Tomb has. And that's kind of one of the weird things about it, is because, you know, I usually what I do is I grab the snack, I'll, you know, give some to Tomb, that way she has half and I have half of it. And I won't try it till I'm on stream, just because people might find it interesting. But today's one is, like, how are you say that, Caplico? But, this is a Japanese thing. And it looks like it's a pretty tame thing. It looks like chocolate and strawberry. It weirdly comes in like this mold thing you gotta like pop them out of. But yeah, it's strawberry with chocolate on it. I imagine it's gonna taste what it looks like, and it's probably gonna be delicious. The strawberry is way more powdery than I thought, but it's good. It's delicious. It's exactly what you expect. I just wasn't expecting it to be quite as powdery. But it's not bad at all. I would demolish an entire container of those and then immediately regret it. Let's see. I don't need the clay crock thing. So we've got the hammer, we got this. That's the helve hammer, we don't need that. We get the hoe mold and all that stuff. We don't need the planter. So I can make like the shovel mold, the clay molds. Usually I will make all of these, even if I don't end up using them. I'm debating if I want to... Oh, the ingots. The ingots. That's actually important. I usually want to get 4 of these. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 6 months of a tier 1 sub to Infinity Simplex. So not just giving you a little bit of, you know, like this month or whatever, said, hey man, next year, next half year, you're stuck. You can't leave. I don't make the rules, that's just what they are. Well, if you want ingots, you also need an anvil. Yeah, no, that's just the thing. What time is it in game? Alright, so it's like 1 in the morning. Alright. Another batch. But thank you so much for all the support. It means a heck of a lot. Alright, so we're gonna get all this done. Now, I'm trying to hold out eating until we have the bowls ready, because if I hold out until we have the bowls ready, I can make a, I can use the cooking pot, and rather than just eating raw fennel or whatever, we can cook the fennel, properly making it nice and beige. And that basically you get better satiation, better bonuses if you cook. It also tends to last longer. No, what are you? Oh, the oil lamp. Oh, they just changed it because it used to be the oil lamp. You just kind of chucked a thing in there. Okay, so they made it, instead of using a bowl, you have a specific thing for an oil lamp now. I think that's reasonable. We'll need the anvil mold. The anvil mold is a whole chunky thing. Yeah, also an actual meal turns off hunger game for a while. Right, so even if the satiation wasn't higher, let's say you put in a thing that's like 50 satiation, you cook the meal, and then it's 50 on the other side, it also disables hunger for a hot minute, which effectively is kind of the same as like getting extra satiation for purposes of like going, but it also means if you fully fill, it's not like you waste any satiation. I mean, you don't anyways, because your characters won't eat more than they need, broadly speaking. That's not true. There's certain things your character will eat part of. I don't remember what all they were. But the point being is, cooking good. Like, the exact mechanics, irrelevant. Cooking good. Cook, make food or good or better. And generally for your stuff, copper's your first metal. Generally for all your things, for copper, you just want to use the molds for the beginning. You don't want to do the anvil until you're getting ready to do bronze, if I remember correctly. I want to say you put your, you're going to want to put your bronze for your first anvil, and then your second anvil will be iron, and it's a whole thing. Ah, there we go. We're alive. Yep. Still alive. Unless you're absolutely swimming in ore, yeah, skip the plain anvil. Yeah, I mean, even if you're swimming in ore, it's still a waste, because you're going to make the anvil, and then 2 seconds later, you're going to be like, this anvil's a piece of junk I don't need anymore. Like, the bronze one can even be short-lived in its own right. You still need it. But, like, if you're doing really well with your ore, you can actually kind of rush it a little bit. Yeah, no, it's the, it's later on that, like, the ingots tend to be useful. Because, like, you start getting to the point where you start getting lots and lots of ore, and it's easy to just take a stack of ingots and, like, stack them on the floor and make them look good. Alright. But yeah, so that kind of nice, like, little saxophone sound. That's just us starving to death. Don't worry about it. Builds character. Or something, I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, our bowls are not done. So we're just gonna be eating it raw. Hit points and satiation are just resources to a certain extent. The resource that if you run out of, bad things happen. But otherwise, yeah, no, they're still to a certain extent. Alright, so let's get the axe mold going. Because generally speaking, I usually just make all of them. Even if like a bunch of them just sit on the shelves forever. You do use clay for a lot of things, but making most of these molds, other than the anvil over there, the anvil's a costly mold. Most of these other ones, it's only going to cost you a couple units of clay. Like, we started this one with 64 clay. I expect to finish it around, like, 56, maybe? Clay would be my guess, somewhere around there. But they're saying this with a degree of chaos in mind, but it's something that's true in these games. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's like, so you can run in this game, and I don't recall there being any kind of a stamina bar that means anything. But it is a thing that you run and it burns satiation. Like, not rapidly, but it does speed up the rate you burn it. So it's kind of one of those things that arguably your satiation is your like endurance meter in that regard. Okay, so we got that. We can go ahead and make the Falk's pick. Because I'm mostly doing this to kill time till it's daylight. It's something worth doing, but then that way each time I come back that the pit kilns are done, we throw the next set of molds in there. Keep them going till we got everything. And you kind of do end up keeping the pit kilns running later on, because what ends up happening later is you'll stop using them for stuff like the molds and all this, because once you make a mold, other than the anvil, because it's destructive, you know, you make the mold and you're just good. What ends up happening later is you'll be like, I want clay bricks for various things. Well, you put your bricks in there, and you cook them in your pit kiln. The only time the pit kilns go away is eventually you can get like a full-on like walk into it kiln. Kind of like, you know, sort of like our modern kilns. And yeah, that's just a whole thing that, it's a whole process to get that set up. But it is one of those things that, you know, you're no longer doing the pit kiln, you can do a bunch of things at the same time. The problem is the big walk-in kiln, as just like the steel ones, it does slowly damage the stuff for a while. Yeah, I'll make the Hellhammer one, it's fine. Molds even for bronze or clay? Yes. You never built the kiln multi-block? It always feels that about the time you get to that tech, it's not needed anymore. Yeah. Well, for me personally, when I play, most of the time, it's about the point I get my steel armor that it's kind of like, well, you know, I'm good, I'm done with the run. Because usually by then, your food is just secured. Like, food is no longer a threat. Like, you might run away and, like, not have enough food on your person. But, like, so far as actually being in danger of, like, running out of food at home is not a thing. Because by then your farm is well established, and you've got plenty of, like, room in your cellar for keeping stuff. Okay. And remember we saw slate earlier. When we do get to the point of having a pickaxe and having some of our ore sorted, for making our actual house, I want the slate. I really like the slate roofs in this game. Mostly because making a shingle roof with clay is absolute agony. Because the sheer volume of shingles you have to make is just absolutely ridiculous. But with the slate, I don't have to go through a whole big thing. You just use the slate. I believe you like nap it into the shape of shingles, and that's that. There's no kiln to like make your shingle roof and all that. But then you still do get a shingle roof with the slate. It just happens to be stone. Alright, so we got you. There's the shovel. And then we'll just get the thing for, like, the armor scales or whatever, and that would be literally all of the molds. It would be a thing that we'd also, once we get these all fired up, like I've got that storage vase thing in the corner over there. You can make a bunch of those. Long term, I probably will. If you really take this run in a long way, I like the idea of just going down below and just making a giant, unreasonably large wine cellar. And by that I mean it'd be like, here's a 7x7x7 area of a whole bunch of barrels of wine, and then you go to the next room and there's another 7x7x7. Absurdity. It is interesting in real life if you ever get to go to one of the major places that produce alcohol in the world. You go to those cellars and it is wild. I got the opportunity to go like the Anheuser-Busch like main location they have up, I believe it's in Jacksonville. And it's like you go downstairs and you physically cannot see the other side. Like you're looking and you see just the endless, you know, series of like they're not vats, like the big giant metal storage things where they're making all the beer and all that, just like storing it down there. And you physically cannot see the other side due to distance. And it is a wild thing to be like, I'm underground right now. And there's just hundreds of these things that each is, you know, thousands of gallons. And you'd be like, how on earth do you use this all? And then you go up to the assembly line upstairs, you just see the beer bottles zipping by at speed with all the machines just putting the tops on and all that. And you're like, how on earth are people drinking this? There's no way. And then you do like the math, you're like, oh yeah, there's hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, more than that. There's a ridiculous number of people out there who potentially consume this product and yada yada. It adds up. Well, we're gonna be inefficient. We're gonna have a little nibble of some flax. And then we're gonna make some sad trumpety noises soon. Oh, is that our bowls done? Oh, no, it's not. It is not our bowls done. Okay, if our bowls were done, we could have made some porridge. But, you know. Oh, it was, I got to go to the Anheuser-Busch plant where they actually, like, make, you know, it's mostly crappy beers like Bud Light or whatever. But, you know, it's where they actually produce all that stuff. And it's just, you know, it is their main production area. And just the scale of it all. Okay, so that's alright, part of the St. Pete thing. We don't need to mark it a second time. But it was just, like, wild being there and just, you know, it's seeing any type of industrial thing at scale. Yeah, and I remember they gave me all sorts of statistics about, like, how much is produced there, and I remember at the time it was, like, all mind-blowing. But, you know, I don't remember what those numbers were. Why did you have yellow sparkly things on you? Okay. Now let's go right here and go, boom, this, sports, market. Okay, so we need to find more food. Millions if not billions? Oh yeah, like I don't think it was in the billions. I actually think like the amount they were dealing with was in the hundreds of thousands that they were going through in that location for whatever unit of time. But again, you know, you're sitting there just watching them go down the assembly line. They're like 4 or 5 bottles wide, going down almost like in a solid grid and just having all their stuff done to it. And it going at like a very rapid pace the whole time, just like, dear goodness. I feel like I've already been up this way. Later on, things get easier for a bunch of different reasons. One, because you've already gone a lot of the areas and you got your food sorted. so you don't need to be quite as desperately running around trying to find anything and everything edible. But also, 2, as time goes on... One second, got even more peat. And 2, as time goes on, you start marking places with your prospecting pick and be like, okay, this area has, you know, irons in the area, coppers in that area, like whatever the thing in the area is. And so it makes it a lot easier later on to be like, this is, you know, this is where I can find this is where I can find that. You don't end up having to run down food nearly as much because your home farm just takes care of things. Usually the hardest point in the entire run is your first winter. Because you can see I'm not really getting much food in my reserves yet. I'll probably actually do pretty good in this run this time just because we did get a lot of early seeds. But, oh, that's poison. But usually is a struggle your first winter, like, because the animal population's lower. A lot of them aren't doing so good so far as, like, the food they've got. That kind of thing. Most of the plants aren't around anymore. If you're wondering why I'm just looking up random trees, those are pine trees, and they can have pine resin leaking out the side of them. And it's a resource that's worth noting. Like, come back to and grab. You use it for a bunch of stuff. It's also a resource that if I go and I notice the pine resin, and I cut the block that is leaking, once that block is... Oh, is my character, like, wiping his brow or whatever? It's like, what the... But if you actually cut the block, it's just gone. You can't go up to, like, a tree and, like, scar up the tree. But what you could do is if you just look up the side, even if you don't see the pine resin itself, if you watch the text on the top, you can see if a particular tree, particular block in question, has it. It's not the primary thing I'm focused on here. We're just walking through here, so I figure I might as well look on the walk by. Actually trying to watch for mushrooms. That's a cool mountain. That is... So, if I had seen that waterfall before, I would have built our stuff off this waterfall. Just because it'd be easier to use. I'm glad I didn't. Because scenically, that is a gorgeous little waterfall on that little mountain there. More grain in the berry bushes? Okay. I think that's the berry bushes there. More grain. I don't see it. Bunch of wheat and stuff? Oh, over here. I mean, I don't see the grain. I see carrots, which is still just as good. I don't see the grain. Oh, way over here. I see it. I see it. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of grain over here. Good eye. I was sitting there like, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. I walked past some copper. I'm usually really good about noticing the copper. We do actually already have a copper spot, luckily. Oh no, that one happens a lot where people are like, oh, you're almost there. Yeah, no, exactly. Farther forward, backwards, like, man, there is stream delay, there's the time it takes you to type it, the time for me to notice that you typed it, and all these kind of things. Like, the one I bring up as the gag is I used to play PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds with a couple of buddies and all that. And, you know, we're playing in that game, and or was it Escape from Target? It doesn't matter. We were playing one of those games, and I just remember, like, you know, we're getting hit from somewhere and I don't see him. My buddy's like, I see him. I'm like, where? He's by the tree. And I'm like, my guy, we are in a forest. Which tree? You need to be way more specific. Use your cardinal directions or something. By the tree in a forest does nothing for me. Of course he's by a tree. He's gonna be hiding behind it so they can shoot me. Otherwise, I would see his butt standing in the middle of the open. He is a fun person to play games with, but that was a very regular problem. Was the callouts that I'm like, I can't. Your callout does nothing for me. I need more information. He's by the rock. We're in the quarry. The whole thing's a big rock. I actually got a pretty decent amount of copper considering, you know, we're still getting to the point of being able to melt our first metal. I think I'm saying at like 24 or 25 units of like ore nodules or whatever to melt down. That should be enough for a couple of tools. So how does the game feel with multiplayer? A lot easier or harder kind of thing. It's got a bit of mix, but I would say easier overall. The mix part comes into if you have multiple people, you do have to feed multiple people, which can make things more difficult in the sense that estimating like, oh, I've got a lot of food or I'm really struggling on food, it can be really rough at the beginning trying to have your food managed. On the other hand, you've got more people able to go get said food, which does help. It also lets you, you know, asynchronously work on stuff. So, like, where I can be working on things, or, you know, like working on things at home, or getting food, that kind of thing. With multiplayer, like, I could be out here trying to scrounge for whatever food I could find for the group of us, while the other person's back there, like, running the pit kilns, building the base, expanding the farm, doing whatever needs doing. That's probably just Tool over there. I have no interest in doing a thatch roof, so... He's on the right, no, my right. Oh, man. Or like he's attacking from behind and the other person's facing you. I'm like, okay, I need you to let me know. Do you mean behind as in like the way you're facing right now, like behind me? Or they're attacking from behind you? Or like behind from the direction we were just traveling? Because my man, you switch it every time on me. The only usable information I got was we're under attack, or they're coming up, you know, they're coming up to us. And I could usually tell that because you hear the gunfire. At which point, that cue is really not particularly needed or useful. Alright, so pretty soon I'll probably want to go back, because I do have a lot of seeds. And my inventory is basically full. I also have not seen anything exciting yet. Like, that's... Yeah, I got more quartz up here. Just gonna mark that. Most likely I won't need to mess with this quartz at any point, but that's fine. Like a quartz, it's far more convenient. Oh, is that... Yeah, it's flint up there. I don't really care to mark the flint nodes. Yeah, the other thing about quartz nodes is when you find them, they're usually huge. The world gen gets weird sometimes. Yeah, no, if we had the cave-ins, all that up there, all of that would come crashing down. I'd say multiple classes help gain access to those early items, even some endgame ones. Yeah, no, so for multiplayer, if you've got an active server, I think the class system would probably be pretty interesting. When you're playing solo, it can be pretty annoying because, like, there are recipes. And so, like, for example, like, the bow recipe. There's, I think, the hunter, if I recall correctly, gets the bow recipe. But it's just a better bow. But it's one of those things that when you're dealing with the bow recipe, if you're not careful, you can look at the bow recipe that's locked for the hunter and you go, oh, well, I can't get that. So you look at the other bow recipe and you go back and be like, okay, well, I make this with that and this with that. And you start that first step and then you go to the second step and like, okay, well, I make this better one and then I can make this bow. And if you don't remember that the other bow is the hunter only one, you see it there and it's a whole thing. Yeah, and then there's also, you can make the arrows without feathers. And it's just kind of one of those things you can kind of get yourself caught by surprise, where you start all the work and you start drying the, drying the wood for the bow or whatever, and then realize you've just taken that into a thing that you can no longer use for the bow you can make, because it was locked under a recipe or whatever. I ran into that in one run where it's like, I started drying and realized I couldn't make it into literally anything because it was a recipe locked, but I could make the prereq. I'm like, okay, I guess you just sit on the wall now. But yeah, again, with multiplayer, I don't think it's a big deal because you can have someone take the hunter and they can make the bow and then... I believe they can make the bow and give it to you and that's fine. I believe it's the recipe for creating it that's the thing that's actually locked. Alright. For single player, multi and single player, you almost exclusively play the Blackguard. It's a bit too strong. Yeah, I like to go the one that's neutral or whatever, the common or whatever it is. It is one of those things, like, I look at the stats, and all the characters, like, they have really strong stats. But, like, the negatives, I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with that negative. Getting hungry faster? Nah, man, count me out on that one. Let's see, there's a mod that adds a skill XP system in the game. Yeah, there's that. Is there subclasses? No. Generally speaking, this isn't an RPG in that manner. Not that kind of a game. You can do all sorts of stuff with mods, but you don't, like, gain levels. The closest you get is, you have your satiation, that as you eat things of different types, they will increase your max health. So it does reward you for, like, you know, okay, you're just eating fruit. Alright, well, you only get a little bit of a bonus to your max health. Okay, well, you're eating fruit and protein and vegetables and grains and all this sort of stuff. Cool, man. Here, have, like, a bunch of bonuses to stuff there. It is kind of nice now that you don't have a reason to just rip up every berry bush you find and drag it home. Because I'm thinking also, like, later on when I'm walking around and running myself out of food, occasionally I'll find the berries that I otherwise would have, you know, collected and all hoarded back at home. Okay, eat the berries, they rot faster. It's also the thing that if you're willing to put in the time, you could sit there and just expand the berry bush amounts. Okay. I can't quite climb up there. They're all, like, too tall. That's just flint. Oh yeah, you're betting on planting and cutting every bush. Either you take it home or you plant it right next to that bush. Oh yeah, no, before the change it was like, if there's a bush there and I could justify the inventory, it went in the inventory. I used to gather with 300 berry bushes and plant them at home. Never really had issues with food after that. Yeah, no, it's the same thing I did. Every berry bush I found, I would end up bringing it home, and I had this giant berry orchard that I'd then, you know, press all the berries and make this and that. Alright, so we got... Oh, that's already marked. Never mind. Another mechanic you never engaged in was grafting. Maybe you should start the run where you focus on that. Yeah, I haven't done grafting in the game at all either. Like, I'm aware of grafting, why it's done in real life, and how it's done in real life, like, broadly speaking and all that. But, like, in the game, I was kind of scratching my head, like, okay, but for the game purposes, is it like, you know, with grafting trees or whatever, it'd be like, okay, you know, maybe the apple tree has better root system than a pear tree, so I would graft the pear tree onto an apple tree, or was it the thing where you could, like, graft the branch of one tree on the other so you get both types of produce? Alright, so we can go in here real quick. Drop in all of our food. Let's see here. Drop our copper in there. And I do actually have a bunch of pink apple trees to deal with. So you can make mixed trees, yeah, and with grafting you can make one tree reaching farther, longer branches, more fruit from one tree. But personally, you just plant more trees instead. Yeah, that's kind of what I've done in the past. I just every single one of them becomes their own tree. It's whatever. Alright. Let's see if we got any of these molds up here done. Are you running any mods? The only mod I have is Napster. Alright. So you got that stuff going. What's that mod for? What it can do is when it comes to napping things and I have to like tick on each individual spot, I can just, you know, hit like a bunch of spots and that's fine. Alright, so let's see. There's the hammer. So like instead of having to be like 1, 2, 3, 4 like the whole way through, once you start getting far enough in the game, you eventually get to the point where you're like, alright, you know, there's a cool little mini game thing to do this. I'm super kind of over it now. Alright, so we got 3 of these to go. So 1, 2, so 2 in here, and then 3. So we can run up here. I will need more grass and more branches. Okay, so let's go here. Yeah, so to give you an example, normally I have to click on all the different spots, but I can just click and hold, it goes through that. So it does shortcut. Generally speaking, I usually typically don't have it loaded on early game, but there's definitely eventually a point when you've been playing for a while that you're like, alright man, I've made like 20 of this one still same like play Voz thing. I really don't want to sit here and do this. I'm gonna need more sticks. Let's get over to our birch trees and cut back away a bunch of the sticks. Now, for early game, when you're first playing it, I actually recommend not using Napster. But it's definitely one of those games, like, once you played it a while, it's like, okay, maybe go ahead and indulge a little bit. If I remember correctly, when you get the shears, you can just go up to this and just, like, hack off big chunks of the tree all at once. And you get lots of seeds and all that way. Calm down, grasshoppers. You're being really loud. Okay. But yeah, one of the things in Vintage Story is no matter how much firewood you have, you need more. So, like, don't even worry about, like, oh man, I'm cutting down so many trees. Like, it's fine. Sooner or later, you'll need it. Okay. Let's see, if you see a guy walking around in steel plate, you know he rose the world's temperature by like 4C just crafting it. The whole thing where you get like that steel the steel, not kiln. The room where you toss all the steel in to, like, make the ingots and all that. It's just one of those things that takes forever. And that's the thing, people are like, oh yeah, I make like 4 of those. I'm like, oh my god, making that many fire brick, it's fine. But like, the steel burial chamber, basically, yeah, the refractory. But yeah, like it looks like a morgue, like a not a morgue. Ooh, hey. I ain't got room for it, but thank you for the grains. Considering I get trees planted around on both sides of it, that could have been through a bunch of times. There's a coffin in there? There is. It's... You're burying your iron with your coal. And I'm making it really hot for a very long time. Mark the bony sand? I'll be back to it. I know this is a ruin I could see on my mini-map, so it's like, yeah, I'll just get back up there at some point. Alright. So there you are. I'll deal with you in a minute. There you are. There you two are. Grab you. Because we'll just keep firing up the pit kiln again and again and again. Oop. Need more grass. Alright. Put that away and grab the sticks. Put the sticks away, grab this. And set all on fire. And get all our clay molds done. So the next things we need to be worried about is stuff like the hammer, the pickaxe, these kind of things. Which the hammer, the pickaxe, and the prospecting picks are probably the biggest ones. Because that's what you need to find the ore you're looking for, mine it, and then, you know, be able to bang it into whatever shape you want to do so. Drop you in there. We have so many seeds I gotta deal with. Okay. It is the thing also that as you start cooking a bunch of stuff, you'll also burn through a bunch of supplies. Where is this? So you can drop you in here. Then you grab you. Right now, I'll tuck you right there. Grab a cooking pot. Chuck it there. Okay. Grab 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 Alright, so we will create 4 servings of spelt rye porridge with matched puffball. Yeah, usually for me when it comes to like panning the bony soil, I usually will just bring a bunch of the bony soil home and then just chuck it aside for a while. And then when I get a decent amount of it, and it's like, you know, a temporal storm or whatever, a lot of times during the temporal storm I'll give myself a little pool of water. I'll put down the bony soil, and just while I'm waiting for the storm to go by, I'll either be blacksmithing or processing the soil or whatever. Just something to be productive while I'm stuck indoors. So we're just waiting for our porridge to get cooked. It's not a particularly good porridge, but it'll do. It's spelt rye porridge with mashed puffball. It'll still help with our hunger. Cool. So give me that last piece of wood so we don't waste it. Give me this. Alright. Earthly brown ceramic bowl of porridge. So it gives me 120 satiation for vegetables and 480 grain satiation. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, no, I had puffball in there. Puffball's a mushroom. Oh, right. That's all getting dry. One moment. Nope, don't do that. On the bright side, it looks like it can go a long time with that. And it's just until we get our first batch grown. After which point we're going to change our pattern for these outer ones that aren't getting enough water. Because you really don't want to have to water these all manually. Hey, you don't need a water source brick. Anywhere the water's going by is good enough, apparently. Because if you don't water them, they'll eventually die, but they won't grow well. Is a thing with the water. It won't want 100% water them, but I believe normally, if you have it within a block or two, it gives it something like 75% moisture. That's usually good enough. You can kind of ignore it. Because the crops aren't going to die. They're going to get pretty good yield. But in this case, it just went too many blocks over that. They're literally drying out completely, which means no growth whatsoever. And crops do take a while to grow in this game. As you probably notice, hunger is a bit of a pain. Yeah, so if you look at some of these, they'll be hovering around 60 or 70 moisture. Yeah, because like this, when I go to water, you notice I'm only have to like kind of walk for just a step or two. Okay. Yeah, so I made a mistake with these ones. My plan is, once we get the harvest, I'm gonna go way up to the top. And I'm gonna route the water to go to the sides as well. And I'm gonna drop all these, like, it'll go 3 and then drop down. Yeah, I can. I'll do that near the top and then bring it down. But because I've already got the crops planted, I can't really move them. I mean, I can, but I will lose the grow time on them. Of course, it's also possible I could go up the water just like a tile or two farther up, do the split back there, and keep it all well, I mean, it won't be able to stay relatively level past like the first go or two. Because every, you know, n number of tiles I have to drop down by 1. That's the reason we're doing this whole, like, steps thing. Yeah, no, I have had, it was a run I did off stream, and I didn't get that far. But it was one of those ones, like, I was just experimenting. I wasn't planning on doing a full run. I was just kind of messing with the world build to figure out, like, what I needed to have, you know, a world that had like way more water and all that, have like oceans and all that, trying to figure out like the numbers. And doing that run, I ended up having it where I found is like a good like 80 or so high fertility tiles. Like it's a really high number. Like the rest of the map was kind of hard, like hot garbage. But with how much I found, is like I want to just keep playing this run. I wasn't finding hardly any seeds or anything, but like I got the soil. But I ended up sticking out, and that save's long since deleted. Yeah, I see. So, 2 tiles away. I see what you're talking about. That the tile next to it's 75%. I wonder if that changed. You know what? If I remember correctly, the way I used to do this is I would have, like, a square of 9 and put the water in the middle spot. That's how I approached it, you know, in the past, so everyone was right next to it. That's right. Because I didn't do it this way. So, instead of what I was talking about where I would go and do, like, 3 and then whatever, we will have it go, you know, 2 in between, and I'll have, metal channels going down the whole way. It's not that big a deal. Need to worry about that though when like we start harvesting. Right now, I've kind of accepted the fate I've been putting myself into. And then well, yeah, no, there's definitely no stacking. I was gonna say, I assume there's no stacking where it could go from both sides. I'm like, no, because then the tile is there. Let's see, you do the river every 4 rows. Would that mean you get, all 3 crops 100%? I think the middle row, like, if I were to do it here, I think this one will be 50%, and that'll be 75 and 75. Because I don't believe it stacks in any way. Like, it's mostly just doing a check. What is the closest water? How far is it? Yeah, I think literally just doing a check. You know, how many tiles is it to me to the nearest water? That's going to be the thing that determines, like, what math is happening. Oh, you're without power for a couple of hours? Oh, yeah. No, that's, Yep. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
I promise I won't make you eat raw fennel.
Okay, thanks.
It's what we've resorted to.
I didn't think you were gonna make me eat raw fennel.
Well, I promise I won't.
Thank you. I ran the door. I ran door. Those rhyme. And the door and ran door. That kind of.
You sleep well and all that.
Why do you have a torch?
Come on. There we go.
Why do you have a torch?
Because it just happened to be in my hands earlier.
You don't need to put it away. Torches are cool.
Nope, you made it weird.
No.
Nah, it gets real dark in this game. Love. I'll remember someone. Alright. It's gonna be interesting when it all builds up. The unfortunate thing that you're going to run into to fix this field setup is once a block is made into a farmland, breaking it destroys it. It doesn't come back to the inventory. Ah, well that sucks. It's fine, it's just dirt. Oh, but we have the high fertility soil that's going to be ruined. Boo. At least it's only going to be 8 or 9 blocks, which still sucks. And check out Soulspire. Well, first, thank you, Soulspire, so much for the raid. Give me 1 second. I'm going to snooze the ad so y'all don't get immediately hit with an ad as you drop in here. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had fun with Dave the Diver and all that stuff. You should check out Soulspire, another fantastic content creator. Does a lot of indie games, so if you like your indie game goodness, you can find your indie game goodness over there. But welcome in, Raiders. Doing some vintage story tonight, which you might be going is like, is this Minecraft? No. It's like no further questions. But the way some people say it'll be like it's grown-up Minecraft, which is not really good because like you can play Minecraft as grown-ups, it's totally fine and acceptable. It's a video game. Get your video game on. But it is a far more in-depth, harder, more involved Minecraft. Like survival actually takes some effort, that kind of thing. Do we want to switch this? I'm going to switch this to what I'm ultimately going to do. Which is only going to go 2 wide here. Yep. They had a big update a little while back that I never got to playing. And so we're doing that. Because, you know, I've been doing a ton of RimWorld recently, and I was like, you know what? And for the record, for those who are like, where's the RimWorld run? We're still alive. The Gary colony is still Garying. But just figured I'd take a day, do some binge story. But also check it out, Penny Meowie, another fantastic conqueror, doing some American Truck Simulator. That's fun. I hope you had some good time in ATS. Alright, so we'll go here. No grass. But yeah, so we're just trying to get our farm ready, because very genuinely the first winter in this game is a rough time, and how rough it is depends on how much prep you do beforehand. And the challenge here is there's a lot of different types of prep you can be working on. Like, I could be going and hunting down a bunch of animals to try and get my leather and all that. The meat tends to not last very long. It's not a very easy to store thing. There's things you can do to make it last, but they tend to be a lot more involved than your crops. So you could go after the leather and all that and get yourself locked in with some decent clothing and all that to make the cold not as much of a problem. Or you can go and, like what I'm doing here, is focusing on the food side of thing, which, you know, the food side of things, you can get that locked in, but then, you know, then the cold's the problem because you haven't been focusing on that. Yep. But, check out Trickle as well. Also another fantastic content creator and someone I highly recommend checking out. Does, like, a lot of, RimWorld and a whole bunch of other indie games as well. Like, all these people are saying, why did I make all those other noises? Like, the original chime made sense. Oh, you know what I bet it was? I had the other day, like, Streamlabs turned on a whole bunch of things. And the only thing that's usually Streamlabs for in the past was, like, when people donated stuff for charity. Where are you? Are you back in my thing here? Well, no, Streamlabs isn't here. I've removed you from... Why did it play all those noises? Huh. I have no idea. I'll have to figure all that out stuff today. Feeling very loved? Well, that's good. Because you're fantastic and you should feel loved. Alright. This will be a mess to clean up. Yeah, that's what triggered it, and that's fine. It's like the issues on my end, I gotta figure out why it triggered a bunch of extra noises. Because they sounded like Streamlab noises. Yeah, no, it was a thing that changed with Streamlabs at one point as part of the thing where they're, like, teaming up with a bunch of stuff and all that. And so I used to have Streamlabs in the scene, again, for, like, when we were doing, like, charity stuff, the donations would show up through that. I believe it wasn't Ko-Fi, I think it was Patreon. One of those would also do an alert through that. But it was one of those things that, like, never comes up, so I was like, okay, let me just yank this down because it happened in the middle of stream. But I don't have Streamlabs in here. So I'll have to look to see if, like, you know, Twitch automatically enabled some alerts or something that are getting double upped. There's nothing nothing in Firebot that would make me expect that kind of thing. Vintage Story is Checkers, Minecraft. Yeah, I would say, honestly, that's not a reasonable thing into describing it. Is like Checkers versus chess. Like, neither of them are like kids games or adult games or whatever. Both of them like can have like their own things of substance or whatever. But there's definitely a lot more to one of the two games than the other. Like, I do know in a lot of ways, Vintage Story has ruined me for Minecraft, and just... I play Minecraft, and I'm in there for, like, 10 minutes, I'm like, well, I've already got a really good pickaxe. I'm exaggerating a bit, to be fair. You know, I've already got a pretty good pickaxe. I've already got, you know, some armor and all that. you know, it's still a little bit of a hovel, but I can, you know, survive in or whatever. I guess I could just deal with the shovel thing here. You can just go way faster. The joke we had, like, for example, in Minecraft, to get your first pickaxe, you can do that in under, like a minute. Just a single minute's probably enough to get your first pickaxe. You go out to a tree, you punch it, you know, you make part of it into a stick, you put the wood things on the stick, congratulations, you got a crappy wood pickaxe. This game, we haven't made our pickaxe yet. And I certainly could go faster. Very genuinely, I probably could have had my pickaxe at around 4 hours. Maybe a little longer. But just the nature of the beast. Right, and that's exactly it, is instead of just you take stick wood, you know, thumbs up, now you have a pickaxe, they make you actually, you know, there's, you know, no such thing as a wood pickaxe so far as that. You'd end up having to do a bunch of other work for it. Like, you actually have to go through, like, the whole effort of making your metallurgy and all that. And it's not like, oh, it's super complicated, no fun, whatever. It's like, no, actually, one thing I'll say is for the game with all the systems and the depth and all that, a lot of these kind of games tend to be very, very grindy in a very tedious way. Whereas Vintage Story, just because, sure, there's 30 steps to the process or whatever, but, like, you can very rapidly get individual of the steps done, that, you know, you are getting that little dopamine of, I got the next thing done, I got the next thing done, I got the next thing done. It feels very satisfying. Versus a lot of games, it's like Valheim. You go and you put your ore in the smelter, and you kind of have to stand there and, like, shove more ore in, occasionally get an ingot out, and it kind of gets just tedious. But, like, this one, you know, I'm working on all these small incremental steps that I can just get the next one done, get the next one done, get the next one done, and just keep on moving. Right, small incremental steps versus plateaus. Yep. The moment you eat your first cheese. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and eat our porridge. Oh, that was a little too hot. That one might have been a little bit too cold. Oh, there's not a third one, is there? Well. Oh, I need a stick. That's it. You feel like when you're crafting survival fatigue, because the system you just mentioned, it makes it feel like a lot of the game of more of the same. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things that makes this one stand out to me, is because, like, you go and you boot up your brand new survival crafter game, first time you're playing. Step one, you're going to run up and punch a tree, and you're going to get wood. And then you're going to go and you're going to slap that wood together. Maybe you have to pick up a stick as a separate thing, maybe the stick is the same thing. That can kind of be all over the place. But you're going to do that. You know, and then you're going to do that, you're going to go get stone. You're going to use the stone to make the better thing. They'll have subtle differences in them depending on, like, the style of survival crafter. But they do follow that pattern very, very religiously. I don't know why that rabbit was crushed to death, but, you know, if the rabbit kindly wants to donate itself to the cause, I will certainly take it. Let's see. Stupid question. Can you make the farm block with a hoe on the river block? Like, underneath the water? I believe it will, over time, eventually unmake it a farm block. Or actually, I don't remember if it unmakes it, but I will kill whatever plant you've got there. If I'm remembering correctly, which is certainly something up for debate. But you can't have crops underwater. At least not if you want them to live. Oh, but can you play with the wire? Yeah, I can put reeds down the middle. Yeah, that I can. Yeah, you know, I could absolutely put the reeds down the middle of it, and that's actually not a bad idea. Like, right now, I just chucked them all in the lake on the bottom of the hill just because they needed to go somewhere, and they're taking up an inventory spot when I have so limited inventory. I was honestly putting them there more to get them out of my inventory than for the actual produce. I just figured I'd get both. But yeah, no, long term, that might not be a bad idea. Just run them down the middle. Oh, I don't think they'll produce better. I think it's just they'll produce the same, but, you know, it'll save me walking down to wherever, you know, I've got them down there. Oh, if you mean on a farm block, no, I don't think that makes a difference. You probably can't. Farm blocks tend to be just for farm crops. You used to be able to farm underground too, as long as it was 20 plus blocks below sea level. Not sure they ever changed that. They did. That one I can answer. There is now a setting that you have a setting that will allow you to farm below ground if you would like, but it is not active by default. They're saying back then it just did nothing? Oh, okay. That's interesting. Then maybe I don't know. Planting some strawberries for in the future. Okay. Was useful to have a cozy, warm farm during the winter. Gotcha. Yeah, and I've never tried to do that. It's always been one of those ones, like, the first winter you do, you're a little bit of struggle and all that, but once you get past there, you can have a greenhouse. And so from then on, you'd have the greenhouse during the winter, and then when you get in the summer, you just break one block to make it no longer a valid greenhouse, so your plants don't overheat. Alright. You can heat greenhouses? No, so you don't heat a greenhouse. It was a thing with the greenhouses when you build a greenhouse with a glass roof and, like, all the other conditions. It is, like, some number of degrees warmer. It's like 10 or 15 degrees warmer just by default. Which is one of those things, like, for the fall and winter and all that time, it's good. But during the summer, quite a few areas that gets to be too hot for a lot of crops, that you start getting on the other side of things. Yeah, depending on crop biome, all that stuff. There we go. Hey! I don't like your attitude. You considered not being a jerk? I appreciate your string. It'd be good if I could get another piece of meat. If we get a second piece of meat, we could do another batch of porridge that's, you know, uses the meat, mushrooms, or whatever else, and all that. Now I hurt him too. Ow. Ow. Get back here. And where they're coming from is there's a hole way up there. And they're coming out of that hole. So I do need to plug that up, because as you can see, things in this game hit pretty hard. The rabbits in this game, I believe that they're fully, because we just killed a rabbit earlier. Or no, we didn't kill it, it fell off a ledge or whatever. Oh yeah, so that's gonna not hold up at all well. Grab you, you, and you. I apparently still have rye on me. Oh. Well, that's a little disappointing. Alright, well that means the alternative way I could deal with this. Drop all this in there. Pick you up. Put you directly in here. It's gonna rot soon anyways. Rabbit trench around your garden gives you early meat. Yeah, no, the animals being able to, like, go after your crops is a new thing to the game. That's been very interesting to be like, okay, this is a new thing I just got to deal with now. But, I like the implications behind it. And think of the follow. Welcome to stream. I like the implications behind it, where we can, you know, have the animals brought in, drop them into trap pit. Let's see, bushmeat is from carnivores and omnivores. And then you have, like, okay, that's good to know. I'm just gonna eat that immediately because there's no reason for me not to. For right now, put you back on top of this. Grab you. Oh, let's go ahead and make more firewood out of... When we make our hammer, we could start stripping the bark off of redwood to make the actual house, because I think that'll look good. And I think this will also be really nice when it's all ready. Okay. There's gonna be so much land to fill in here. It'll be a whole thing. It'll be fine. Let's see, rabbits and raccoons always steal your berries, but they never used to touch anything else. Yeah, and that's one of the things they've changed, is that animals will now go after your other crops. It is a thing that because they have like these weird steps kind of thing, they can kind of go after my crops way up there. There's like one spot. They got them like right at the beginning. They nabbed 2 of them. Which wasn't a big deal. You keep the seed, so you just kind of dig up the crop and then just put it right back down. But I can imagine if it's mostly grown, that could be a thing. Okay, for right now, I'll put you right there. And you're all still going. Alright, so almost time for me to make some more food. Yeah, so you can see the problem here that this whole like step thing over there, I'm gonna have to fill in a lot of land over time. My intention is where this is our first cellar, it's gonna open up in the top instead, or just have a different entrance or whatever. I haven't decided exactly how I want to work it, but we're gonna have it come down here to be like that. So let's see about crucible nonsense. Let's make our food first. Let's say 3. 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Cool. I think 3 logs is enough. Get that going. Alright, I know I need charcoal. I'm pretty sure I do need charcoal even for this. I don't remember the amount I need, though. Just put it in and then grab whatever we don't need out when we're done. Alright, so. We've got the pickaxe, which is 100 units, and the processing pick is 100 units. Let's take a look at what I do have for our copper. So our copper, we get 5 units of copper per each of these. So this is only really looking at right now about 120 units. So I would say first we got to do the pickaxe, realistically. Because we can't mine any ore until we have the pickaxe. Then it's a matter of like the hammer and the prospecting pick. I usually go 1, 2, and then the hammer third. 1 second, that'd be a mistake. What the heck was the recipe for the tongs? 6 and then coiled rope. Okay, that's not too bad to make. Can't use mind ore without the hammer, though? Yeah, it is one of those ones you kind of need all of them, all of the above to do it. Okay. So then we can pour it in the ceramic pickaxe thing. The silver copper is easy to find without a prospecting pick. You just can't be sure if you got it all without prospecting. Yeah, I mean, the big thing here is it wouldn't be able to break up the ore chunks. Yeah, so I think you're right. I didn't think about that angle. Either way, we need the pickaxe to actually mine the stuff, and we'll need the hammer to break it up. So realistically, I do need to find some more pieces. It does look like we are starting to get to temperature. And this should go relatively quick, because it isn't much copper. The more you put in there, the longer it takes to warm up. And this is the minimum for making one tool. We did find 2 separate sets of surface copper that I did mark, and I did take all the copper we had seen there. I will need more. And one of the ways, there's a couple ways we can do that. One is we can just wander around looking for it. 2 is we can find sand by water, or I believe gravel by water. Alright, we just go right over here and go. Cool. You have a lovely time, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so now it's too hot for me to do anything with. Oh, what was the thing for making a rack? It was just 2 rows. Actually, I think it was just literally this. I can go on the wall for right now. Yep, so that'll cool off. That's fine. They've got some spare food. Oh, I think the pan was... I think I just get a log. And I think a knife, and I can make the prospecting pan. Which is certainly not my favorite way of going about it. We're probably getting very due for a temporal storm. Considering we haven't had one yet. Okay. Yeah, so we have the surface copper we found. For making our first hammer, which I've already got the pit kiln making, it's probably gonna be done anytime now. But we'll end up needing to get some more loose copper. Like I said, what I can do is I can grab gravel and I can pan for it. And I've done that in a lot of runs just because it's not a hard thing to make happen. It's just there. It can be a little tedious just because you're sitting there just grabbing your thing going again and again. But at the same time, you can run around for hours and just get unlucky. And just not find the copper. So at least with sitting there panning, you can kind of guarantee yourself success. You just got to be willing to do enough of it. But yeah, so we would need 15 more. Let's see, if you get lucky with bony soil, you get airheads and spearheads to melt down. Not sure if it's much better than gravel. I have no idea. Trying to make sure I get a couple of birch seeds as we're going through all this. This gets much better when you have the shears. You just go over and just like delete giant chunks of trees to get their branches and all that. Let's see, vines annoy you. If you cut each tile from the bottom up, you get 1 vine per block. if it cut from the top down, you only get one vine no matter how long it was. Yeah, there's a bunch of that kind of stuff that's like, it's weird. Like, you cut down the tree and you just don't get, like, any branches whatsoever, but if you take the time to, like, cut off the grass, you get a couple of branches. I mean, you get some branches, to be clear. When I say not get any, not literally none, it's just you get barely any by comparison, but if you take the time to, like, take your shears and just go to the tree, you'll have so many branches you won't know what to do with. Okay. Can you melt those down in vanilla? I have no idea. Generally speaking, stuff like copper spearheads and all that, I would use them, just shove them on a spear, and they could just be my, you know, hanging around the base, just dealing with, like, random wolves and bears kind of spear. You know, versus getting, like, really good spears where it's like, alright, no, I'm going to be going and, like, doing lore content or whatever that I'm expected to tangle with some things. You think you could... Oh, you can chisel them into fragments and then you can melt the fragments? Yeah, I remember there's a couple things you could do like that where you could break certain things down to, like, reuse them. And just you take a pretty hefty loss in your materials for it. Okay, so we got branches. We didn't get any seeds, which is a little worrisome. I believe I would go like this. There you go, there's the wooden pan. So you're playing with the setting, with that setting as last time. The bears do more damage. I don't think the bears and wolves do more damage on my current settings. That's the Homo sapien settings. We did take so we basically started with standard. We changed the world to have only 70% land cover, so we get a bit more water. We did make it so that our safe temperature isn't as cold, which means we start to freeze to death at a much earlier temperature. There's our anvil mold. That. There's our hammer mold. We're like sort of partially the Homo sapiens settings, but not all the way. We're kind of somewhere in between. All right. I just realized I'm literally sitting with an inventory full of logs. Right. So I should be good on sticks. I'm pretty sure I'm not good on... Yeah, I'm not good on that. We can drop you in there, though. I do like later on when you get the scythe and you just come over to like your large field of grass and you just swing it around and like 20 or so tiles all pop up at once, so you can just easily get a ton of grass. But yeah, as you go along, you end up doing less and less of this kind of stuff. You still always need some, like, grass, and you'll need some sticks and all that. But you'll end up being focused more and more on just getting logs, making firewood, making charcoal, going through that process. To make life a little bit easier. When you do need sticks, you end up having the shears, and you just go up to a tree and just kind of delete branches for tons of sticks very rapidly with that. Alright, so I literally have a full stack of those. Got 42 sticks, which is probably more than enough. Okay. A light temporal storm is approaching. I did just make the mention that we're probably getting about due for a temporal storm. So what we probably want to do really fast is see what we can do about getting... Oh, I'm not going to be able to get water into the house. Because I was going to say, if I get a little spot of water in the house and a bunch of sand blocks while the temper storm is doing its thing, I'd be able to just kind of sit there and work on that. So, ow. So let's be quick about this. Finish our lunch. So I want to get on our way soon. It's not how I should have done it, but it is how I did it. What I'd like to do is get to a place where we've got access to sand and basically just chill down there during the temporal storm and just process stuff. Just do it this way. Come on, pick up the pace. It's probably have a little while because it's saying it's coming soon, and we will get a warning being like it's imminent or it's here or whatever. So I want to grab food. And the nearest place that I could see... Oh, there is no obvious place of sand. Okay, that's fine. We could definitely go to the shore and run till we see sand. There's probably bauxite sand over here. None of it... I mean, okay, if we can get all the way over there, that might be good. But basically, I want to try and run over to get where we can sand, put ourselves in a little box, and start just, you know, processing that with our wooden pan. Can't I put that on my head? I'm thinking a different game. Oh, I'm thinking Stardew Valley where you can put it on your head. So the bauxite is southeast, southwest. Great. And that's why we don't blindly run in a direction. In case anyone is wondering. Because in order to pan, I need water and I need either gravel or sand. And it cannot be, it's like moist gravel or wet gravel or whatever. There's shale sand. That could just be the way we handle this. I don't need a lot of it. That'll be more than enough. Okay, so with this, we can just wander back towards where we live. I just need to basically enclose myself in an area with water. We'll still potentially have enemies spawn in when the temporal storms are gone. Enemies spawn can literally spawn in the same tile as you. It's literal BS. There's ways to prevent it. If your tile is occupied by certain things, they won't spawn there. So there's been ways like use certain types of flooring that kind of go halfway into a tile, so it counts that as not eligible and blah blah. It is one of the things that, to me, is one of the biggest problems the game has. That it's supposed to be being worked on this upcoming patch. Is just the spawning and the combat with the drifters and all that is in a bad place in my opinion, which seems to be a pretty standard, normal, no one shocked, like, yeah, it's vintage story kind of opinion. Can we get someplace where it'd be easy for me to tuck in? Make a cave behind the waterfall? I was thinking that. I'm wondering if it will go back or I have to, like, start and stop it. You had 1 copper ingot roughly per 16 blocks? Oh, I have no idea what the ratio is. I remember it wasn't that terrible. Like, so far as, like, it wasn't you go and be like, oh man, I'm gonna be at this for days or whatever. But, it was a little bit slow, but it wasn't too terrible. It should be okay. Did I just goof? No, I made it weird. I didn't goof. Okay. We can't dig in farther than that because I can't mine the stone. You're right, I do actually have the stuff I need for pickaxe. So we can grab the pickaxe head out of there. We don't want to mine a lot. I need to spare this pickaxe for actually getting copper later. But for purposes right now, we can make ourselves a little cubby hole back here. Okay. There's a tile for me to stand in. There's your spot. That'll be where the sand goes. And that'll prevent most enemies from being able to get inside. So if everything's set up right, what I should be able to do here, go boom. Air above it, we can make that happen. Oh, right, you don't click and hold. I did that last time, too. Just right-click and do it again. So yeah, so this is not the most entertaining part of the game, but this will get me what I'm looking for. Shouldn't we wait into the storm? Yeah, it's just testing the one block. The storm should be happening very soon. Okay, so I've got 2 of those blocks. I only need 1 to seal the place up. So run way down here and put down another one. Gonna get a ton of those shale bricks, but that's okay. We can just do this while we're killing time. Because, yeah, if we check on this, it says the light storm is approaching. And I believe that does mean it will happen this in-game day. I want to say when it says approaching, it basically means, hey man, you're within 24 hours of the storm. I actually think it's on the lighter side of that. Yeah, if I had to go to the actual water source, it would have been a bit obnoxious. The good news is, since I'm staying kind of on top of it, I don't need to sit here and just drain one thing on the top. We're just going to walk around. Must have missed those 2 tiles. Those ones are particularly dry. It looks like the outer corners there seem to be drier than the other ones. Okay. And the temporal storms, like, it's a thing you could turn off. Basically, it will cause monsters to spawn pretty much everywhere. So normally there's a bunch of rules around spawning where it's like, okay, you know, enemies can't spawn in areas that are well enough lit. Areas can't spawn, enemies can't spawn in like certain, structure situations with housing, all sorts of different garbage. And there's a bunch of exceptions to that. Like, if your stability gets too low, it basically starts ignoring all the rules around spawns. If you have the Temporal Storm, it also will, ignore most of the rules around spawns. Not everything. Like, there's things where it's like, is this place occupied where it can physically make the creature appear? It won't ignore that stuff. But stuff like lighting and all that kind of stuff there. No. The RimWorld run is still alive and well. I just chose to do Vengeance Story today. And I actually put in the title for today being like, RimWorld Colony's still alive, all that. Just wanted to do a day that wasn't, RimWorld. I've been doing it for a couple weeks now. I'm mixing up what we got going on, because for, while we have most of our people enjoy RimWorld around here, it's not everyone's cup of tea. I did? I did what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's... And to be fair, like, if you're on the mobile app, it truncates it real bad. Nah, don't do it. Like, that's, one thing I've noticed, I think it was the vertical layout in mobile, it straight up doesn't show you the title. You have to, like, click on it and then try and go to the more about or whatever. You just straight up do not get presented the title at all. Okay, so Storm is imminent. Go in here, grab her dirt. As you struggle on the mobile, it's a work in progress for Twitch. But it's always seemed to be tweaking it, which is good. I believe it's pronounced Dort. But yeah. And during the storm, yeah, so you notice our stability is dropping. The camera is going to do weird, funky things where it twitches around. This is a light storm, so it'll be the least awful. We have it turned down. I'll give you a quick glance of what this looks like when you don't turn it down, but then I'm going to turn it down again. But you put it at its normal rate, which is right there. It won't be too terrible. Actually, it's barely noticeable right now. But, like, it'll wave and it'll, like, mess around and all that stuff. But it gets all trippy and all that. Yeah, and that's, as this is what the thing, Ren Golan was mentioning. There's different severity of enemies. So there's a drifter on the corner there who's, like, glitching through the wall. Generally speaking, you only get, like, the surface version, which are the weakest versions on the surface. Hence the name. But, while this is going on, you can get ones from underground. And some of those get real strong and annoying. I was gonna say to show the outside world during it, but your friend showed up. Yeah, no, the outside world also gets kind of weird. There's like this giant, like, walking nightmare things in the background. There's like these big gears turning out in the air. It is a whole thing, but it gets dangerous out there. Yeah, the giant cogs in the sky. Yeah. Later on, as we get through the run, I'll actually have a home that'll be a lot better for it. Because there's no flying enemies in the game or anything, like something's changed. So it is actually one of those things that, one of the things you could do to be relatively safe during a storm is just have a platform with like a guardrail or whatever for you to stand on, and you just watch the chaos out there. Go forage in the disassembling of reality. Or in this case, because I need copper, there's not a whole lot else for me to do. Because you can fight them, and you might get like a temporal gear or rusty gears, which are useful. Maybe once in a while you'll get something like the flax lint string or whatever. You can get some okay things, but broadly speaking, it's mostly just hot garbage. And I put the copper on my bar, because when we hit 15 copper, that means I've got enough for a hammer. And once I've got enough for a hammer, I've got what I need to go to one of the places we saw the surface copper, and just go down and start digging for it. Ideally, you want a prospecting pick as well, but you can get around it. You really enjoyed the Rustbound Magic Mall? It kind of encouraged you messing around with low stability. Yeah, that's, I would like to see them do... Like, one thing I'd like to see the enemies, you know, one, they need to do better about making it so you can recognize what enemy is a very massive threat versus which one isn't. Because they're the same models mostly, with a little bit different of textures. I don't know, it almost killed me in one hit. That's not what you want. Hey, it's going pretty good. I did just get hit through a wall, which is a little concerning because it took like 2/3 of my life, which isn't great. But other than that, it's been going pretty good. And for those who don't know, Ultrasource, another fantastic content creator, I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Definitely somewhere checking out. Did we, me and you played, did we get a temporal storm? I can't remember. But because I played this with Ultra. Notice that. Let's see if I turn up the intensity if we could see any of it in here again. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. Man, I don't remember what that was in the beginning. Do I risk it for the biscuit to show the saw? Nope, 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 right there's bad news. Okay, so yeah, so Temporal Storm makes really dangerous enemies spawn right up here at the surface. It's already wavering. But, it gets trippy nightmare fuel out there. But, it's a whole thing. We got a very light one, so it's not too bad. But it's a pretty cool mechanic. It does have a lot of stuff that's kind of crap about it, though. I do look forward to the next update. They're reworking combat and enemy spawning and all that kind of stuff, which to me is the place that Vinditori needs the most help. But yeah, it's basically an event where the enemy starts spawning aggressively. You get enemies that normally can't show up on the surface. They just show up. It crashes your character's stability, which makes enemies spawn around them. So it's just kind of like this weird, trippy, things are happening kind of event. It also caused like the textures to get all weird and glitchy and all that. Okay, and it's over, so the stability is recovering. But the enemy spawns does need a lot of work. Cave crawling can be ultra annoying when you have drifters popping up as fast as you can kill them. Oh yeah, and the fact that like appear almost immediately behind you and you're like, alright, come on, man. You need to give me at least a little bit of a buffer here. Alright, so we're trying to get our last 6 units of copper I need to be able to mine copper without being a pain. I've already got 9, and we have 5 already in storage, so let's just go ahead and knock out these last 6 while I'm here. And we're gonna leave this little hole in the wall we made, so in the future, you know, when we have the temporal thing. Having to carry, like, 1,000,000 torches to try and keep it lit enough is not gonna have backfill behind you. Yeah. Well, and on top of that, the torches only last for a little while. When I say a little while, it's like 2 days or 4 days or something like that when you put them on the wall. So that's kind of an annoying one thing. You don't even light up the caves? Yeah, I usually don't light up the caves either. Like, I'll light up an immediate area I'm working. Like, if I've got, like, a really big vein, I'll put a couple of lights where I'm working. But usually I'll just put, like, a fence up between me and the tunnel into my area. And then just put a couple of torches around the area I'm immediately working, if that. The fact that torches only stay lit for, I think, like I said, it's like either 2 or 4 days before you gotta refresh them. Oh, we got a bronze armlet. So I can go ahead and put you on... Where was that there? We also already found gold. I did see gold on the surface as well. I didn't grab it because we had no inventory, but I did mark it to go back for it later. Alright, so I just need 4 more quartz. Surface gold? Yeah, which gold shows up in quartz, but yeah, it's I think the only time I've seen a surface gold. Like I said, I left it there because it's like, I don't have room, I can't manage this, because this is before I even had like the reed bags or anything, so I just like mark it, come back for this. We already found bees as well. Literally before I found copper or anything else, I did find bees. They're not nearby, but they're not super far away. Alright, so just need 2 more copper. Then we're going to make our copper hammer. And we'll go run over to one of the areas where we found our surface copper. And we're going to go slap the crap out of some surface copper. Alright, 1 more copper nugget. So we'll finish this block of sand, and that should be plenty. Bees gold box in high fertility soil, the smallest entry. Okay, so we do have our copper. So we'll just get rid of this last box of the bit of sand, because having a partial box of sand is weird. Yeah, no, I've so honestly, almost every one of my runs, except like 1, I found bauxite pretty easy. I've generally found bauxite to be not particularly hard to find in the game. Bees have given me hell. Bees have absolutely given me hell, and I have not seen high fertility soil very often. Gold, admittedly, I don't honestly look for very often, because it's not a thing you worry about till way later. I should grab 1 more block and fill that in. I'm just a little worried we got crap spawning in there if I don't. Okay, so we did get clear quartz and regular quartz, which is nice. But the first thing I need to do is grab our charcoal. We can just grab you. So charcoal on the bottom, you in there. Got 1 more than I need, so it's not wasted in there. Start that warming up. Drop the quartz in here. Put the spare copper here. Clay can go in there. We'll put the sand and the gear in there, I guess. Got a flint. Okay, so I changed the spearhead look. We'll keep that, so I can make myself a spear. The android or whatever it is, we don't want to deal with there. So I'm gonna run over here real fast, and we're just gonna chuck it on the ground over here. There you go. That's there for later. But yeah, this is going to be my cellar. That up there is going to be my ground level. I need to take that so I don't burn my little fingies. Okay, so you're almost up to temperature. Okay, so that's the mold I need. Enjoy some porridge. Put down the shale. And hammer time. You can drop that down. 1, 2, 3, 4 spelt. A bunch of rye. Gonna make yourself some hefty porridge. Okay. And where is our nearest place for copper? That's peat, that's peat. So I've got copper way down there we found on the surface. We got copper there. Honestly, we are like almost exactly split the difference between the two copper nodes. I'll probably go to the one to the east just because. Yeah, we got bony sand down there. But dude, that world was kind of cursed. You never did find any potash despite looking forever. If you dig deeper, you just think what you might find. Alright. I mean, if you just dig a little deeper, you might figure out who you are. Yeah, no, the digging deeper with the drifters on gets real wild sometimes. You get down there. Hey, nightmare fuel. Stop making noise on the other side of my wall. So we got a flint spear. But for right now, I don't need you. Okay. And it is time for us to go east. Let's go get ourselves a proper little bump of copper. And then with that, we'll be able to make a prospecting pick. And once we have the prospecting pick, that's when we start being able to scout around to get a good feel for what we're doing in the area. Because then what you can do is you can go like every half screen or so, you just poke down the dirt, you hit 3 or 4 spots, and it goes, okay, well, in this vague area, you should have spawn... What was that? Oh, it was just flint. You should have spawns for, like, copper, or would be, like, galenium, or whatever. You know, okay, that's where this is located, no problem. And you can kind of go around, and the way I like to do it is not to be like, I'm looking for insert name of ore, and start scouting out for it. Instead, what I do is I kind of just go from where I'm at, and I just start gridding out, like, every half screen or so. To, like, make a grid all over the map as I'm exploring. That way, later on, when I'm like, oh, I'm looking for this, you can actually search by those pins, or, like, filter by them. Yeah, this is where we had a copper earlier. I do not need that in my bar. So we start just kind of circling around here real fast. Yeah, it's fine. Circle around here real fast. Because where I dug right there is where this is supposed to be. So I'm just seeing if I could see any, like, right here at the top. We might have to go a couple tiles down. Okay. But because we did find copper on the surface at that spot, I literally dug a hole where I found it there to mark it. There it is. Yeah, medium quality is not bad, especially for like your first one. Okay, so it's not a very thick one, which is fine. We don't have our prospector's pick, because we go on the prospector's pick and hit it and be like, okay, there's a bunch of copper nearby, or this is, you know, I forget what the terms are, but it's like bountiful amount or whatever. Like, it gives you an idea of being like, oh, there's a ton here, or it's like, yeah, there's some copper, it's okay. This is looking pretty generous. But this is actually one of the things I really like about Vintage Story versus, say, like, Minecraft and, not so much at Hightail, but, like, Minecraft. Is like, it feels like in Minecraft, you just dig down, you're gonna find iron, don't worry about it. You're gonna find copper, don't worry about it. You're gonna find diamond, don't worry about it. And I understand that's changed a little bit over the years, but broadly speaking, you dig down, you're gonna find it. You might have to like fuss around a bit by the lava level to find your diamonds and that kind of thing. Like, you might not just instantly get it, but it is, relatively speaking, almost everywhere. In Vintage Story, if you just choose to randomly dig down looking for iron or copper, you might literally hollow out an entire area and find not a unit of it, because it just ain't there. There's certain ore can only show up in certain types of stone, that kind of thing. And that's where, like, prospecting comes in. You've got an entire mechanic, you use a prospecting tool, and it basically goes, okay, in the nearby area, so far as, like, on the grid, as it were, you will see a little bit of copper, but maybe you have a ton of galenium. Okay, well, I'm not looking for galenium, so let me go on and go to the next spot. Okay, well, this place you're going to find a ridiculous amount of quartz. And you'll also find a little bit of gold. Okay, well, gold's cool. I want gold. And it's just kind of one of those things that you prospect around, so it's like, okay, you know, you've got a pretty legitimate amount of iron here. Alright, well, let's go. I want iron. So it makes exploration worthwhile. And you go, well, that sounds like a lot more work to get your ore. It is. But you'll also notice here, instead of, you know, we hit a spot and I got like 2 blocks of copper, or like 5 blocks of copper, whatever you'd get from Minecraft, which copper actually is pretty generous in Minecraft, but like, you insert, like, diamonds. You know, I find a diamond and I get like 2 or 3 hits of it or whatever. Generally, when you find a ore vein in this game, it's like a whole legit vein. As you can see, I'm going to have over a stack of ore chunks. Yeah, iron gets pretty ridiculous. Like, you find an iron node, it won't be set for life, but you are usually sitting pretty on iron for at least the midterm. Which is good, because it's interesting, because at that point, by the time you get to the iron, you know, you've done bronze, you've done copper, all that. You know, just doing another metal isn't that exciting. But with that one, it's like, okay, you got iron. Well, if you want to do cool stuff with iron, you need to be able to make the iron even hotter. Alright, so let's go one tile wider. I usually do this anytime we're hitting a vein. Because normally I'd hit with a prospecting pick, it'd be like, what do you say the amounts are here? We can kind of follow the walls and look for being like, oh, where does it say I have trace amounts versus none? But a lot of times it'll go at light diagonals. So I'm just going a little wider from where we saw ore, just in case you got like a note or two, exactly like that. That went at diagonal. Because I do not have to go, you know, in one of like the straight line directions. Because I found that there. That lets me see the diagonals there and there. But yeah, so it's worth just like going slightly wide, especially if it's a material that's hard to come by, that there's not high quantities. Like, copper's not bad. But like if you're dealing with a particularly hard to come by material, it is worth taking like the extra little thing. I mean, if you have the prospecting pick, you just hit it. If it says anything other than none found, then you just keep looking. Alright. And there probably is more down here that I'm missing. Like a unit or two underneath the ground or whatever. Without the prospecting pick, you know, I can't play the Marco Polo to guarantee we find it. And I'm gonna leave it marked for when we get the prospecting pick. Because one thing I've actually had happen a number of times is I'll be mining an ore, and I'll be like, cool, I've got this vein, it's all sorted, let me go ahead and see what this says so far as, like, stuff nearby. And then you'll realize there's, like, another vein under your vein. I've had that happen way too many times. Alright, 1 second. Just chucking some random bits of stone down here. Because my inventory is mostly full, so we got... What is that? About 75 units of, like, the regular size and about 5 of the bigger ones. Bigger chunks. That should be quite a bit of copper. So what we'll do is we'll use that to make a prospector's pick. I won't use it to make all of the tools, and the reason for that is copper's pretty weak so far as your tools go. It's fine. Like, you notice I still have a bit over half of my pickaxe left, which is not great because, again, the copper's pretty awful. And basically, the better the tools, the longer they last. Okay, so I've already got quartz marked there. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Heck yeah. Right by the house, too. Bees and right near the house is pretty nice. I don't have what I need to get the bees yet, but we'll want to get that sorted. Because bees are really useful. This has been a really good save so far. Just be like, well, there's bauxite, well, there's copper, well, there's bees. There's gonna be something. There's always something that, whatever reason, like whatever luck you have, just takes an unnormally long period of time. There's always something. There's gonna be like no iron with 1,000 blocks or something. Yeah, there's always something. You already paid your dues swimming over here? I don't think that's necessarily true. I've definitely had to swim a lot more in past runs. Alright, so we got all that stuff out of their pit kilns. Okay, we did get some seeds. Got a tiny bit of spelt or blacks. So now what we do, turn our copper chunks, just so that's usable. Yeah, so to give you an idea, that turned into over 1,000 units of copper, so far as the ore. Like, when you're asking what I'm saying, it's units of copper, so like that bottom line there, where each one of these individual nuggets is 5 units. And that's what you care about for doing that. To give you an idea, each of these tools is 100 units of copper. So where we burnt half a pickaxe, we got enough for probably somewhere in the area of like 15 pickaxes. So not a bad exchange. The pitch black swimming part, yeah, I mean that was, you're not wrong, that's a bit dicey. Alright, so what we're gonna want to do here is, honestly first, I want to get this out of my inventory. So slowly but surely, I'm just filling this all in. Okay, so that's some stuff on my inventory. I definitely need bigger containers. Alright, so for the copper right now, let's just make the prospector pick. So that'll be 20 units. Or 20 nuggets. One moment. I'll need another one of those. Okay. Yeah, it'll be something. There's always something that gets you. So is this, and the log. So we're debarking some redwood. And I'm doing that because I think that's what we're going to make our house out of this time. Because that'll clear out some redwood out of there. And this will be the front door. I have not lit my fire yet. I'm running into inventory space problems. I'll probably put block or something on the corners. No, you're good. Yeah, no, I did deliberately not start the fire because I was trying to figure out what to do with my inventory space. I think that'll make a nice pattern. So go here, here, here. Actually, it probably doesn't make sense to have windows on those side. It is facing into a mountain. Yeah, so you could have windows on this side and that side. Alright, so that's going to require a ton more redwood to get done. But that opened up inventory space for me to chuck those in there. So I also need to go in here, grab some charcoal, plunk you on in, light the fire. Switch hands. Let's see, but how you checking the mountain in the morning if it's still there? Now we're just doing the train meme where it's like the one person's like looking off into like the wonderful valley out there and being like, and then the other person's like, you know, all sad staring at just this rock face on the other side of the train. From my understanding, there's argument about which train route that supposedly is. And I've heard some people say it was a train route going through England. I don't know if that's true. And then the other one was it was a train route going through, like, there's a train that goes up through Alaska. And it is one of those ones that you go one direction, and you get to see all the scenic view and everything, and the other side is just genuinely looking at the mountain wall, like, 80% of the time. The good news is these days, because it was like this Klondike, this route that goes over into Canada and then comes back, they stopped using the farther end because it's just not relevant anymore. But from the tourist side, you take it out just a little ways into Canada and then turn around and come back, because it used to be the route that the old gold rush went along. But at least now, you go down there on the way out, and then on the way back, you know, you get to see the other side. So it's at least nicer, because that was one of the things that me and Tomb did when we went up to Alaska, as we went on that train route. It was pretty cool. Alright, prospecting pick. Burn my toesies just a little bit. Gotta remind ourselves that we're alive. Up to it, yep. Yeah, I think this will look nice. We need to find something like dark for the corners. Either like a darker wood or like shale brick or something like that, and I think that'll look pretty decent. We've got those to fill up at some point. Oh, hey, we got our first crops fully grown. Now, if we look at it, if we look at the soil on the top there, you'll say it says nutrients levels 29.8 N, 50P, 50K. It just basically means I should not plant another one that requires N in that spot. So you do like a crop rotation, so I put one that requires K, and that's nitrogen, potassium, and I believe phosphate for your different nutrients. It's like, you don't need to go into a whole thing of like understanding all the different ones. Like, okay, what letter does it say? Is that one low? No? Okay, plant it. And the next time you're going to plant a different one. But generally the stuff like the turnips and all that grow pretty fast. Whereas a lot of the grains take quite a bit longer. I have no idea about the fennel. The fennel's new. It looks like it might be a slower growing one. Put that into storage so it lasts longer. Okay, we got 2 more molds to do. Let's see here. I've got that. It's not enough sticks. And I got a spare axe. Alright, let's go see if we can't get a couple more sticks. Oh, you're right, you're right. I should be making those. So I got 2 more molds to do. Let's go ahead and make 2 more of the, these things. Alright. So with that, we'll have, like, the big vase things. The big thing that the vase things do is, one, is they got a lot of storage slots, which is just nice. But more importantly, they preserve food in it really well. Versus my little wicker baskets over here are pretty crap for that side. They still help, but nowhere near the same. So if we take the time to get these made, it'll help store us a lot. Because again, this room here I'm standing in isn't intended at being my home. It's intended at being the cellar below my home. And so what we'll ultimately want to do is very genuinely have this thing pretty close to full of those. Because it is one of those things you run into. Is it quicker to use the duplicate function over Napster on the selected copy rows? Yes. It's kind of one of those, yeah, like, really I should do this, because the previous row below is the exact same. It'll place like 6 blocks per tick. And this isn't a mod, this is like literally the base game here. The other thing is doing where I don't have to aim at all for the individual blocks. That's the mod. Because I have made probably like 100 of these things now. And it was really interesting the first couple times. But there's definitely a point where you're like, you know what? I don't need to do it again. I love the game, but I don't need to do the mini game every time. And you can even go into Napster and make it faster. This is, I literally make it do just one tile at a time as kind of my, okay, I'm doing a thing that makes me not have to make it as tedious, but I'll still make it so, like, it's a time effort. Because you can set Napster to go, like, super fast, where it almost instantly I think actually you can set to instantly finish stuff. And it's like, nah, you'll have stuff like storms and nighttime and all that. And I generally find, like, this is the kind of stuff you do at night, when you don't want to be out running around in the dark. You go in, you do your blacksmithing, you work on your clay, maybe you rearrange inventory stuff. You've got literally nothing else to do. You could sit there and pan, but no one's going to do that. But yeah, so I'm going to need more sticks. But yeah, these will go a long way. We're gonna be still riding this, like, hunger fence a little bit, but once, you know, we got our first things harvested, once we start getting the grains harvested, I should have a pretty good amount of food for the winter on this run. The amount of seeds I found this time was really good. Now, granted, part of that was I was running around the fields mostly, so, like, other runs I'd end up sitting there with, you know, 50 or 60 mushrooms or whatever, so I could eat, you know, for the first in-game week and not have to sweat it at all. We've been kind of struggling on, like, the loose individual food until recently. But in return, I got all those seeds. So, more of a strain right now, but once we get towards harvest time, we should be great. I also haven't appreciably noticed a difference. So the game has, like, where you want to start, like, temperate or polar or whatever. And temperate's the default, which is what I've done pretty much every single run in the past. It's like, alright, well, let's choose the warm biome this time, just to do something different. And I've noticed a couple things different, but nothing too significant yet. Because I've actually not done much in the way of traveling into the other biomes in the game. Because my understanding is, like, going to a different biome so far as, like, you're in the tropics, you're in the temperate, you're in the polar, like, is wildly different. And I think the most I've pushed is one of the runs where I was taking the boat everywhere. I started noticing that the stuff I was finding felt a lot more boreal than it did, like, temperate. Oh, I ran out of clay. I'll have just enough clay to do this. But I haven't seen that wildly different. And it is a thing in this game that there is a mount you can get, but you gotta go to colder areas. Dude, I'd like to see you, sometime later, you do an animal farmer to begin with. Instead of plant farmer, like Rual, you cannot transplant plants, but you can eat them in the wild while you move animals to your home. Well, I'm under the impression that realistically to feed the animals you have to grow stuff. I could be wrong about that, because I've only done a little bit of, like, the animals with, like, the chickens, and usually they feel like an incredibly big hassle. But if you want to get any type of consistency with animal product, them's the breaks. Alright, there's the prospecting pick. So I just need more sticks and all that. Yeah, and maybe they've gotten better, but I've found in the past, and this isn't even just this game, I found almost all the games of this nature, that a lot of the times the animals tend to be a big chore. I do the same with Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley is another one where everyone's like, there's people who just love the animals. I find them very tedious personally. So, in practice, when I do a run, I almost always will sit there and, like, do the animals just long enough to achieve whatever goals I need, and then I get rid of the animals. Chicken needs grain? Yep. Sheeps and goats can be fed grass, everything else needs that. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I can look into it. I imagine it takes forever to, like, get sheeps and goats, like, enough of them to remain meaningfully fed. I feel like you just need a really big goat population to keep yourself fed year-round kind of deal. Especially with the gimmicky game survival where, you know, your person packs away a goat, like, every day. Or, like, you kill a wild animal and you can consume an entire wild animal, like, you know, in a single sitting to get your hunger up from 0. It's also been nice seeing they just added more, you know, more plants in general, like, there's more food, more flowers, more whatever. And we found Liberty mushrooms earlier, and we ate those, and that was an experience. Let's see, once you get them going, you get a lot of milk, and of course meat, once you have enough that you can slaughter some. But yeah, it's a long ramp up. That's kind of what I figured. Like, in real life with animals, they are way, way less efficient from purely getting your calories. Like, obviously, animals are calorie dense, but it's the nature of, like, how much calories worth of food you have to put into the animal to get those calories back. You know, the animal's doing stuff and living and all that, so it is burning calories. It's not that this doesn't be like, oh, eating animals is wrong. I eat meat. Meat's delicious. But it is a thing, like, in a game with, like, the survival stuff where you're not required to get, you know, protein to not die or whatever. From a caloric intake standpoint, it is a costly endeavor. It's one of the things, like, with RimWorld, when you do the rancher run, and it's, like, the amount of crops and all that you need, or amount of grass you need to keep your animals fed to get enough meat to feed a colony of any meaningful size is a pretty big investment. I don't tend to do rancher runs in RimWorld. I've given them a good couple times, and it's just like, oh my god, the amount of effort I'm doing just to stay basically fed. Until you get like a really, really big zone, and then some animal that'll just eat grass and just big enough to handle that. Ooh, is that just a bunch of nummy stuff over there for us? Ah, I don't have the inventory space. No, it was this stupid flower, whatever it is. From a distance, it looked like to me like the tips of wheat or rye or something like that. And I was about to be like, all right, that's a lot of good stuff. We're only up to 27 or 26 sticks. You like how Vintage said putting the vegan food through animals is inefficient calorie-wise, but helps with the balanced nutrition? Oh yeah, no, I think, honestly, with games who have tried to do more involved nutrition, most games I feel they just make it tedious where you need a little bit of everything, but like balancing it is a whole chore. And Adventure Story is like, hey man, if you eat more different plants and all, like different food, you know, you get more like max health and all that kind of stuff. And that can help tremendously with how hard some of the enemies hit. And it's also a thing that because of how all that works, it's, you know, a way you don't need to make death punishing in the you've lost all your junk. Once you're at the point where you're starting to get good nutrition, taking a death and losing all that good nutrition and those max hit points and everything, because it takes a while to get that back up and running, it sucks. Like, it's not suck like you rage quit the game and you close it out, but stuff like, aw man, like, I'm gonna be way more fragile for a little while. Because, like, if we check our character right now, I have 3 of my food groups. I believe we're currently sitting at a little over twice our base health, and if we max those out, it'd probably be 2.5 times. If I get all 5 of those, it gets to be like 4 to like 5 times as much life as what your base is. It's a pretty substantial increase. The challenging one is always the dairy. Like meat, you can go hunting. It can be like hit or miss. You can also farm animals. The fruits and veggies, like the fruits takes a little while to wind up. I mean, especially nowadays with the berry bushes. It used to be you could just dump the berry bushes around your property and you'd have more than you know what to do with. But now that you have to like take a cutting to like slowly grow it, so you know, making your giant orchard of berries is not just something you get knocked out in a season. It's something that's kind of a slow burn. And that, you know, you can get better and worse berry bushes. Like some just have a predisposition to having like thinner or peels or whatever, so they don't do as well, or they're a higher yield or whatever. You think honey is a fruit under nutrition? I can see that. Not that it's actually a fruit, but the purpose of it being like, oh, this is, you know, this is something that's very high in like these types of sugars. Like, don't get me wrong, vegetables also have a bunch of sugar to them too. But like what you'd think of them have. And then, you know, honey often will have a lot of different vitamins and all that based on the pollens that the bees get a hold of. And other goodies. I can see for like game mechanics, they're not going to make a honey category. So between fruit, vegetable, dairy, and protein, that's probably the closest you're going to get, even if you're like wildly off from any logical culinary or botany stance. Yeah, it's just, it's your sweets, it's your savories, it's your grains, it's your meat, and it's your cheese categories. And then we add corn, and then someone flips the table because culinarily it can be in any of those, except not the meat and dairy, I guess. You get all your nutritional advice from video games. Let's make sure we plant our trees. I always liked maple seeds. Where I grew up in Michigan, we had the maple and oak. Wait, actually, am I thinking maple or oak? Yeah, maple. That's right. where it's like got the little sail on it. As a little kid, I always thought that was the coolest thing. Is like you'd see him fall from the trees and then helicopter down. Yeah, no, I got it. It's in my hand. It's in my hand. You were a Michigander? No wonder you enjoyed the channel. Yep, I used to live right outside of Detroit. It was one of those things, looking back, where I grew up as a kid. It wasn't like full-on bouge, but it was a little bougie. Like, I'm not from a family who's like made of money. We actually had really, really rough times when we moved down here. But yeah. It got, Tool. Oh, I'm sorry. That was, Pulverizer, the one that got grabbed, was Tool. I mean, I am a tool. Being from Indiana isn't very sexy. I mean, I can't think of many states that being from the state would be like, that's sexy. Or like, even that's not sexy, like, it's pretty indifferent. Like, don't get me wrong, there's places with reputations, you know, or whatever. That's a different animal. Your favorite ever sensing fail was someone who's probably expecting that made auto placement for the asterisk to bum, and the game was Was it? Oh yeah, Assassin's Class. Yeah. I still think my favorites is we had one where for whatever reason auto mod jumped into space. We've had to jump on emotes, which granted the emotes, you're like, you look at the combination, you're like, oh wait, I get that, that's fair. That's legit, that makes sense. Alright, so we got our sticks, we got this, we can go ahead and get our... Oh, I broke my axe, that's right. We had one time it jumped on the word the, and nothing else. Just the word the. And we're going, okay, was it like a very assertive the? Like, what is the reason that the got nabbed? Yeah, I think we, so Laguma's mentioning that it jumped on the word blackguard. I think we did look up, and like, it was a term that was used in a bad way, like, way back, but it's one of those things that, like, nobody uses in that manner anymore. Like, it's one of those ones you're like, I mean, you're fishing. We've had a couple of those where it's like, you know, you sit there, you look it up, and you're like, what on earth is wrong with this? And there's also been once or twice where we've looked up and went, oh, that's terrible. Okay, yeah, that's definitely needs to be filtered. We've had a few of those where, like, that's a benign thing. Why is it jumping on it? And then you do the search and you're just going, oh. I've learned a new word I should avoid. Right, so we go here. Where Max go? There you are. There's also a lot of times that comes up that'll be like, there'll be a word that it's bad, but it's like, okay, no one's probably used it in that capacity in like 80 years. So, and what I mean by that, not like, oh yeah, go break out some, you know, old racist terms, whatever, but there'll be something to be like, oh, you know, there'll be a word for someone who's like, lives a little loose, or whatever. But it'll be some, like, old-timey word from, like, the 1915s or, like, 1920s or whatever. And you're like, nobody uses that word in that manner anymore. Like, you don't need to censor it. Because like the only way it's getting used in that word is likely to be, you know, ironically. And if we did ever have someone, you know, hopping out, being weird about using like old-timey lingo to be insulting, then we would just ban them. Right. So this, drop off a stack of sticks. Drop off the vines. Got a little bit of rye to drop off. If the only people who use this word to insult are Dickens characters, let's stop censoring it. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if it's like the word only has a negative use case or like only reasonably has a negative use case. Sure, keep censoring it, it's fine. But like if it's a word that has a normal use case and then there's also like the not cool use case, but it's just not used in that capacity on any amount, then whatever. Like, and that's always one that can be a little bit of a spotty thing to deal with, like the judgment call in the moment. Because some of that stuff can get pretty regional. So we realize they can't come into place and make rules. I mean, you definitely realize that. I've had a number of times where I'll be like, hey, we're not going to talk about something. And the person will be like, what about my freedom of speech? It's like, has nothing to do with my channel. I am not the government, and I'm not telling you how to live your life. You know, it's like, it'd be like going into someone's house and be like, hey man, you need to take off your shoes if you're going to walk around in here. And you're like, well, no, I'm going to keep my shoes on. You're like, okay, well then you can leave. Like, this isn't City Hall, like, I don't have to let you in. You realize the younger generation probably won't get a... Yeah, exactly. The First Amendment protects you from the government. However, I am not subject to it, and it will not protect you from me. Or the classic when, you know, stuff comes up, it's like, you know, people are discussing whether or not something should happen. It's like, this isn't a democracy. This place exists on my beck and whim. It is interesting, whether it's in this channel or another channel, when you see, like, a random viewer start trying to argue about what should and shouldn't be done on a channel. And it's like, it's one thing, and this is, to be clear, this isn't the same as, like, feedback. Like, feedback is totally fine. Like, being like, hey, you know, when you do that, like, that's kind of, it's kind of, like, frustrating, upsetting, or whatever, or that, hey, when you do that, that's really uncomfortable. That's totally fine. Absolutely valid. But, like, when a content creator is like, hey, we're not gonna do that, and then the person tries to, like, actively argue about it, it's like, what are you doing? In some channels, that's content. Oh yeah, no, it's not a thing I do too much. Once in a while, if I'm feeling a little cheeky and someone comes in here causing drama, you know, we'll play around with it. I've just found a lot of times I'm wasting my time and effort, but there's definitely times that you hop into a channel and someone will say something that's like, you know, a bit uncool, and, you know, rather than just, like, time the person out or whatever, you know, turn that into content. Like, make the person look a fool, and then they either learn, and to their credit, a lot of times I've seen people do that, they've actually got the person to, you know, kind of back down on it, be chill. Not always. There's definitely sometimes the person, like, they say something sexist, and then, you know, you have that learning moment with them. and then just, you know, maybe someone in the community is learning, but that person talking to you sure ain't learning. And there's definitely times where it's like, you know what? And they're gone. And everything is actively better for it. Bros, a 500-year-old company? Huh, I wouldn't realize that. Let's see, in a sick Bloodsport kind of way? Yeah. There's also, I do know there's channels that they do have, you know, chat run the audience, or run the content in a big way, like, it very much is a chat-driven content. That does happen. Like, if you want examples, like, you can even look at the Twitch Plays insert name of game. That's being run by chat. Like, there's just some bot, you know, taking whatever stuff you say in there and turning it into gameplay and all that. But it's literally, if chat's not there, the character just sits there doing nothing. But I'm following you to listen. Oh, man. I haven't run into it myself. I've definitely been in the channel where, like, someone will be like, and it's usually something stupid. It's like, hey, you know, you're playing this game, let me join you. And the person's like, well, no, I'm streaming, I'm not gonna let some random person join. It's like, well, I subbed, you should let me join you. And it's like, that's not how that works. You don't just automatically get some kind of unilateral access to me because you threw, like, you know, $5, $6, $7, whatever dollars at it. It's not how that works. Especially when you're sitting there, and this will be like a challenge, you know, like channel with like 500 people or whatever. You're like, are you telling me, like, you know, $5, $6, $7 lets you kind of usurp the other, like, 490 something people in the room with you? I feel like that price tag needs to be a little higher. Because something tells me those other 490-something people are more impactful than, you know, your $5. Obviously, all support is appreciated and yada yada yada. But, like, there's definitely people who they feel like they throw a buck across the counter and suddenly they're in charge. Okay, so it's already 5. Oh no, it's not already 5 long. Now it's 5. But you gave me peanuts, where's my return? Well, that's the reasons why, as much as occasionally I'll get jealous of, like, all the different, you know, the different guilds out there, which do amazing work, and they exist for a reason, and they should exist for a reason. It is one of those things that sometimes you see the opportunities they get, and you're like, oh man, that's a bummer. Like, you get some FOMO, and then you think about all the other crap they have to deal with, and you're like, you know what? They can have their guild. The guilds are amazing and all that, but, like, I wouldn't want to deal with all the reasons the guilds need to exist. Because of the crap that people deal with, that's just kind of day to day, that I don't need to deal with because, you know, this white guy is a whole thing. Like, I don't... That's... You know what? Okay, I actually have had once or twice where people have gotten super weird and creepy and awkward. That has actually occurred. It's super rare, though. Versus I've definitely... You know, hanging out with some of the art creators I know, it's probably once, maybe a week, that I will hear someone say something that's just definitely not okay. That they'll have to stop and be like, hey man, We're not doing that here. And I mean, in the entire time I've been streaming, I've probably dealt with it 3 times? And I would not want to have to deal with that normally. What did Luxury do to you? Look, man. We don't talk about that. He, stepped on a grape one time. The drink he gave me one time, it was lukewarm, not hot. It was a joke thing, Luxury. I was just talking about, like, nonsense that, like, you know, like, not vulnerable, but like creators that tend to be targeted, stuff they deal with. And I was mentioning that I don't run into that. Like, it's only been a couple of times in the entire time I've been streaming, like, very low single-digit number of times versus the amount others have to deal with, like, just as regular cadence. Those are the gag, basically being like, you know, what was the one? Nah, man, there was the worst one that stood up, and it was one of these things, and I consider it my fault. And the only reason I consider it my fault is it was definitely one of those things that I got the ick vibes. And I was like, no. Oh, there's like 3 of them. Hang on, wait a second. Tactical retreat there. I was like, let's run down this guy. I was like, oh wait, these 3 could just straight up Death Star me right now. Let's think about this. I got no. I'm not even wearing like full-on proper clothing on the character. We're wearing what we started with. Okay, so you're there. There was 3 of them. It could be that, or because it's dark underneath here. Because I'm effectively making a hollow area down below here. Not deliberately, I just don't have what I need to fill it up. Because I'd be surprised. Alright. So this should be a lot more doable. So there's one right by my front door, there's one behind him, and one down the ramp. Alright, let's go. First target down. It even did me the service of putting the hill between me. Okay, where's your friend? There was 3 of you. Okay. So yeah, so I want to go and fill this all in gradually. Like, eventually I'll end up coming back through here. And not, like, just leaving it filled in kind of deal. But instead, wanting to, put, like, more cellars or something down here. But for the time being, until I'm ready to do that, I really just need to fill this in as much as we can. Also, a great way to take all this dirt. We go. There's a farm and there's monsters. 2 out of 3 and bad. So I'm starting to realize more and more I probably need to be building not from the top down. I need to be filling bottom up. Or I'm just going to keep getting farther and farther away. So I can't reach any of it anymore. And I didn't need to make this way at all. I chose to make it this way because normally when I'm setting up my farms, a lot of times I'll just take a lake or whatever, and I'll just like expand the farm into the lake. We're using the water source a little bit different to convert a waterfall into like these steps that we're putting all our crops on. But this is the downside of it. Yep, no, exactly. This is self-imposed. There we go. Yep, that's exactly what's going to eventually be, is going to be, like, later on, I will likely go down here and just start opening this back up, packing all the dirt, like I did with this, and making into a bunch of additional cellars and all that. I'll be able to tackle that when we get there. Alright, what the heck was he even doing? Alright, so we need redwood for the house. You know, it's just my dirt storage spot, where I store my dirt. Okay, all those are going, so that's good. I've got some food for now. Yeah, so the house will be the next thing to build. Once we build the house... So the reason I'm kind of holding on to the copper is for bronze. Because you got a couple different types of bronze you can make in the game, all depending on what we find. So I got my bronze prospecting pick. And the bronze prospecting pick will allow me to go seek out other stone. Because finding copper near the surface or, you know, using the panning for it works out pretty well. But once you go and you're trying to get past copper, you kind of have to go and deal with that. So what I'll probably actually do is I'll probably want to make another pick, so I have two of them. But ultimately what we're going to be looking for is bronze. Now you got a couple different types of bronze out there. You've got tin bronze, which we can probably find up here. Yeah, so you got tin bronze, which the important thing is that we look at that. Let's see, where are you at? Yeah, so it has to be between 8 and 12% of tin and between 88 and 92% copper. So we have that as one. But there's a couple different types of bronze. We have black bronze, which requires it to be a smaller amount of copper, but also needs to be gold and silver, which is pretty rough to set up. I don't think I've ever used black bronze in any meaningful quantity. And then there should be the bismuth bronze, which is even less copper, a little bit of zinc, and a little bit of bismuth. And that's the one most runs have been the bismuth bronze I end up finding, but there has been times I've done the tin bronze. The bronze are also not equal. Correct. Like, I want to say... Yeah, the tin bronze. I was trying to remember. I think it was the bismuth bronze, I think, was the best one. You forget the details, but when you looked, you decided that tin bronze is better for your taste than the bismuth. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to use what's available. Like, whatever I find I can make, I'm going to use that. But yeah, so the point is, we're going to need the bronze, and all the bronze depends on copper. And so what I want to do is take my copper tools, find the other materials for bronze, and then start getting bronze. Now, to be clear, the way we're going to do this is now that I've got my pickaxe, I can actually do this right now. It's got 2 modes. It's got one mode that checks for ore immediately around wherever you're doing it, and it's got another mode that checks for ore in the area. So I'm going to go 1. And I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles. And then we hit it again. And 1, can't go too far. And 4 tiles apart. They just had to be at least 4 tiles apart, but not, I think it's over like 15. Right. So if we look at this area, I've got a very poor amount of bismuthite, poor amount of bismuthite, Do you mind? We're educating here. I need to make a knife so I could take them apart. Alright, let's go inside. Okay. So, if you noticed, that put a pin on my map, and this is just a normal thing. So it basically lets you know I found bismuthite, I found cassiterite, and I found cinnabar. And if we look at that, I go... The bismuthite gives us the nugget for our bismuth. And then it was what? Cassiterite? Yeah, so cassiterite. And cassiterite is tin. We do have both bismuth and tin potentially nearby. Anybody like, oh, cool, so mine here. Except there's a problem. It says poor and very poor, which means I can look for it, and technically there's a chance I'll find it around here, but it ain't a good one. So the way I usually handle this is I'm going to go over here. We've got our pin right there, and I'll go running on over here. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. And then somewhere around here where you'll notice my pin that I just took that reading from is near the left edge of the map, or one of the edges of the map. And I don't see any good way to get to the stone there, so all we're going to do is go right on down here. But then this is also another reason why I'm saving the copper, is let's say I get really, really unlucky, and I'm just not finding the other materials. It does mean I can continue to save that copper, so that when I have to go down and do this stuff, I can make some spare pickaxes and all that. Alright, so we go here and go 1. They have to be 4 tiles apart. 3. 2. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And now give me a reading here. So now we found very poor bismuthite, and we found a little bit of brown coal. So what this tells me is if I was looking for bismuthite, I have less bismuthite in this direction. So if I was looking for that specifically, I'd run over here and then try going the other direction, then do that the other way. But you get the idea. I just start putting these pins down, and you can hide the pins. And you can filter by, like, if you're looking for a specific thing. That's another thing you do. And I've always found that to be my preferred way of going. Because instead of trying to hunt for any one material as I'm going around the map, it also makes me move around the map to explore the terrain more, find more seeds, find more mushrooms, bees, whatever. So I end up having kind of a gridded out map. Sometimes from practicality reasons you can't do an area like the terrain's super awful and jacked, so you just don't bother. That was worth going for it. That's fine. Because we found the temporal gear thing. Okay. Yeah, so with that, that gives you an idea of like how we plan to explore this. This is getting to be about that time, chat, that I need to be wrapping up for the night. But yeah, so all I'll do is you'll see me, like, I'll sit there and, like, put pins. Like, obviously, if it's in the water, it doesn't need to be a perfect grid. I'll kind of put that there. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to remember. With the spawn point, I forget if I hold it, because there's one way you reset your sanity with that, and there's another way you set the spawn point. So I believe I crouch and I use it on the ground to set my spawn point. If I'm correct. It's been a while. Or I've wasted. We'll figure it out. But with that said, it is going to be that time that I need to be wrapping up. I delayed the ad as much as fine. The sanity thing is with a knife. It's hard to do unintentionally. Yep. So basically, if we die, we will reappear in the cellar. But with all that said, if you've enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. So I will be streaming tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST. I do not know if we'll be doing this or our Rimworld one with cloning Gary. We'll be doing one of those, two of those tomorrow, barring some surprise thing that comes up. But should be a lot of fun. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I do not have a host ready on the YouTube side. But thanks so much for tuning in. And then for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm gonna go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. But yeah, no, Vintage Story is absolutely